citations. Members of the Council have before them document S/2002/232, which contains the note by the Secretary General transmitting the 12th quarterly report of the Executive Chairman of the United Nations Monitoring, Verification and Inspection Commission. I should also like to call the attention of members of the Council to a letter dated 3 March 2003, addressed to the President of the Security Council from Malaysia, document S/2003/246. At this meeting, the Security Council will hear briefings by Mr. Hans Blix, Executive Chairman of the United Nations Monitoring, Verification and Inspection Commission, and Dr. Mohammed El Baradei, Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency. I now give the floor to Dr. Hans Blix, Executive Chairman of the United Nations Monitoring, Verification and Inspection Commission. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, for nearly 3 years, I've been coming to the Security Council presenting the quarterly reports of Movik. They have described our many preparations for the resumption of inspections in Iraq. The 12th quarterly report is the first that describes 3 months of inspection. They come after 4 years without inspections. The report was finalized 10 days ago, and a number of relevant events have taken place since then. Today's statement will supplement the circulated report on these points to bring the Council up to date. Inspections in Iraq resumed on the 27th of November 2002. In matters relating to process, notably prompt access to sites, we have faced relatively few difficulties, and certainly much less than those that were faced by UNSCOM in the period 1991 to 1998. This may well be due to the strong outside pressure. Some practical matters which were not settled by the talks Dr. El Baradei and I had with the Iraqi side in Vienna prior to inspections or in Resolution 1441 have been resolved at meetings which we have had in Baghdad. Initial difficulties raised by the Iraqi side about helicopters and aerial surveillance planes operating in the no-fly zones were overcome. This is not to say that the operation of inspections is free from frictions, but at this juncture we are able to perform professional, no-notice inspections all over Iraq and to increase aerial surveillance. American U-2 and French Mirage surveillance aircraft already give us valuable imagery, supplementing satellite pictures, and we would expect soon to be able to add night vision capability through an aircraft offered to us by the Russian Federation. We also expect to add low-level, close-area surveillance through drones provided by Germany. We are grateful not only to the countries which place these valuable tools at our disposal, but also to the states, most recently Cyprus, which has agreed to the stationing of aircraft on their territory. Mr. President, Iraq, with a highly developed administrative system, should be able to provide more documentary evidence about its proscribed weapons programs. Only a few new such documents have come to light so far and been handed over since we began inspections. It was a disappointment that Iraq's declaration of the 7th of December did not bring new documentary evidence. I hope that efforts in this respect, including the appointment of a governmental commission, will give significant results. When proscribed items are deemed unaccounted for, it is above all credible accounts that is needed, or the proscribed items, if they exist. Where authentic documents do not become available, interviews with persons who may have relevant knowledge and experience may be another way of obtaining evidence. UNMOVIC has names of such persons in its records, and they are among the people whom we seek to interview. In the last month, Iraq has provided us with names of many persons who may be relevant sources of information, in particular persons who took part in various phases of the unilateral destruction of biological and chemical weapons and proscribed missiles in 1991. This provision of names prompts two reflections. The first is that with such detailed information existing regarding those who took part in the unilateral destruction, surely there must also remain records regarding the quantities and other data concerning the various items destroyed. The second reflection is that with relevant witnesses available, it becomes even more important to be able to conduct interviews in modes and locations which allow us to be confident that the testimony given is given without outside influence. While the Iraqi side seems to have encouraged interviewees not to request the presence of Iraqi officials, so-called minders, or the taping of the interviews, conditions ensuring the absence of undue influences are difficult to attain inside Iraq. Interviews outside the country might provide such assurance. It is our intention to request such interviews shortly. Nevertheless, despite remaining shortcomings, interviews are useful. Since we started requesting interviews, 38 individuals were asked for private interviews, of which 10 accepted under our terms. 7 of these during the last week. As I noted on the 14th of February, intelligence authorities have claimed that weapons of mass destruction are moved around Iraq by trucks, in particular that there are mobile production units for biological weapons. The Iraqi side states that such activities do not exist. Several inspections have taken place at declared and undeclared sites in relation to mobile production facilities. Food testing mobile laboratories and mobile workshops have been seen, as well as large containers with seed processing equipment. No evidence of proscribed activities have so far been found. Iraq is expected to assist in the development of credible ways to conduct random checks of ground transportation. Inspectors are also engaged in examining Iraq's programs for remotely piloted vehicles. A number of sites have been inspected with data being collected to assess the range and other capabilities of the various models found, and inspections are continuing in this area. There have been reports denied from the Iraqi side that proscribed activities are conducted underground. Iraq should provide information on any underground structure suitable for the production or storage of weapons of mass destruction. During inspections of declared or undeclared facilities, inspection teams have examined building structures for any possible underground facilities. In addition, ground-penetrating radar equipment was used in several specific locations. No underground facilities for chemical or biological production or storage were found so far. I should add that both for the monitoring of ground transportation and for the inspection of underground facilities, we would need to increase our staff in Iraq. I'm not talking about a doubling of the staff. I would rather have twice the amount of high-quality information about sites to inspect than twice the number of expert inspectors to send. On 14 February, I reported to the Council that the Iraqi side had become more active in taking and proposing steps which potentially might shed new light on unresolved disarmament issues. Even a week ago, when the current quarterly report was finalized, there was still relatively little tangible progress to note. Hence, the cautious formulations in the report before you. As of today, there is more. While during our meetings in Baghdad, the Iraqi side tried to persuade us that the Al-Samud 2 missiles they have declared fall within the permissible range set by the Security Council, the calculations of an international panel of experts led us to the opposite conclusion. Iraq has since accepted that these missiles and associated items be destroyed and has started the process of destruction under our supervision. The destruction undertaken constitutes a substantial measure of disarmament, indeed the first since the middle of the 1990s. We are not watching the breaking of toothpicks. Lethal weapons are being destroyed. However, I must add that the report I have today tells me that no destruction work has continued today. I hope this is a temporary break. Until today, 34 Al-Samud-2 missiles, including 4 training missiles, 2 combat warheads, 1 launcher, and 5 engines have been destroyed under UNMOVIC supervision. Work is continuing to identify and inventory the parts and equipment associated with the Al-Samud-2 program. 2 reconstituted casting chambers used in the production of solid propellant missiles have been destroyed, and the remnants melted or encased in concrete. The legality of the Al-Fatah missile is still under review, pending further investigation and measurement of various parameters of that missile. More papers on anthrax, VX, and missiles have recently been provided. Many have been found to restate what Iraq already has declared, and some will require further study and discussion. There is a significant Iraqi effort underway to clarify a major source of uncertainty as to the quantities of biological and chemical weapons which were unilaterally destroyed in 1991. A part of this effort concerns a disposal site which was deemed too dangerous for full investigation in the past. It is now being re-excavated. Today, Iraq has unearthed 8 complete bombs, comprising 2 liquid-filled intact R-400 bombs, and 6 other complete bombs. Bomb fragments are also found. Samples have been taken. The investigation of the destruction site could, in the best case, allow the determination of the number of bombs destroyed at that site. It should be followed by serious and credible effort to determine the separate issue of how many R-400 type bombs were produced. In this, as in other matters, the inspection work is moving on and may yield results. Iraq proposed an investigation using advanced technology to quantify the amount of unilaterally destroyed anthrax dumped at a site. However, even if the use of advanced technology could quantify the amount of anthrax said to be dumped at the site, the results would still be open to interpretation. Defining the quantity of anthrax destroyed must, of course, be followed by efforts to establish what quantity was actually produced. With respect to VX, Iraq has recently suggested a similar method to quantify a VX precursor stated to have been unilaterally destroyed in the summer of 1991. Iraq has also recently informed us that following the adoption of the presidential decree prohibiting private individuals and mixed companies from engaging in work relating to weapons of mass destruction, further legislation on the subject is to be enacted. This appears to be in response to a letter from UNMOVIC requesting clarification of the issue. Mr. President, what are we to make of these activities? One can hardly avoid the impression that after a period of somewhat reluctant cooperation, there has been an acceleration of initiatives from the Iraqi side since the end of January. This is welcome, but the value of these measures must be soberly judged by how many question marks they actually succeed in straightening out. This is not yet clear. Against this background, the question is now asked whether Iraq has cooperated, quote, immediately, unconditionally, and actively, unquote, with UNMOVIC, as is required under paragraph 9 of Resolution 1441. The answers can be seen from the factual descriptions that I have provided. However, if more direct answers are desired, I would say the following. The Iraqi side has tried on occasion to attach conditions, as it did regarding helicopters and U-2 planes. It has not, however, so far persisted in these or other conditions for the exercise of any of our inspection rights. If it did, we would report it. It is obvious that while the numerous initiatives which are now taken by the Iraqi side with a view to resolving some long-standing open disarmament issues can be seen as active or even proactive, these initiatives 3 to 4 months into the new resolution cannot be said to constitute immediate cooperation, nor do they necessarily cover all areas of relevance. They are nevertheless welcome, and UNMOVIC is responding to them in the hope of solving presently unresolved disarmament issues. Mr. President, members of the Council may relate most of what I have said to Resolution 1441, but UNMOVIC is performing work under several resolutions of the Security Council. The quarterly report before you is submitted in accordance with Resolution 1284, which not only created UNMOVIC, but also continues to guide much of our work. Under the timeline set by that resolution, the results of some of this work is reported to the Council before the end of this month. Let me move more specific. Resolution 1284 instructs UNMOVIC to, I quote, address unresolved disarmament issues, unquote, and to identify, quote, key remaining disarmament tasks, unquote. And the latter are to be submitted for approval by the Council in the context of a work program. UNMOVIC will be ready to submit a draft work program this month as required. UNMOVIC, UNSCOM and the Amorim panel did valuable work to identify the disarmament issues which were still open at the end of 1998. UNMOVIC has used this material as starting points, but analyzed the data behind it and data and documents post-1998 up to the present time to compile its own list of unresolved disarmament issues, or rather clustered issues. It is the answers to these issues which we seek through our inspection activities. And it's also from the list of these clustered issues that UNMOVIC will identify the key remaining disarmament tasks. As noted in the report before you, this list of clustered issues is ready. UNMOVIC is only required to submit the work program with the key remaining disarmament tasks to the Council. As I understand, several members, Council members, are interested in the working document with the complete clusters of disarmament issues. And we have declassified it and are ready to make it available to members of the Council on request. In this working document, which may still be adjusted in the light of new information, members will get a more up-to-date review of the outstanding issues than in the documents of 1999, which members usually refer to. Each cluster in the working document ends with a number of points indicating what Iraq could do to solve the issue. Hence, Iraq's cooperation could be measured against the successful resolution of issues. I should note that the working document contains much information and discussion about the issues which existed at the end of 1998, including information which has come to light after 1998. It contains much less information and discussion about the period after 1998, primarily because of paucity of information. Nevertheless, intelligence agencies have expressed the view that proscribed programs have continued or restarted in this period. It is further contended that proscribed programs and items are located in underground facilities, as I mentioned, and that proscribed items are being moved around Iraq. The working document does contain suggestions on how these concerns may be tackled. Mr. President, let me conclude by telling you that UNMOVIC is currently drafting the work program which Resolution 1284 requires us to submit this month. It will obviously contain our proposed list of key remaining disarmament tasks. It will describe the reinforced system of ongoing monitoring and verification that the Council has asked us to implement. It will also describe the various subsystems which constitute the program, for instance, for aerial surveillance, for information from governments and suppliers, for sampling, for the checking of road traffic, etc. How much time would it take to resolve the key remaining disarmament tasks? While cooperation can and is to be immediate, disarmament and at any rate verification of it cannot be instant. Even with a proactive Iraqi attitude induced by continued outside pressure, it will still take some time to verify sites and items, analyze documents, interview relevant persons, and draw conclusions. It will not take years, nor weeks, but months. Neither governments nor inspectors would want disarmament inspection to go on forever. However, it must be remembered that in accordance with the governing resolutions, a sustained inspection and monitoring system is to remain in place after verified disarmament to give confidence and to strike an alarm if signs were seen of the revival of any proscribed weapons programs. Thank you, Mr. President.
Je remercie M. Blitz pour
I
son
thank
exposé.
Dr. Blix for his briefing.
Je donne maintenant la
I
parole
now
à
give the floor
M. Mohamed El
to Dr.
Baradei,
Mohamed El
Directeur
Baradei,
général de l'Agence
Director
internationale.
General of the International Atomic Energy Agency.
Vous avez la parole.
Mr. Baradei, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my report to the Council today is an update on the status of the International Atomic Energy Agency's nuclear verification activities in Iraq pursuant to Security Council Resolution 1441 and other relevant resolutions. When I reported last to the Council on 14 February, I explained that the agency's inspection activities has moved well beyond the reconnaissance phase, that is, re-establishing our knowledge base regarding Iraq nuclear capabilities, into the investigative phase, which focuses on the central question before the IAEA relevant to disarmament, whether Iraq has revived or attempted to revive its defunct nuclear weapons program over the last 4 years. At the outset, let me state one general observation, namely that during the past 4 years, at the majority of Iraqi sites, industrial capacity has deteriorated substantially due to the departure of the foreign support that was often present in the late 80s, the departure of large numbers of skilled Iraqi personnel in the past decade, and the lack of consistent maintenance by Iraq of sophisticated equipment. At only a few inspected sites involved in industrial research, development, and manufacturing have the facilities been improved and new personnel been taken on. This overall deterioration in industrial capacity is naturally of direct relevance to Iraq's capability for resuming a nuclear weapon program. The IAEA has now conducted a total of 218 nuclear inspections at 141 sites, including 21 that has not been inspected before. In addition, the agency experts have taken part in many joint UNMOVIC IAEA inspections. Technical support for nuclear inspections has continued to expand. The 3 operational air samplers have collected from key locations in Iraq weekly air particulate samples that are being sent to laboratories for analysis. Additional results of water, sediment, vegetation, and material sample analysis have been received from the relevant laboratories. Our vehicle-borne radiation survey team has covered some 2,000 kilometers over the past 3 weeks. Survey access has been gained to over 75 facilities, including military garrisons and camps, weapons factories, truck parks, manufacturing facilities, and residential areas. Interviews have continued with relevant Iraqi personnel, at times with individuals and groups in the workplace during the course of unannounced inspections, and on other occasions in pre-arranged meetings with key scientists and other specialists known to have been involved with Iraq's past nuclear program. The IAEA has continued to conduct interviews even when the conditions were not in accordance with the IAEA preferred modalities, with a view to gaining as much information as possible, information that could be cross-checked for validity with other sources and which could be helpful in our assessment of areas under investigation. As you may recall, when we first began to request private, unescorted interviews, the Iraqi interviewees insisted on taping the interviews and keeping the record tapes. Recently, upon our insistence, individuals have been consenting to being interviewed without escort and without a taped record. The IAEA has conducted 2 such private interviews in the last 10 days and hope that its ability to conduct private interviews will continue unhindered including possibly interviews outside Iraq. I should add that we are looking into further refining the modalities for conducting interviews to ensure that they are conducted freely and to alleviate concerns that interviews are being listened to by other Iraqi parties. In our view, interviews outside Iraq may be the best way to ensure that interviews are free, and we intend, therefore, to request such interviews shortly. We are also asking other states to enable us to conduct interviews with former Iraqi scientists that now reside in those states. Mr. President, in the last few weeks, Iraq has provided a considerable volume of documentations relevant to the issues I reported earlier as being of particular concern, including Iraq's efforts to procure aluminum tubes, its attempted procurement of magnets and magnets production capabilities, and its reported attempt to import uranium. I will touch briefly on the progress made on each of these issues. Since my last update to the Council, the primary technical focus of IAEA field activities in Iraq has been on resolving several outstanding issues related to the possible resumption of efforts by Iraq to enrich uranium through the use of centrifuges. For that purpose, the IAEA assembled a specially qualified team of international centrifuge manufacturing experts. With regard to the aluminum tubes, the IAEA has conducted a thorough investigation of Iraq's attempt to purchase large quantities of high-strength aluminum tubes. As previously reported, Iraq has maintained that these aluminum tubes were sought for rocket production. Extensive field investigation and document analysis have failed to uncover any evidence that Iraq intended to use these 81mm tubes for any project other than the reverse engineering of rockets. The Iraqi decision-making process with regard to the design of these rockets was well documented. Iraq has provided copies of design documents, procurement records, minutes of committee meetings, and supporting data and samples. A thorough analysis of this information, together with information gathered from interviews with Iraqi personnel, has allowed the IAEA to develop a coherent picture of attempted purchase and intended usage of the 81mm aluminum tubes, as well as the rationale behind the changes in the tolerance. Drawing on this information, the IAEA has learned that the original tolerance for the 81mm tubes were set prior to 1987 and were based on physical measurements taken from a small number of imported rockets in Iraq's possession. Initial attempts to reverse engineer the rockets met with little success. Tolerance were adjusted during the following years as part of ongoing efforts to revitalize the project and improve operational efficiency. The project languished for a long period during this time and became the subject of several committees, which resulted in specification and tolerance changes on each occasion. Based on available evidence, the IAEA team has concluded that Iraq efforts to import these aluminum tubes were not likely to have been related to the manufacture of centrifuge, and moreover, that it was highly unlikely that Iraq could have achieved the considerable redesign needed to use them in a revived centrifuge program. However, this issue will continue to be scrutinized and investigated. With respect to reports about Iraq's efforts to import high-strength permanent magnets or to achieve the capability for producing such magnets for use in a centrifuge enrichment program, I should note that since 1998, Iraq has purchased high-strength magnets for various uses. Iraq has declared inventories of magnets of 12 different designs. The IAEA has verified that previously acquired magnets have been used for missile guidance systems, industrial machinery, electricity meters, and field telephones. Through a visit to research and production sites, review of engineering drawings, and analysis of sample magnets, the IAEA expert familiar with the use of such magnets in centrifuge enrichment have verified that none of the magnets that Iraq has declared could be used directly for centrifuge magnetic bearings. In June 2001, Iraq signed a contract for a new magnet production line for delivery and installation in 2003. The delivery has not yet occurred, and Iraqi documentations and interviews of Iraqi personnel indicate that this contract will not be executed. However, they have concluded that the replacement of foreign procurement with domestic magnet production seems reasonable from an economic point of view. In addition, the training and experience acquired by Iraq in pre-1991 period make it likely that Iraq possesses the expertise to manufacture high-strength permanent magnets suitable for use in enrichment centrifuges. The IAEA will continue, therefore, to monitor and inspect equipment and materials that could be used to make magnets for enrichment centrifuges. With regard to uranium acquisition, the IAEA has made progress in its investigation into reports that Iraq sought to buy uranium from Niger in recent years. The investigation was centered on documents provided by a number of states that pointed to an agreement between Niger and Iraq for the sale of uranium between 1999 and 2001. The IAEA has discussed these reports with the government of Iraq and Niger, both of which have denied that any such activity took place. For its part, Iraq has provided the IAEA with a comprehensive explanation of its relations with Niger and has described a visit by an Iraqi official to a number of African countries, including Niger, in February 1999, which Iraq thought might have given rise to the reports. The IAEA was able to review correspondence coming from various bodies of the government of Niger and to compare the form, format, contents, and signature of that correspondence with those of the alleged procurement-related documentations. Based on thorough analysis, the IAEA has concluded, with the concurrence of outside experts, that these documents, which form the basis for the reports of recent uranium transaction between Iraq and Niger, are in fact not authentic. We have therefore concluded that these specific allegations are unfounded. However, we will continue to follow up any additional evidence, if it emerges, relevant to efforts by Iraq to illicitly import nuclear material. Many concerns regarding Iraq's possible intention to resume its nuclear program have arisen from Iraq procurement efforts reported by a number of states. In addition, many of Iraq's efforts to procure commodities and products, including magnets and aluminum tubes, have been conducted in contravention of the sanctions control specified under Security Council Resolution 661 and other relevant resolutions. The issue of procurement efforts remains under thorough investigation, and further verification will be forthcoming. In fact, an IAEA team of technical experts is currently in Iraq, composed of custom investigators and computer forensics specialists, which is conducting a series of investigation through inspection at trading companies and commercial organizations aimed at understanding Iraq's pattern of procurement. Mr. President, in conclusion, I'm able to report today that in the area of nuclear weapons, the most lethal weapons of mass destruction, inspection in Iraq are moving forward. Since the resumption of inspection a little over 3 months ago, and particularly during the 3 weeks since my last oral report to the Council, the IAEA has made important progress in identifying what nuclear-related capabilities remain in Iraq and in its assessment of whether Iraq has made any effort to revive its past nuclear program during the intervening 4 years since inspections were brought to a halt. At this stage, the following can be stated. 1, there is no indication of resumed nuclear activities in those buildings that were identified through the use of satellite imagery as being reconstructed or newly erected since 1998. nor any indication of nuclear-related prohibited activities at any inspected sites. Second, there is no indication that Iraq has attempted to import uranium since 1990. Three, there is no indication that Iraq has attempted to import aluminum tubes for use in centrifuge enrichment. Moreover, even had Iraq pursued such a plan, it would have encountered practical difficulties in manufacturing centrifuges out of the aluminum tubes in question. Fourthly, although we are still reviewing issues related to magnets and magnet production, there is no indication to date that Iraq imported magnets for use in a centrifuge enrichment program. As I stated above, the IAEA will naturally continue further to scrutinize and investigate all of the above issues. After 3 months of intrusive inspections, we have to date found no evidence or plausible indication of the revival of a nuclear weapon program in Iraq. We intend to continue our inspection activities, making use of all the additional rights granted to us by Resolution 1441 and all additional tools that might be available to us, including reconnaissance platforms and all relevant technologies. We also hope to continue to receive from states actionable information relevant to our mandate. I should note that in the past 3 weeks, possibly as a result of ever-increasing pressure by the international community, Iraq has been forthcoming in its cooperation, particularly with regard to the conduct of private interviews and in making available evidence that could contribute to the resolution of matters of IAEA concern. I do hope that Iraq will continue to expand the scope and accelerate the pace of its cooperation. The detailed knowledge of Iraq capabilities that IAEA experts have accumulated since 1991, combined with the extended rights provided by Resolution 1441, the active commitment by all states to help us fulfill our mandate, and the recently increased level of Iraqi cooperation should enable us in the near future to provide the Security Council with an objective and thorough assessment of Iraq nuclear-related capabilities. However credible this assessment may be, we will endeavor, in view of the inherent uncertainties associated with any verification process, and particularly in the light of Iraq's past record of cooperation, to evaluate Iraq capabilities on a continuous basis as part of our long-term monitoring and verification program, in order to provide the international community with ongoing and real-time assurances. Thank you, Mr. President.
Je remercie M. Baradei de son exposé. Avant de donner la parole aux membres du Conseil,
to council
je
members,
voudrais rappeler
I wish
l'accord
to recall
auquel nous sommes
the
parvenus,
understanding reached among ourselves, namely
que les participants
that all
ont 7
participants
minutes au maximum
will limit their statements to no more than 7 minutes
afin de permettre au Conseil
in order to enable the council to work efficiently
et dans les délais.
within its timetable.
Je donne maintenant la
I
parole
now call on
inscrit sur ma
the
liste,
first speaker on my list,
le distingué vice-chancelier et
the
ministre des Affaires
distinguished
étrangères de
Deputy
l'Allemagne,
Chancellor and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Germany, His Excellency Mr. Joschka Fischer. You have the floor, Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to congratulate His Excellency, the Foreign Minister of Guinea, on the assumption of the office of President of the Security Council, and I thank the President for the kind words addressed to me and the German presidency of last month. Mr. President, I would also like to thank Dr. Blix and Dr. El-Baradei for their briefing on the quarterly report. Both can count on Germany's full support. The aim of the international community remains the complete disarmament and only the disarmament of Iraq, to finally eliminate the international threat posed by Iraqi weapons of mass destruction. This is what all relevant Security Council resolutions say. What is at stake now is the unity of the international community. We have taken a forceful stance in our common fight against international terrorism. We fight together against the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. We stand united in our condemnation of the Iraqi regime. Where we have different views is our strategy on how to achieve effective and total disarmament of Iraq. The Security Council must not spare any effort to find a joint approach to attain our common goal. The briefing by Dr. Blix and Dr. El-Baradei has made clear once more Iraq's cooperation with UNMOVIC and the IAEA does not yet fully meet UN demands. Baghdad could have taken many of the recent steps earlier and more willingly. In recent days, cooperation has nevertheless notably improved. This is a positive development which makes all the less comprehensible why this development should now be abandoned. There is real progress to be noted on the implementation of the relevant Security Council resolutions in all fields. In the sphere of missile technology, there has been clear progress. Thus, Iraq informed the inspectors of its Al-Samud missiles. After examination by UNMOVIC, it was established that their range was too long. After Dr. Blix had set the regime in Baghdad a deadline for the destruction, Iraq began to destroy the missiles within the prescribed time frame. This is an important progress. It shows that peaceful disarmament is possible and that there is a real alternative to war. This positive development also shows that Hans Blick's approach of giving the regime in Baghdad concrete time frames is successful. This method also ought to be used for other unresolved problems. As far as Iraq's nuclear potential is concerned, we can note great progress. Dr. El-Baradei has just confirmed this. The accounts presented by Iraq are plausible and verifiable. Cooperation on inspections is good. The IAEA is confident about reaching final conclusions soon. Turning to biological weapons, there has also been progress in individual spheres. For example, in the excavation of many R-400 aerial bombs, which are now being assessed by UNMOVIC. Baghdad has announced the presentation of a comprehensive report on open questions in the field of biological and chemical weapons. The interviews with Iraqi scientists are now taking place without monitoring or recording. Preparations are being made to conduct interviews abroad. Mr. President, France, Russia, and Germany presented a memorandum to the Security Council on February the 24th, proposing a tough regime of intensive inspections. On the basis of these proposals, the inspection should be stepped up and accelerated. For this to happen, each remaining problem has to be specified and priorities have to be set. A time frame should thereby be prescribed for every single problem. Therefore, Dr. Blix and Dr. El-Baradei should present us with a detailed, comprehensive working program that clarifies how they and their teams intend to tackle the complete disarmament of Iraq as called for by the UN. It is of great importance that this working program is presented to the Security Council without delay. We would like to hear today a statement by the inspectors on what are the remaining key disarmament issues in the cluster report that has been drawn up. The inspections can go on forever. The aim of disarming Iraq has to be pursued energetically and systematically. The Iraqi government has to fully cooperate with the inspectors. But given the current situation, Mr. President, and the ongoing process, we see no need for a second resolution. Why should we leave the path we have embarked on now, that the inspections on the basis of Resolution 1441 are showing viable results? Mr. President, the Security Council is now meeting for the third time within a month at ministerial level to discuss the Iraq crisis. This shows the urgency we attach to the disarmament of Iraq and to the threat of war. The crisis in Iraq troubles our governments, it troubles the people in our countries, it troubles the entire region of the Near and Middle East. Precisely because the situation is so dramatic, we have to keep firmly reminding ourselves what a war would mean, what endless suffering it would bring to countless innocent people, but what catastrophic humanitarian consequences it would entail. Are we really in a situation that absolutely necessitates the ultima ratio, the very last resort? I think not, because the peaceful means are far from exhausted. Mr. President, the Security Council, in fact, we all face an important decision, probably a historic turning point. The alternatives are clear: disarmament of Iraq by war or disarmament by exhausting all peaceful means. The risks of a military option are evident to us all. There is good reason to believe that the region would not become more stable, rather more unstable through a war. And what is more, in the long term, the international terrorism would be strengthened, not weakened. That our joint efforts to solve the Middle East conflict would be hindered. Then there is the alternative. If we succeed in implementing the effective and complete disarmament of Iraq with peaceful means, we will improve the framework conditions for a regional process of stability, security and cooperation based on the renunciation of the use of force, on arms control and on a cooperative system of confidence-building measures. Mr. President, Resolutions 44.1 and 12.8.4 point a clear way forward for the Security Council. They have to remain the basis of our action. The progress of last few days have shown we have efficient alternatives to war in Iraq. By taking this path, we will strengthen the relevance of the United Nations and the Security Council. Thank you.
Je remercie le vice-chancelier et ministre des Affaires étrangères
The distinguished Deputy Chancellor and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Germany for his statement and for his kind words addressed to me. I now call on the distinguished Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Syrian Arab Republic, His Excellency Mr. Farouk al-Shara. Mr. Minister, you have the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. أود بداية أن أهنئكم.
Allow me at the outset to congratulate you on presiding over the Council for this month. I would also welcome the presence of an Arab committee established in the Sharm el-Sheikh summit that was held 6 days ago. This committee, which is currently with us, represents the Kingdom of Bahrain in its capacity as the previous chair of the Kingdom of Bahrain, the speaker says, as the current chairman of the Arab Summit, the Republic of Lebanon as the ex-president of the summit, and the Republic of Tunisia as the next president of the summit, as was agreed upon in the summit of Sharm el-Sheikh. The committee also includes Syria, Egypt, and the Secretary General of the League of Arab States. This Arab committee, in its short visit to New York, will be able to meet with some of the members of the Security Council. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, 3 weeks ago, we met in this chamber, in the Security Council, to discuss the question of Iraq. That was only a short while ago, yet the rapid and important developments that have taken place since on the Middle East would have to be recalled because of their impact not only on the region but on the future of international relations in general. The day after our meeting here on the 14th of February, millions of people in more than 2,000 cities around the world took to the streets to say no to war on Iraq. This was an unprecedented phenomenon in history. On the day that followed these demonstrations, the Arab Ministers for Foreign Affairs held an emergency meeting in Cairo. The Minister for Foreign Affairs of Greece attended that meeting in his capacity as the current President of the European Union, and so did representatives of the European Commission. All the participants expressed their opposition to war and stressed the need for a peaceful solution to the Iraqi crisis to implement Security Council Resolution 1441. France, Russia, China, and Germany have repeatedly stressed with determination, with a clear determination, that there is no place for war. Those countries are confident that the disarmament of Iraq's weapons of mass destruction can be achieved by peaceful means if inspections are enhanced and if the inspectors are allowed to pursue their tasks freely. On the 25th of February, the non-aligned movement held its summit in Kuala Lumpur. It was attended by 116 states. In its final declaration, the summit called for a peaceful settlement to the Iraqi crisis and stressed the need to allow the inspectors more time to finish their work. The participants stressed the importance of the role of the United Nations and international legitimacy, and stressed the need to avoid double standards. On the 1st of this month, a regular Arab summit was held in Sharm el-Sheikh. It acted as an emergency session when it adopted its first decision expressing a categorical opposition to a strike against Iraq. The summit stressed the need to give the inspectors sufficient time to fulfill their mandate and underlined the Security Council's responsibility in protecting the Iraqi people and preserving Iraq's independence, unity, and territorial integrity. The Arab leaders expressed in the summit their solidarity with the Iraqi people, called for a lifting of the sanctions, and established a follow-up committee that I referred to earlier in my statement that included Bahrain, Lebanon, Tunisia, Syria, Egypt, and the Secretary General of the League of Arab States. The committee is entrusted with transmitting the Arab point of view to the 5 permanent members of the Security Council and the Secretary General of the United Nations, as well as to Baghdad should the situation warrant. The Arab summit was immediately followed by an Islamic summit in Doha, in which Islamic countries confirmed the decision of the Arab summit. In this context, we, Arabs and Muslims, must recall with appreciation the repeated appeals of the leaders of churches all over the world to pursue peace and to prevent war. These appeals were crowned by a message that the emissary of the Holy See carried to the American president a couple of days ago, in which he considered clearly that war against Iraq is illegitimate and unjust. As for Iraq, Iraq has cooperated actively, as we were informed by Mr. Blix a while ago. It was also positive, as was explained by Mr. El-Baradei. This cooperation was on process and substance. The destruction of the missiles, which is currently underway in Iraq, is a tangible and material evidence of this cooperation that can neither be considered deceptive nor could it be dismissed as insignificant? And while the inspectors are achieving tangible progress in implementing Security Council Resolution 1441, we believe that any individual or any state can ask why insist on adopting a new resolution allowing the use of military force as if war were the best and not the worst option. In the light of the aforementioned, one cannot but wonder what logic can explain the cooperation of the United States with Israel in developing sophisticated missiles that cost millions of dollars of American taxpayers when the United States deny such an opportunity to Arab countries that need them to defend themselves. What logic allows Israel to possess all kinds of weapons of mass destruction, although it continues to occupy the territories of its neighbors and to threaten them, which is something that runs counter to all international bodies of international law. And President Bashar al-Assad said, and here I quote, "They fear Iraq on our behalf, but not Israel." Then given that Security Council Resolution 1441 does not set a time limit for the inspector's work, what then could be the background of the arguments that the time is up and that Iraq had only days left to comply? It is truly ironic, and it is kind of naive to claim that war against Iraq will disclose the undeclared WMDs in Iraq, while inspectors will not be able to find the weapons with all the assurances and the facilities given to them. Contrary to the wisdom that says backing away from a wrong position is a virtue, some believe that the buildup of forces is by itself sufficient to justify war against Iraq and destroy it, because it is incomprehensible, and no one who is realistic will accept that these forces would go back to their barracks empty-handed. This is the case, are we simply facing a just cause or simply an act of robbery? No more or less. Regardless of the accuracy of arguments advanced internationally on the possible objectives of the American military campaign, be they to control the oil of Iraq or to change the map of the Middle East, the Arabs in particular and the international community in general are very apprehensive. We are gravely concerned over the possible slaughter of the Palestinian people, the demolition of their homes, and their forced transfer when war against Iraq is in full swing. Our apprehensions are well-founded given the developments in the occupied territories since September 11, 2001. And the Security Council must take this into account as soon as we are closer to D-Day.
We're going to break away from the Foreign Minister of Syria, Farouk al-Shara, to go outside the UN Security Council. Sir Jeremy Greenstock, the British ambassador, speaking about a proposal perhaps to come up with a new UN Security Council resolution.
It's blindly obvious.
Well, that is when it becomes interesting as to who just wants endless delay and who wants to take the responsibility of a Security Council that has passed 1441 unanimously, has said certain things must be done fully, unconditionally, immediately and actively, and it's not happening. It's a question of living up to the language of 1441, not making a judgment about whether a glass is half full or half empty. The glass has to be full in terms of cooperation. Thank you very much.
Do you feel a date within March, though, will satisfy the problem, which seems to be that a few weeks will not be enough to bring many members on board?
A few extra weeks won't be enough with inspectors being deceived as they are now. A few months will not be enough. Iraq can cope with that. We're not going to go on for further years of inactivity by the Council to compel complete disarmament when the facts about non-cooperation are as clear as they are. Thank you.
The British ambassador to the United Nations, Sir Jeremy Greenstock, with once again a very tough line suggesting that the British and U.S. governments are not going to wait much longer. A formal proposal we expect from the British government to be announced when Jack Straw, the British Foreign Secretary, addresses the UN Security Council. That's coming up. In the meantime, let's go back to Farouk al-Shawra, the Foreign Minister of Syria. Actually, Farouk al-Shawra is wrapped up. It's the Mexican Foreign Minister speaking right now.
Still ongoing. We are still sitting around this table, trying to figure out a common course of action. The Security Council, without a doubt, is the ideal forum to explore all the options and to agree on whichever is the most convenient for the international community. The search for a consensus that expresses the collective will of the states is what brings us together and what we hope to achieve. Mexico is keen on surpassing the differences that are impeding a common agreement in order to act together in the case of Iraq, so that we can discuss them and solve them here, in this home of the community of nations par excellence. We truly believe that while advancing in our agreements, we shall be able to revitalize the credibility and solvency of the authority of the Security Council, the validity and the spirit of the San Francisco Charter, and the strength of the United Nations. Let's not lose this opportunity. We have taken note of the situation of the inspections of UNMOVIC and IAEA in Iraq. Once again, we extend our full appreciation to the effort displayed by the inspectors, both in situ and in this presentation of their report to the Security Council. Yet, Mexico wants to express its distress with regard to the situation in Iraq and the lack of active, immediate, and effective cooperation by the regime that rules that country. Amongst us, there has been a clear consensus on the objectives to be achieved. Yet the last developments and declarations on the Iraqi issue make it clear that there are different visions towards the disarmament of that country. Particularly, we are very distressed by the fact that affinities and common values built with great effort during several decades are being eroded. We are facing very complex decisions for the future of the world. That is why we are worried by the drifting apart of some positions among the members of this Council, which are the source of recriminations which until recent months we believed eliminated. In case that this polarization is deepened further, it may gravely affect the way in which we handle such an important issue as disarmament in the world. This is a defining moment, and this is why Mexico wants to stress the importance of searching for the widest possible consensus among the members of the Security Council. In its unity lies the strength of a collective security system, such as the United Nations. The United Nations Charter is the instrument that must give form and legitimacy to all our understandings and all our collective action. Mexico has shared with the rest of the members of the Council its belief that it is necessary and possible to reconcile differences. In the last few days, Mexico has actively explored different ways to agree with its colleagues. Along with other members, we have approached the Council members most directly involved in the Iraqi issue in order to facilitate an understanding and to avoid drifting into extreme positions. International public opinion demands that we act united and with prudence. Even if it is not a requirement that uniformity be present in the international organism, as is fitting in a plural and diverse world, at least it should be a requisite to promote as far as possible the agreements on the form to contend with the most outstanding world issues in order to guarantee an effective and durable international security. Mexico is alarmed by the damage caused by the Iraqi issue in the international arena, the uncertainty on the financial markets, and the way in which the framework for investments, the basis for the growth and development of peoples, is being affected. Peace among nations is intimately connected and related to such development. Throughout its history of foreign policy, Mexico has always tried to propose initiatives that will help to consolidate multilateral fora as well as achieve mutual understanding among peoples in strict observance of international law. This is the most effective way to guarantee durable solutions that will be effective in the solution of conflicts. Mexico wishes to widen the range of formulas to achieve an effective disarmament in Iraq, to open this space to more options and ideas that will preserve the diplomatic manner in the issue of disarmament. Through ways that revitalize the values of peace, Mexico is struggling for the adoption of more effective ways of exerting pressure in order to enforce the cooperation that we all demand from Iraq. Such active cooperation is indispensable in order to determine with absolute certainty the whereabouts of Iraqi weapons of mass destruction and, as appropriate, to ensure their destruction. Iraq must react more quickly, and it is too bad that it reacts to political pressure and the real threat of the use of force and not to the continuous demands of the international community. It is even more regrettable that the cooperation it provides is still limited and in small doses. From what we have heard, Iraqi cooperation has been unwilling in respect of the demands of the international community, and that is why Mexico considers that we can be firm through peaceful means. Mexico requests the Iraqi government once again to radically change its attitude and to immediately carry out clear and unambiguous actions that will prove that it has chosen the way of disarmament and thus a peaceful solution to the crisis. Our foreign policy is the outcome of principles and convictions acquired through a long and rich historical experience. We have very true and valid reasons to defend multilateralism, to see that the decisions adopted in order to disarm Iraq should not be unilateral, but should unambiguously fall within international law. In the preservation of peace, we have vested our collective interests. That is how we understand our responsibility as members of the Security Council of the United Nations. Mexico is convinced that we have to explore all possible ways and take advantage of every single opportunity to solve this issue in a peaceful way. This is why Mexico insists on the importance of working towards a consensus position as to future action to be taken by the Security Council with regard to Iraq. Mexico calls upon all the members to work with more creativity on this difficult issue. We shall act with the conviction that such creativity will benefit this Council, will confirm its validity as an effective forum in which humanity can fully deposit its trust. Thank you. I thank the distinguished Minister for Foreign Affairs of Mexico for his statement and for his kind words concerning my country. I now call upon the distinguished Secretary of State of the United States of America, His Excellency, Mr. Colin Powell. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and Mr. Secretary General, distinguished colleagues. Mr. President, let me join my colleagues in congratulating you on the assumption of the presidency, and I know you will lead us in these difficult days with great distinction. And let me also express to my German colleagues my thanks and admiration for the stewardship that they provided to the Council over the past month. We meet today, it seems to me, with one question and one very, very important question before us. Has the Iraqi regime made the fundamental strategic and political decision to comply with the United Nations Security Council resolutions and to rid itself of all of its weapons of mass destruction all of the infrastructure for the development of weapons of mass destruction. It's a question of intent on the part of the Iraqi leadership. The answer to that question does not come from how many inspectors are present or how much more time should be given or how much more effort should be put into the inspection process. It's not a question of how many unanswered clusters of questions are there, or are there more benchmarks that are needed, or are they enough unresolved issues that have been put forward to be examined and analyzed and conclusions reached about. The answer depends entirely on whether Iraq has made the choice to actively cooperate in every possible way, in every possible manner, in the immediate and complete disarmament of itself, of its prohibited weapons. That's what 1441 called for. I would like to thank Dr. Blix and Dr. Albaradei for their reports this morning, which shed more light on this difficult question. I listened to them very carefully. I listened to them very, very carefully to see if I was hearing that finally Iraq had reached that point where it understood that the will of the international community must now be obeyed. I was pleased to hear from both of these distinguished gentlemen that there has been some continuing progress on process and even some new activity with respect to substance. But I was sorry to learn that all of this still is coming in a grudging manner, that Iraq is still refusing to offer what was called for by 1441, immediate, active, and unconditional cooperation, not later, immediate, not passive, active, not conditional, unconditional in every respect. Unfortunately, in my judgment, despite some of the progress that has been mentioned, I still find what I've heard this morning a catalog still of non-cooperation. If Iraq genuinely wanted to disarm, we would not have to be worrying about setting up means of looking for mobile biological units or any units of that kind. They would be presented to us. We would not need an extensive program to search for and look for underground facilities that we know exist. The very fact that we must make these requests seems to me to show that Iraq is still not cooperating. The inspectors should not have to look under every rock, go to every crossroad, peer into every cave for evidence, for proof. And we must not allow Iraq to shift the burden of proof onto the inspectors, nor can we return to the failed bargain of Resolution 1284, which offered partial relief for partial disclosure. 1441 requires full and immediate compliance, and we must hold Iraq to its terms. We also heard this morning of an acceleration of Iraqi initiatives. I don't know if we should call these things initiatives. Whatever they are, Iraq's small steps are certainly not initiatives. They are not something that came forward willingly, freely from the Iraqis. They have been pulled out or have been pressed out by the possibility of military force, by the political will of the Security Council. They have been taken, these initiatives, if that's what some would choose to call them, only grudgingly, rarely unconditionally, and primarily under the threat of force. We are told that these actions do not constitute immediate cooperation, but that's exactly what is demanded by 1441. And even then, progress is often more apparent than real. I am pleased, very pleased, that some Al-Samud 2 missiles are now being broken up, although perhaps the process of breaking them up has now paused for a moment. And I know these are not toothpicks, but real missiles. But the problem was we don't know how many missiles there are, how many toothpicks there are. We don't know whether or not the infrastructure to make more has been identified and broken up. And we have evidence that shows that the infrastructure to make more missiles continues to remain within Iraq and has not yet been identified and destroyed. There is still much more to do, and frankly, it will not be possible to do that which we need to do unless we get the full and immediate kind of cooperation that 1441 and all previous resolutions demanded. The intent of the Iraqi regime to keep from turning over all of its weapons of mass destruction, seems to me, has not changed, and not to cooperate with the international community in the manner intended by 1441. If Iraq had made that strategic decision to disarm, cooperation would be voluntary, even enthusiastic, not coerced, not pressured. And that is a lesson we learned from South Africa and the Ukraine, where officials did everything possible to ensure complete cooperation with inspectors. I also listened to Dr. Al-Baradei's report with great interest. As we all know, in 1991, the IAEA was just days away from determining that Iraq did not have a nuclear program. We soon found out otherwise. IAEA is now reaching a similar conclusion, but we have to be very cautious. We have to make sure that we do keep the books open, as Dr. Al-Baradei said he would. There is dispute about some of these issues and about some of these specific items. Dr. Al-Baradei talked about the aluminum tubes that Iraq has tried to acquire over the years. But we also know that, notwithstanding the report today, that there is new information that is available to us, and I believe available to the IAEA, about a European country where Iraq was found shopping for these kinds of tubes, and that country has provided information to us, to IAEA, that the material properties and manufacturing tolerances required by Iraq are more exact by a factor of 50% or more than those usually specified for rocket motor casings. Its experts concluded that the tolerances and specifications Iraq was seeking cannot be justified for unguided rockets, and I'm very pleased that we will keep this issue open. I also welcome the compilation of outstanding issues that Dr. Blix and his staff have provided to some of us and will make available to all of us. UNMOVIC put together a solid piece of research that adds up, when one reads the entire 167 pages, adds up fact by chilling fact to a damning record of 12 years of lies, deception, and failure to come clean on the part of Iraq. This document is, in fact, a catalog of 12 years of abject failure, not by the inspectors, but by Iraq. We have looked carefully at the draft given to the UNMOVIC commissioners, and which will be available more widely after this meeting. And we found nearly 30 instances where Iraq refused to provide credible evidence substantiating its claims. We have counted 17 examples when the previous inspectors actually uncovered evidence contradicting Iraqi claims. We see instance after instance of Iraq lying to the previous inspectors and planting false evidence, activities which we believe are still ongoing. As you read this document, you can see page after page of how Iraq has obstructed the inspectors at nearly every turn over the years. Just by way of example, we've talked about the R-400 bombs. The report says that during the period 1992, Iraq changed its declaration on the quantity of bombs it had produced, changed the declaration several times. In 1992, it declared it had produced a total of 1,200 of these bombs, with the admission finally, after it was pulled out of them, of an offensive biological warfare program in 1995. This number was subsequently changed to a total of 1,550 such bombs. Given the lack of specific information from Iraq, UNSCOM could not calculate the total number of R-400 bombs that Iraq had produced for its programs. And so this report says it is proved impossible to verify the production and destruction details of R-400 bombs. UNMOVIC cannot discount the possibility that some CW and BW-filled R-400 bombs remain in Iraq. In this document, UNMOVIC says actions that Iraq could take to help resolve this question, present any remaining R-400 bombs and all relevant molds, provide more supporting documentation on production, inventory, relating to the R-400 and R-400A bombs it manufactured, provide further documentation explaining the coding system that it had used with the R-400 type bombs, including the coding assigned to specific CBW agents, provide credible evidence that the R-400 bomb production line stopped after September 1990. This is just one example of the kind of documentation you will all be seeing. The question that leaps out at you is that these are issues, these actions that Iraq is being asked to take, they could have taken many times over the preceding 12 years. We're not talking about immediately, we're talking about why hasn't it been done over the last 12 years? And how can we rely on assurances now in the presence of this solid record of lying and deceit over the years? These questions could easily have been cleared up in Iraq's December 7th declaration. There should not be these kinds of outstanding issues to work on, but there are, and we will all examine them carefully. The point is that this document conclusively shows that Iraq had and still has the capability to manufacture these kinds of weapons. That Iraq had and still has the capability to manufacture not only chemical but biological weapons, and that Iraq had and still has literally tens of thousands of delivery systems, including increasingly capable and dangerous unmanned aerial vehicles. These are not new questions being presented for our consideration. These are old questions that have not been resolved and could have been resolved in December with a declaration, or could have been fully resolved over the last 4 months if Iraq had come forward and do what 1441 wanted it to do. In his report this morning, Dr. Blix remarked on the paucity of information on Iraq's programs since 1998. We've all been working hard to fill that gap, but Iraq is the one who could fill that gap if it was truly complying with 1441. It would be inundating the inspectors with new information, not holding it back begrudgingly. The draft we reviewed today in preparation for this meeting was 167 pages long. If Iraq were genuinely committed to disarmament, Dr. Blix's document would not be 167 pages of issues and questions. It would be thousands upon thousands of pages of answers about anthrax, about VX, about sarin, about unmanned aerial vehicles. It would set out in detail all of Iraq's prohibited programs. Then and only then could the inspectors really do the credible job they need to do of verification, destruction, and monitoring. We've been down this road before. March 1998, Saddam Hussein was also faced with a threat of military action. He responded with promises to provide inspectors at that time with immediate, unconditional, and unrestricted access. The then chief inspector reported to this council a new spirit of cooperation, along with this hope that the inspectors could move very quickly to verify Iraq's disarmament. We know what happened to that hope. There was no progress in disarmament, and 9 months later, the inspectors found it necessary to withdraw. I regret that not much has changed. Iraq's current behavior, like the behavior chronicled in Dr. Blix's document, reveals its strategic decision to continue to delay, to deceive, to try to throw us off the trail, to make it more difficult to hope that the will of the international community will be fractured, that we will go off in different directions, that we will get bored with the task, that we will remove the pressure, we will remove the force, and we know what has happened when that has been done in the past. We know that the Iraqis still are not volunteering information, and then when they do, what they are giving is often partial and misleading. We know that when confronted with facts, the Iraqis still are changing their story to explain those facts, but not enough to give us the truth. So has the strategic decision been made to disarm Iraq of its weapons of mass destruction by the leadership in Baghdad? My judgment, I think our judgment has to be clearly not. And this is now the reality we, the Council, must deal with. Security Council membership carries heavy responsibility. Responsibility to the community of nations to take the hard decisions on tough issues, such as the one we are facing today. Last November, this Council stepped up to its responsibilities. We must not walk away. We must not find ourselves here this coming November with the pressure removed and with Iraq once again marching down the merry path to weapons of mass destruction, threatening the region, threatening the world. If we fail to meet our responsibilities, the credibility of this Council and its ability to deal with all the critical challenges we face will suffer. As we sit here, let us not forget the horrors still going on in Iraq. Let us spare a moment to remember the suffering Iraqi people whose treasure is spent on these kinds of programs and not for their own benefit, people who are being beaten, brutalized, and robbed by Saddam and his regime. Colleagues, now is the time for the Council to send a clear message to Saddam that we have not been taken in by his transparent tactics. Nobody wants war, but it is clear that the limited progress we have seen, the process changes we have seen, the slight substantive changes we have seen, come from the presence of a large military force, nations who are willing to put their young men and women in harm's way in order to rid the world of these dangerous weapons. It doesn't come simply from resolutions. It doesn't come simply from inspectors. It comes from the will of this Council, the unified political will of this Council, and the willingness to use force if it comes to that, to make sure that we achieve the disarmament of Iraq. Now is the time for the Council to tell Saddam that the clock has not been stopped by his stratagems and his machinations. We believe that the resolution that has been put forward for action by this Council is appropriate, and in the very near future, we should bring it before this Council for a vote. The clock continues to tick, and the consequences of Saddam Hussein's continued refusal to disarm will be very, very real. Thank you.
Je remercie le secrétaire d'État des États-Unis d'Amérique pour sa déclaration et pour ses encouragements à notre endroit. Je donne à présent la parole au distingué ministre des Affaires étrangères de la Fédération de Russie, Son Excellence, M. Igor Ivanov. Je vous donne la parole, Monsieur le ministre.
You have the floor, Mr. Minister.
Уважаемый господин председатель,
Mr. President,
уважаемый господин генеральный секретарь,
Mr. Secretary General,
уважаемые коллеги.
distinguished colleagues,
Иракская проблема носит
the Iraq problem
многогранный характер.
has many aspects to it.
С одной стороны, мы
On the
видим
one
то,
hand,
что
we all
необходимо
agree
добиться
that we
полного
must achieve
эффективного разоружения
full
Ирака в
and
соответствии
effective disarmament of Iraq
с резолюцией
in
1441
accordance with United Nations Security Council Resolution 1441.
С другой,
On the other hand,
совершенно очевидно,
it is
что от того,
quite
каким
clear
путем мы будем
that the way in
решать
which
эту
we
проблему,
resolve this problem
зависит не только
will
будущее
determine not just the future of Iraq.
По сути, мы сейчас
In essence,
закладываем
we are
основы
now laying the foundations for ensuring peace and security in our time.
Именно в этом
Herein
состоит особая
lies
ответственность нынешнего
the special
момента и
responsibility
того
we have at the
выбора,
moment
который нам предстоит сделать.
and the choice which we will have to make.
Если нам удастся
If we
совместными
succeed through our joint
разрешить
efforts
иракский кризис,
at resolving the Iraq crisis pursuant to the United Nations Charter, this, of course, will have a positive effect on our efforts at settling other conflicts.
а главное,
And, most importantly, it will become an important step
и
towards
безопасным
a new,
миропорядку.
just, and secure world order.
Вот почему Россия
This is why Russia has consistently and unswervingly been striving to resolve the Iraq problem on the basis of international law and United Nations Security Council resolutions.
И сегодня
And
имеется
today,
больше,
we
чем
have,
когда-либо
more than
оснований
ever before,
говорить о том,
grounds for
что это
stating
не только реально,
that this is not only the real, but the most reliable way.
представленный господином Бликсом доклад
The report submitted by Mr. Blix demonstrates that thanks to our common energetic work, thanks to the pressure which has been brought to bear on Baghdad from all sides, including through a buildup of military presence, we have been able to achieve essential progress in implementation of Resolution 1441. Let us take a look at the facts. In Iraq, there has been introduced and there is underway an enhanced inspections regime. The international inspectors are being given immediate, unimpeded, unconditional, unrestricted access to any sites. During the course of the inspections, active use is being made of helicopters and aircraft, and this is also for aerial surveillance purposes. On the whole, the level of cooperation of the Iraqi authorities with the inspectors is thoroughly different from the practice we saw under the previous United Nations Special Commission. Mr. Blix and Mr. El-Baradei have pointed out repeatedly, and this includes in their latest reports, problems in conducting interviews with Iraqi specialists. We agree with the view that the Iraqi leadership must more energetically encourage its citizens to take part in these interviews without minders. Judging from the latest reports, such interviews are gradually beginning to become the norm. During the process of the inspections, qualitatively, new changes have taken place in carrying out concrete tasks. Qualitative changes. I repeat, for the first time in many years in Iraq, there is a process of real disarmament underway. Weapons banned by Security Council resolutions are being eliminated. These are the Al-Samud II missiles, which were officially declared by the Iraqi side and are now being destroyed under UNMAVIC's supervision. These are the discovered 120-millimeter shells, which can carry poisonous chemical substances. The Iraqis have transmitted to the inspectors for analysis fragments of more than 100 R-400 aerial bombs. The experts are working on the possibility of analyzing ground soil in areas where the VX gas and anthrax growth media have been destroyed. Baghdad has transmitted to the inspectors some dozens of new documents which are now being analyzed. I repeat, all of these are facts, and these are true facts which show that the process of the activities of the inspectors is developing. In principle, we agree with the view of Mr. Blix that if the latest positive steps taken by Baghdad had been undertaken earlier, then the results right now would be more convincing. But it is important that these steps have been taken, and as the leader of UNMAVIC and the leader of IAEA have pointed out, they open up the way to solving remaining problems. I would like to emphasize once again, they open up the way to resolving remaining problems. This is important in principle. Furthermore, I would like to draw your attention to yet another aspect, which Mr. Blix highlighted, and that is a long-term monitoring for the non-production of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. This is yet another important safety machinery which safeguards that Iraq will not produce weapons of mass destruction in future either. In this connection, the question arises, is it now reasonable to halt the inspections and in that way eliminate the momentum gained in the process of Iraq's disarmament? Let us take another look. What is really in the genuine interests of the world community? continuing the albeit difficult but clearly fruitful results of the inspector's work, or resorting to force, which inevitably will result in enormous loss of life and is fraught with serious and unpredictable consequences for regional and international stability. It is our deep conviction that the possibilities for disarming Iraq through political means do exist, and they really exist, and this cannot but be acknowledged. Now we need not new Security Council resolutions. We have enough of those. We need now active support of the inspectors in carrying out their tasks. Russia is firmly in favor of continuing and strengthening the inspection's activities and making them more focused in nature. This goal would be furthered by the speedy, in the days to come, submission for approval by the United Nations Security Council of an UNMOVIC program of work, with the inclusion in it of a list of key remaining disarmament tasks. Such tasks should be formulated with the utmost clarity and should be realizable. This would enable us objectively to evaluate the level of cooperation of Iraq and, most importantly, to provide an exhaustive answer to all the remaining open questions on banned Iraqi military programs. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, of course, we all face a difficult choice. Hardly anyone from among us could claim to be in possession of the absolute truth. Therefore, it is quite natural that during the course of our discussion, different points of view be expressed. But such differences should not lead to a rift among us. We are all standing on the same side of the barricade. We all share common values. And only acting in solidarity can we effectively face up to new global threats and challenges. We are certain that the United Nations Security Council must emerge from the Iraq crisis not weakened and divided, but united and strong. And Russia will work further towards that goal. Thank you, sir.
Je remercie le ministre des Affaires étrangères de la Fédération de Russie pour sa
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Russia for his statement and for his kind words addressed to me. I now give the floor to the distinguished Minister for Foreign Affairs of France, His Excellency Mr. Dominique Galuzzo de Villepin. You have the floor, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen,
Messieurs les ambassadeurs,
ministers, distinguished ambassadors, I would like to begin by telling you how pleased France is and how pleased I am that on this decisive day, the presidency of the Security Council is held by Guinea, by an African. I would like to thank Mr. Blix and Mr. El Baradei for the presentation they have just given us. Their reports testify to regular progress in the disarmament of Iraq. And what have the inspectors told us? That for a month, Iraq has been actively cooperating with them. That substantial progress has been made in the area of ballistics, with the progressive destruction of Al-Samud 2 missiles and their equipment. That new prospects are opening up with the recent questioning of several scientists. Significant evidence of real disarmament has now been observed, and that is indeed the key to Resolution 1441. Therefore, I would like solemnly to address a question to this body, and it's the very same question being asked by people all over the world. Why should we now engage in war with Iraq? And I would also like to ask, why smash the instruments that have just proven their effectiveness? Why choose division when our unity and our resolve are leading Iraq to get rid of its weapons of mass destruction? Why should we wish to proceed by force at any price when we can succeed peacefully? War is always an acknowledgement of failure. Let us not resign ourselves to the irreparable. Before making our choice, let us weigh the consequences. Let us measure the effects of our decisions. It is clear to all, in Iraq, we are resolutely moving towards completely eliminating programs of weapons of mass destruction. The method that we have chosen works. The information supplied by Baghdad has been verified by the inspectors and is leading to the elimination of banned ballistic equipment. We must proceed the same way with all the other programs, with information, verification, and destruction. We already have useful information in the biological and chemical domains. In response to the inspectors' questions, Iraq must give us further information in timely fashion, so that we may obtain the most precise knowledge possible about any existing inventories or programs. On the basis of that information, we will destroy all the components that are discovered, as we've done for the missiles, and will determine the truth of the matter. With regard to nuclear weapons, Mr. El-Baradei's statements confirm that we're approaching the time when the IAEA will be able to certify the dismantlement of the Iraq program. What conclusions can we draw? That Iraq, according to the very terms used by the inspectors, represents less of a danger to the world than it did in 1991. That we can achieve our objective of effectively disarming that country. Let us keep the pressure on Baghdad. The adoption of Resolution 1441, the assumption of converging positions by the vast majority of the world's nations, diplomatic action by the Organization of African Unity, the League of Arab States, the Organization of the Islamic Conference, and the Non-Aligned Movement, all of these common efforts are bearing fruit. The American and British military presence in the region lends support to our collective resolve. We all recognize the effectiveness of this pressure on the part of the international community, and we must use it to go through with our objective of disarmament through inspections. As the European Union noted, these inspections cannot continue indefinitely. The pace must therefore be stepped up. That is why France wants to make 3 proposals today. First, let us ask the inspectors to establish a hierarchy of tasks for disarmament and, on that basis, to present us as quickly as possible with the work program provided for by Resolution 1284. We need to know immediately which priority issues could constitute the key disarmament tasks to be carried out by Iraq. Secondly, we propose that the inspectors give us a progress report every 3 weeks. This will make the Iraqi authorities understand that in no case may they interrupt their efforts. And finally, let us establish a schedule for assessing the implementation of the work program. Resolution 1284 provides for a time frame of 120 days. We are willing to shorten it if the inspectors consider it feasible. The military agenda must not dictate the calendar of inspections. We agree to timetables and to an accelerated calendar, but we cannot accept an ultimatum as long as the inspectors are reporting cooperation. That would mean war. That would lead the Security Council to relinquish its responsibility by imposing a deadline of only a few days. Would we merely be seeking a pretext for war? As a permanent member of the Security Council, I will say it again, France will not allow a resolution to pass that authorizes the automatic use of force. Let us consider the anguish and the expectations of people all over the world, in all our countries, from Cairo to Rio, from Algiers to Pretoria, from Rome to Jakarta. Indeed, the stakes go beyond the fate of Iraq alone. Let us be clear-sighted. We are defining a method to resolve crisis. We are choosing how to define the world we want our children to live in. This is true in the case of North Korea, in the case of Southern Asia, where we have not yet found the path towards a lasting resolution of disputes. It is true in the case of the Mideast. Can we continue to wait while acts of violence multiply? These crises have many roots. They are political, religious, economic. Their origins lie deep in the turmoil of history. There may be some who believe that these problems can be resolved by force, thereby creating a new order. But this is not what France believes. On the contrary, we believe that the use of force can arouse resentment and hatred, fuel a clash of identities and of cultures, something that our generation has a prime responsibility to avoid. To those who believe that war would be the quickest way of disarming Iraq, I can reply that it will drive wedges and create wounds that will be long in healing. And how many victims will it cause? How many families will grieve? We do not subscribe to what may be the other objectives of a war. Is it a matter of regime change in Baghdad? No one underestimates the cruelty of this dictatorship, or the need to do everything possible to promote human rights. But this is not the objective of Resolution 1441. And force is certainly not the best way of bringing about democracy. Here and elsewhere, it would encourage dangerous instability. Is it a matter of fighting terrorism? War would only increase it, and we would then be faced with a new wave of violence. Let us beware of playing into the hands of those who do want a clash of civilizations or a clash of religions. Is it finally a matter of recasting the political landscape of the Middle East? In that case, we run the risk of exacerbating tensions in a region already marked by great instability. Not to mention that in Iraq itself, the large number of communities and religions already represents a danger of a potential breakup. We all have the same demands. We want more security and more democracy. But there is another logic other than the logic of force. There is another path. There are other solutions. We understand the profound sense of insecurity with which the American people have been living since the tragedy of September 11, 2001. The entire world shared the sorrow of New York and of America struck in the heart. And I say this in the name of our friendship for the American people, in the name of our common values, freedom, justice, tolerance. But there is nothing today to indicate a link between the Iraqi regime and al-Qaeda. And will the world be a safer place after a military intervention in Iraq? I want to tell you what my country's conviction is. It will not. 4 months ago, we unanimously adopted a system of inspections to eliminate the threat of potential weapons of mass destruction and to guarantee our security. Today, we cannot accept, without contradicting ourselves, a conflict that might well weaken it. Yes, we also want more democracy in the world. But we can only achieve this objective within the framework of a true global democracy based on respect, sharing, the awareness of a true community of values and a common destiny. And its core is the United Nations. Let us make no mistake. In the face of multiple and complex threats, there is no single response. But there is a single necessity. We must remain united. Today, we must together invent a new future for the Middle East, Let us not forget the immense hope created by the efforts of the Madrid Conference and the Oslo Agreement. Let us not forget that the Mideast crisis represents our greatest challenge in terms of security and justice. For us, the Middle East, like Iraq, represents a priority commitment. And this calls for even greater ambition and boldness. We should envision a region transformed through peace, civilizations that, through the courage of reaching out to each other, rediscover their self-confidence and an international prestige equal to their long history and their aspirations. Mr. President, in a few days, we must solemnly fulfill our responsibility through a vote. We will be facing an essential choice. Disarming Iraq through war or through peace. And this crucial choice implies others. It implies the international community's ability to resolve current or future crises. It implies a vision of the world, a concept of the role of the United Nations. France therefore believes that to make this choice, to make it in good conscience, in this forum of international democracy, before our peoples and before the world, the heads of state and government must meet again here in New York at the Security Council. This is in everyone's interest. We must rediscover the fundamental vocation of the United Nations, which is to allow each of its members to assume its responsibilities in the face of the Iraqi crisis, but also to seize together the destiny of a world in crisis, and thus to recreate the conditions for our future unity. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of France for his statement and for the kind words addressed to my country and to Africa. I now call on the distinguished Minister for Foreign Affairs of China, His Excellency, Mr. Tang Jiangjuan.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Guinea on its assumption of the presidency of the Council for this month. I'd also like to congratulate the Foreign Minister of Germany for his outstanding work during his presidency last month. I'd also like to thank Mr. Blix and Mr. El-Baradei for their briefings and for the tremendous efforts they have made to fulfill the mandate given by the Security Council. Mr. President, 4 months ago, in this chamber, the Council unanimously adopted Resolution 1441 in the spirit of unity and cooperation. The adoption of that resolution fully manifested the determination of the Council to destroy the WMD possessed by Iraq and truly reflected the desire of the international community for a political settlement of the Iraqi issue. It is precisely for this reason that the resolution has been widely welcomed and supported by all countries the world over. Undoubtedly, it is an arduous task for us to ensure the implementation of the relevant Council resolutions and the full and comprehensive destruction of Iraq's WMD. However, it is gratifying to note that much progress has been made in the weapons inspections, thanks to the unremitting efforts of UNMOVIC and IAEA. Judging from the reports of the two inspection bodies today, Resolution 1441 has been implemented smoothly on the whole, with progress made and results achieved. It is true that there also exist problems and difficulties in the inspection process. This is exactly why it is highly necessary to continue the inspections. We believe that as long as we stick to the road of political settlement, the goal of destroying Iraq's WMD could still be achieved. Resolution 1441 was a hard-won result. Given the current situation, we need resolve and determination, and more importantly, patience and wisdom. For that purpose, the Council on peace and development in the Gulf region and the world at large. With a view to finding a solution to that issue, we must take into full account the shared interests of all nations and the long-term interests of human development. After entering the 21st century, peace and development still remain the major themes of our times. All countries in the world, faced with the common task of maintaining peace and achieving development and prosperity, desperately need a stable and peaceful international environment. Among all things in the universe, human beings are of paramount importance, and peace is the most precious. Over the past months, right here in this hall, we have heard many times from many UN member states their strong appeals for resolving the Iraqi issue politically. Outside this hall, we have also heard justified cries of peace, not war, from peoples of many countries. The power of the Security Council derives from all the UN member states and from people of all nations. We have no reason to remain indifferent to those strong demands and outcries. In order to be responsible for history and to safeguard the common interests of all peoples in the world, the Chinese government strongly appeals to the Security Council to take up its responsibility and to do all it can to avoid war and to maintain its efforts for a political settlement. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of China for his statement and for the kind words addressed to my country. I now call on the distinguished Minister for Foreign Affairs of Chile, Her Excellency, Ms. Soledad Alvear Valenzuela. You have the floor, Madam.
Señor Presidente, señor Secretario
Mr.
General,
President, Mr. Secretary General,
ministros de Relaciones Exteriores,
Ministers of Foreign Affairs,
señores embajadores.
Ambassadors.
Partir también felicitando
I would also like to start by congratulating Guinea, our president, this month, a time when momentous decisions are to be taken. And I would also like to congratulate Germany on its brilliant handling of our affairs last month. Chile is attending this meeting of the Council to hear once again the reports of the United Nations Monetary Verification and Inspection Commission and the International Atomic Energy Agency. We have a positive frame of mind despite the critical nature of this moment. We are convinced that in this body we must arrive at an agreement as to the way of demanding that Iraq effectively disarm. We are all united by the common will to responsibly apply the principles that the Charter imposes on this forum. And I would like to thank Mr. Blix and Albaradei for their presentations on the inspections carried out by UNMOVIC and IAEA. Their report contains a detailed account of the work of inspection and verification carried out in the various areas, and it is a contribution that we value highly in assessing Iraq's degree of compliance with Resolution 1441, our task today. The two reports enable us to infer that Iraq's attitude of collaboration, even at this late stage in the multilateral process, is insufficient. If we compare it with the categorical language in Resolution 1441 and the feeling of urgency that underlies it, we can only conclude that its collaboration is not full, and this fact deeply preoccupies my country. The signs of progress in specific areas, which have been reported in recent reports, such as the destruction of the Al-Samud 2 missiles, while they constitute important steps, still do not detract from the general conclusion. Chile reaffirms the need to achieve immediate, full, and effective disarmament of Iraq. And we reiterate our urgent appeal to Iraq to actively and unconditionally cooperate with the inspectors in keeping with the relevant resolutions of the Council. At this stage of our deliberations, I would like to restate the guiding principles of our foreign policy, on which the position of Chile is based in respect of the Iraqi crisis. Multilateralism is a permanent interest of Chile. Multilateral diplomacy prevails, as has been pointed out here, and this Council is the competent body to handle matters of international peace and security. We would like to reaffirm the central position of the United Nations and the Security Council in this process. Their resolutions must be complied with fully. And such compliance is indispensable to the credibility of the United Nations and for the decisions of this principal organ to prevail. We promote a solution in keeping with international law and with the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter. This is the only source of legitimacy for our collective agreements and decisions. We emphasize the need there is to adopt collective measures to prevent and eliminate threats to peace. We actively search for every possible way of arriving at a peaceful solution. This is a principle that we have historically upheld, and we are determined to continue working to achieve it. We are facing a critical moment. As persons responsible for building an agreement, in recent months, Chile has made every effort to contribute to an agreed decision that would bring about the peaceful disarmament of Iraq. And this is why we appealed to the 5 permanent members. And on that basis, Chile has endeavored to find a point of convergence among different positions. To this end, we have advocated the continuation of rigorous inspections, and we have said that they should be limited in time. This is in order to meet the sense of urgency that prevails in Resolution 1441. We have also pointed out that the use of force contemplated in Chapter 7 can only be invoked once every other peaceful means of disarming Iraq has been exhausted. In recent days, we have noted a greater degree of flexibility that has lessened the rigidity formerly observed at the beginning of the process in the Council, which was characterized by an insufficient readiness to dialogue and reconcile differences and open ways to understand and negotiate with each other. Chile has insistently advocated in this forum, as well as in its consultations with permanent and elected members of the Council, that its conviction is, through unity and collective responsibility, an agreement can be reached. The statements we have heard lead us to believe that a solution that reconciles the yearning for peace and for disarmament is still possible. We are convinced that this last opportunity for peace passes through strengthening inspections in Iraq with clear deadlines and concrete demands in keeping with the sense of urgency in Resolution 1441. The Iraqi regime, which has exposed its own people to great suffering, has the political and moral responsibility to achieve total disarmament. Chile would like to restate its aspiration and vocation to peace. The government and people of my country aspire to finding a solution of this crisis that will be consonant with that vocation in the context of the United Nations, the organization that we participated in founding in 1945. We are convinced that every single member of this council will do everything he or she can to act in keeping with what humanity expects of us.
I thank the distinguished minister for her kind words addressed to my country. And I now give the floor to the distinguished Minister for Foreign Affairs of Spain, Her Excellency Ms. Ana Palacio. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished ministers, ambassadors, allow me to start by joining those who have expressed their gratification at seeing Guinea, and with Guinea, Africa, presiding over the Council at this crucial time for peace and security. On behalf of Spain, I wish you a very successful and effective conduct of our activities. And I would also like to highlight the excellent work accomplished in a very complex period of time by Germany. Mr. President, on 14 February, I began my statement by pointing out that, along with millions of citizens of the world, there was one single phrase I had hoped to hear in the inspector's report, and that was that Saddam Hussein was fully, unconditionally, and actively complying with Resolution 1441. But I didn't hear it on that day. And I haven't heard it today either. Gentlemen, today I also have the feeling that we run the risk of not seeing the forest for the trees. The concrete progress achieved by the inspectors in their commendable work, to which I pay tribute on behalf of Spain, and the gestures made by Saddam Hussein are distracting us from the objective defined by the international community 12 years ago, which was the complete disarmament of the Iraqi regime. Gentlemen, we have been marking time for 12 years, and I have two questions to put to us that I think are fundamental for us all. Are we discharging our obligations as members of the Security Council? And what message are we sending to the world? Because according to the Charter of the United Nations, the mission of the Security Council is to maintain international peace and security, to identify when they are threatened, and to define action that must be adopted in that case. And I can only say that the threat remains. And Saddam has still not complied with the resolutions of this Council. And all of this 12 years after the adoption of Resolution 687 and 4 months after the adoption of 1441, which, if you remember, was the final opportunity. So 12 years later, the scenario is still the same as 1991. 12 years later, the main actor is still the same, Saddam Hussein. 12 years later, the threat remains the same, his weapons of mass destruction. 12 years later, his attitude is identical, a profound contempt for international law and a clear intention to divide us. 12 years later, his strategy remains the same, to fool us. So how much longer? How much time does it take to take the strategic decision of fully, actively, and unconditionally collaborating? I'm afraid that this is a question, the reply to which everyone knows, but many prefer to ignore. Mr. President, instead of sending a clear-cut and cohesive message, this Council runs the risk of becoming a media platform to showcase our differences and make our work even harder. Mr. President, by means of a continuous and systematic misrepresentation of the facts, Saddam is achieving something extraordinarily dangerous. He has managed, for many, to identify the Security Council, supposed to guarantee international legality, with the role of the aggressor, while he looks as the victim. He has also divided the international community, as the Mexican minister said a moment ago. He has also managed to reverse the burden of proof, shifting a responsibility that is his alone onto our shoulders. Now, how have we managed to arrive at a situation in which a dictator who has provoked wars, invaded countries, gassed his own population, trampled every possible human right, and flouted the law for 12 years, is now placing in jeopardy the credibility of the Council? My second question, as I said, is what is our message? Because it's impossible not to realize that only maximum pressure or credible threat of force has any type of impression on the Iraqi regime. And this is the underlying logic of Resolution 41 and the presentation of the draft resolution sponsored by the USA, the United Kingdom, and Spain, which will soon be introduced to the Council. I welcome and I appreciate the process and progress that has been achieved according to the inspectors, and in particular the destruction of the Al-Samud missiles. But all of a sudden, as if by magic, or is it the 300,000 soldiers in the area, that we find proof of existence of arms of mass destruction that we've been denied hitherto, or the existence of missiles that are banned according to
This station is testing the Connecticut Emergency Alert System. If this had been an actual emergency, the attention signal you just heard would have been followed by official information. This concludes this test.
Should send. First, that we will not tolerate any more of Saddam's gains. He did not comply in 1991, he fooled UNSCOM in 95, he remained inspection-free for almost 4 years, and now when Resolution 1441 points out that it's the final opportunity, he is once again trying to prevent it from being applied. This council also has to say that neither through action or failure to act can we encourage any of those who possess weapons of mass destruction and feel that they can violate systematically international law with impunity. The Council is very aware that the looming threat is more serious than ever.
This station is testing the Connecticut Emergency Alert System. If this had been an actual emergency, the attention signal you just heard would have been followed by official information. This concludes this test.
Containing Iraq, but for Iraq to disarm, to abandon its weapons of mass destruction, in particular chemical and bacteriological weapons, and that this must be done peacefully, for which full Iraqi collaboration is indispensable, and if it is lacking, Iraq alone will be responsible for the consequences. Finally, what must be made abundantly clear is that we must take upon ourselves the responsibility to give a response and to solve this situation for the sake of the world. Mr. President, disarming Iraq is not a matter of more inspectors or more time. This, to paraphrase a French thinker, is merely the strategy of impotence. Because in terms of nuclear materials and missiles, we can contemplate a possibility of achieving results even if the regime is not willing to disarm, even if it does not proactively collaborate. But this cannot be said about chemical and bacteriological weapons, and we know that. It is particularly in those areas of disarmament that disarmament can only be achieved if there is a political will on the part of the Iraqi regime. And the inspectors will naturally have to continue for the time that is necessary and with the means that are necessary. But it will
We're going to briefly cut away from the Spanish foreign minister making her remarks before the Security Council right now. Up next, Jack Straw, the British Foreign Secretary. In the meantime, I want to check in with Christiane Amanpour about something the Foreign Minister of France had to say about 20 minutes ago when he made it very clear, although he did not use the word veto, that he would not, or France would not, allow a resolution to pass that would authorize the use of force. Let's check in with Christiane for a quick reaction to that. Christiane?
Mr. President, it is not us.
Completely
it is
unbelievable.
The Saddam.
We're unfortunately having a little problem with that connection. We're going to go back to Ana Palacio, the Spanish foreign minister.
It is those like Saddam Hussein who use chemical weapons. It is those like Saddam Hussein who destroy entire families, towns, nations. It is not the Security Council who is responsible. We are seeking international peace and security. Because, Mr. President, we all want peace. But we want a peace that is safe, that guarantees that the arms will not be used by Iraq, and that these weapons will not fall in the hands of terrorist groups that could use them to their own ends. Otherwise, gentlemen, we are harboring false hopes. We are looking for arrangements that will only seriously impair the credibility and effectiveness of this council, and, even worse, will jeopardize the international peace and stability that we all yearn for. Thank you. Thank you, Madam, for your statement and for your kind words addressed to my country and to Africa, and also for your encouragement. I now give the floor to the distinguished Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the Right Honourable Jack Straw. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. President, I'd like to begin by congratulating you on your assumption of the presidency, by wishing you well at a very important moment, and also to echo and underline the thanks which you so generously gave to Vice-Chancellor Joschka Fischer and Ambassador Günter Plöger for the excellent way in which they chaired the Security Council during the month of February. I would also like to thank Dr. El-Baradei and Dr. Blix for their reports, and to place on record my government's appreciation for their work and the work in very difficult circumstances of all the staff of the IAEA and of UNMAVIC. Mr. President, I've listened with very great care to what my colleagues speaking before me have said. We are all agreed that Iraq must be fully disarmed of weapons of mass destruction, and that Iraq's failure to cooperate immediately, unconditionally, and actively with the inspectors has to be dealt with. As we negotiated 1441, the evidence was there for all of us to see that Iraq had been and remained in material breach. And we, all 15 members, voted to give the Iraqi regime a final opportunity to comply with its obligations. And the first question, therefore, before this Council is, has Iraq taken this final opportunity to disarm? And I've been very struck, listened with care to all the speeches, and of course people have different points of view. But nobody, not one minister before this Council, in my hearing, has said that Iraq is now fully, actively, and immediately in compliance with 1441. They have not so far taken this final opportunity. If anybody in this chamber or outside has any doubt about that conclusion, then I do commend to members this so-called clusters report, the outstanding issues concerning Iraq's prescribed weapons program, which as a member of the commission behind UNMAVIC, I've already had the privilege of reading. And I have read, as Dr. Blix knows, all 167 pages of that report in every particular. It's a very painstaking piece of work. I thank Dr. Blix for publishing it, but it's also a chilling read about the failure of Iraq to comply with successive resolutions of this Council over each day of the past 12 years. And there's not been active cooperation in the areas which matter. UNMAVIC, because of that, have not been able to resolve any substantive issues outstanding from 1998. As we all know, point to which I shall return shortly, Iraq refused to admit inspectors for 3 years after Resolution 1284 was passed, only agreeing to them under the threat of enforcement action and in an attempt to frustrate 1441. And Iraq has dragged its feet on as many elements of procedural and substantive cooperation as possible. Could I, Mr. President, just draw attention to just one aspect which is often overlooked? Dr. Blix referred to the fact that Iraq has recently informed us that following the adoption of a presidential decree prohibiting private individuals and mixed companies from engaging in work related to weapons of mass destruction, further legislation on this subject is to be enacted. No one should be taken in by this as a concession. Iraq was ordered, I have the instruction here from this Council, on the 2nd of October 1991 to enact legislation which, in conformity with international law, shall do precisely what they are now saying they intend to do. And what is more, what they have so far done does not cover the operations of the state, only private individuals and mixed companies. So 12 years on, 12 years after the world saw that Iraq had developed under the world's noses weapons of mass destruction and delivery systems, nuclear systems, biological systems, chemical systems, Iraq is still refusing to pass a law saying that such activity by members of state government authorities is illegal. This is not something for which they needed a search. It's not something for which they needed the assistance of inspectors or ground-penetrating radar. It's something they could and should have done back in October 1991, and notwithstanding all the pressure, they are still refusing to do. And then we come on to the issue of interviews. As Dr. Blix and Dr. El-Baradei have reported, Iraq has done everything possible to prevent unrestricted, unrecorded interviews. There have now been 12 private interviews between UNSCOM and the IAEA against UNMOVIC and the IAEA against an UNSCOM list of 3,500 people previously associated with weapons of mass destruction programs. And we know for a fact that all of these 12 and all prospective interviewees have been threatened and intimidated by the Iraqi regime beforehand and told that their exchanges were being recorded. If they weren't being recorded by bugs and tape recorders the interviewees were told to take into the meetings. They were told that they were going to be recorded in any event by bugs placed in the walls of the recording halls. And I understand that scientists most likely to have the most incriminating evidence have been locked away by the Iraqi security services. There have been no interviews in the safe havens outside Iraq, not one. And the restrictions placed on the interviewees is itself the most incriminating evidence that Saddam has something to hide. The Al Samoud 2 episode further confirms Iraq's familiar tactics. Iraq underdeclared the number of missile engines it illegally imported. It declared 131 engines, but imported 380. Iraq also falsely declared that the missile had a maximum range of 150 kilometers when it was designed to fly. This is not an accident. It was designed to fly considerably in excess of that. And we know that Iraq's agreement to the destruction process, necessary as it is a calculation that it can satisfy the Council with a partial response in one only of the 29 categories of unresolved disarmament questions. Now, I have to say, Mr. President, and with all respect to good colleagues, that it defies experience that to continue inspections with no firm end date, as I believe has been suggested in the French, German and Russian memorandum, will achieve complete disarmament. Unless, as the memorandum acknowledges, Iraq's full and active cooperation is immediately forthcoming. And the memorandum is not even a formula for containment, given Iraq's proven ability to exploit the existing sanctions regime to continue to develop weapons of mass destruction. We knew nothing about the missile engines. We knew nothing about the rest of this, imported under our noses in breach of the sanctions regime until we passed 1441. And to find a peaceful solution to the current crisis, Mr. President, the Council must not retreat from the demands it set out clearly in 1441. What we need is an irreversible and strategic decision by Iraq to disarm, a strategic decision by Iraq to yield to the inspectors all of its weapons of mass destruction and all relevant information which he could and should have provided at any time in the last 12 years. A strategic decision like that taken by South Africa when it decided freely to abandon its secret nuclear program. Mr. President, I greatly welcome the progress which the inspectors have today reported. My earnest wish, and that of my government, has all along been to achieve the disarmament of Iraq's weapons of mass destruction, if humanly possible, by peaceful means. But to achieve that, we have to recognize that the progress which has been reported represents only the tip of a very large iceberg of huge unfinished business required of Iraq. And just as I welcome the progress which we have heard, I say to the Council that there are very serious lessons for us from what has been reported. Let us consider what has changed. Why has there been this sudden bout of activity when there was no progress at all for weeks before that, where for months and for years before that, Saddam Hussein was rearming under our noses? Now, it isn't our policy which has changed, not international law which has changed. There has been from the beginning the clearest instructions to Saddam to disarm. No, what has changed is one thing and one thing only: the pressure on the regime. Dr. Blix said in his opening remarks that what's changed may well be due to strong outside pressure. That's absolutely right. In his remarks, Dominique de Villepin said that and described a lot of diplomatic pressure by the non-aligned movement, by the European Union, by the Arab League, and by many others. And I greatly welcome all of that diplomatic pressure. Dominique went on to say, and the United States and United Kingdom forces lend support to that pressure. With respect to you, my good friend, I think it's the other way around. I really do. What has happened? All that pressure was there for every day of 12 years. In Dr. Blix's carefully chosen words, the strong outside pressure is, and let us be blunt about this, the presence of over 200,000 United States and United Kingdom young men and young women willing to put their lives on the line for the sake of this body, the United Nations. Dominic also said the choice before us was disarmament by peace or disarmament by war. Dominic, that's a false choice. I wish that it were that easy, because we wouldn't be having to have this discussion. We could all put up our hands for disarmament by peace and go home. The paradox we face is that the only way we are going to achieve disarmament by peace of a rogue regime which all of us know has been in defiance of this Council for the past 12 years. The only way we can achieve their disarmament of their weapons of mass destruction, which this Council has said poses a threat to international peace and security, is by backing our diplomacy with the credible threat of force. I wish we lived in a different world where this was not necessary, but sadly we live in that world. And the choice, Dominique, is not ours as to how this disarmament takes place. The choice is Saddam Hussein's. It's his choice. It's his choice. Would that it were ours, because it would be so easy, but sadly it is not. And there is only one possible sensible conclusion that we can draw. We have to increase the pressure on Saddam Hussein. We have to put this man to the test. He's shown this week he doesn't need more time to comply. He can act with astonishing speed when he chooses to. What's more, he knows exactly what has to be done. He knows this because he's the originator of all this, of the information. The Iraqis don't need a Dr. Hans Blix and all his staff to produce 167 pages of forensic questions. They have the answer book already. Look how fast they acted to produce 13,000 pages of a declaration, albeit much of that was irrelevant. Mr. President, it may take time to fabricate further falsehoods, but the truth takes only seconds to tell. And I just want to make this clear on this issue of automaticity, which again, my good friend Dominique raised. There's nothing ever been automatic about the threat of force or the use of force. It has always been conditional. It would be utterly irresponsible and in defiance of our solemn duties to this Council for us to walk into a situation where force was used automatically. And although there's been that canard around, that some of us were in the business of using force automatically, the truth is that it's not been used automatically. It should not be used automatically. It will not be used automatically. And nothing to which my government has ever put its name ever suggests that that would be the case. What we seek is compliance by Saddam Hussein of 1441. And I make this point. We're not suggesting that in a matter of days, Dr. Blix and Dr. El-Baradei would be able to complete all their work. They'd be able to verify the disarmament of Iraq. No one's suggesting that. But what we are suggesting is that it is perfectly possible, achievable and necessary for Saddam Hussein and the Iraqi regime to bring themselves into compliance so that instead of us all, either by our words or by our silence, as we have today, admitted that Saddam is not in full compliance, that he has not taken the further opportunity, and the final opportunity, we can say the reverse, and we can celebrate the achievement of the fine ideals of the United Nations and of one of the central points of the work program of the UN, that we back, if necessary, our diplomacy by the credible threat of force. And we remain, as founding members of this United Nations and as permanent members of this Security Council, committed to exploring every reasonable option for a peaceful outcome and every prospect of a Council consensus. And in the light of that, and in the light of what I have said, I should tell the Council that I'm asking on behalf of the co-sponsors of our draft resolution, the Kingdom of Spain, the Government of the United States, and the Government of the United Kingdom. I'm asking the Secretariat to circulate an amendment, which we are tabling, which will specify a further period beyond the adoption of a resolution for Iraq to take the final opportunity to disarm and to bring themselves into compliance. But, Mr. President, the Council must send Iraq the clear message that we will resolve this crisis on the United Nations terms, the terms which the Council established 4 months ago when we unanimously adopted Resolution 1441. Thank you very much indeed.
I thank you, Mr. Secretary of State, for your statement and for your wishes. I now give the floor to the distinguished Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Angola, His Excellency Mr. George Chikoti. You have the floor. Mr. Deputy Minister.
Mr. President, may I commend you on your election as chairman of this council for the month of March, and may I thank Germany for the brilliant presidency during the month of February.
Silence dans la salle, s'il vous plaît.
Mr. President, I join the speakers before me in thanking and expressing my appreciation on behalf of the government of Angola, the Chief Weapons Inspector, Dr. Blix, and to the Director General of the IAEA, Dr. El Baradei, for their work, competence, and professionalism as expressed in the reports presented to the Council this morning. Mr. President, today we are putting yet another brick in the construction of a world freed from threats to international peace and security. Millions around the world are carefully following these proceedings, placing their trust, faith, and confidence in the Security Council's ability to exercise prudence and justice in the fulfillment of its mandate. Through Resolution 1441 of 2002 and all other relevant resolutions of the United Nations Security Council unanimously recognize Iraq's non-compliance with its resolution and proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. Furthermore, these and other resolutions repeatedly warned Iraq that continued violations of its obligations could result in serious consequences. Once again, today's report testifies to some measures undertaken by Iraq to comply with Resolution 1441. We welcome this development. Such is the case with the destruction of the Al-Samud missiles and others to provide credible and verifiable information on biological and chemical agents. However, Iraq's government cooperation with the process remains relatively insufficient. In my delegation's view, this posture by the Iraqi authorities is in no way assisting us in our mission and the discharge of our mandate. Iraqi cooperation is indeed an essential element. We should recognize that Iraq made some progress to increase cooperation with the inspectors. This has normally occurred when associated with specific benchmarks and dates, signaling the makings of a model for strengthening the scope and intrusiveness of inspection. Such endeavor appears to be, under the present circumstances, the most suitable way to maintain the unity of the Security Council, to uphold course that can lead to a
We're going to briefly dip out of the Angolan Deputy Foreign Minister, who is considered one of the undecided six on the second resolution, to listen to French's Foreign Minister, who made it very clear how he would feel about a resolution authorizing the use of force. He said France will not allow that to happen. Let's listen into more.
They have confirmed what they've said during the meeting, the last meeting of the 14th of January, that the inspections do work. And they've said that active cooperation has begun in the last months by Iraq. We think it is a very important assessment because it is in line with the resolution 1441. We think also that we all should keep the pressure on Iraq, and that's why we made several proposals in order for the inspectors to give us very clearly what are the key tasks we are waiting for Iraq, to have a clear timetable on the part of Iraq, and also to have reports every 3 weeks, which is an important element of pressure toward the Iraqi regime. We said also that we were ready, in line with Resolution 1284, which previews that the program, the schedule, could be of 120 days, that we were ready to accelerate the path, because we think we need to have results fast.
Our common objective.
We think the timetable should not be the timetable of war. That's why we've said very clearly that we want, and I think it is the position of a vast majority in the Security Council, we think that we should give all the possibilities to the Council to work to active disarmament of Iraq. We reaffirm what we've said in Paris with the German, with the Russian, supported by the Chinese, that we still can obtain peaceful disarmament of Iraq. And in the name of France, I said also, due to the very important stakes that we are facing today, the Iraqi crisis, but not only, we have to decide how we want the world to be ruled. How do we want the different crises of the world to be solved? That's why I ask to have a meeting of the Security Council at the level of the head of states and governments in order for every of our country to take full responsibility. It is important at this very moment for our head of states and governments to try to seek and maintain the unity of the Council, the unity of the international community, and we do believe that whatever happens, the United Nations do have a key role in maintaining the stability of the world, a key role in looking for peaceful solution to crisis.
George Bush and Tony Blair have said that even if you or Russia vetoes, they're going to war. Is there anything else France could do to stop this conflict from going forward?
We've said very clearly, and I said it this morning, we think that a very high level head of states and government meetings in the Security Council can be the place where all together we try really to give peace a chance. When the inspectors are telling us that active cooperation is seen on the ground, how can we at the same time say that nothing's happened and that we should prepare to war? There is a strong contradiction, and we don't accept this contradiction. That's why we said very clearly, we said it in Paris with our Russian friend, that are permanent members, we won't accept this new resolution. I heard very closely my British colleague expressing the new amendment they have for their resolution, and we've said that we could not accept any ultimatum, any automatic use of force. They are giving the deadline of the 17th of March, which is 10 days. We don't think that we go to war on timetable.
Will the President can convince Bush and Blair in their court?
You made a strong link in your speech between the situation in the Middle East and the Iraq situation. Did you mean by that that it should be brought into the Security Council in the same level with foreign ministers and heads of states or whatever? Or are we talking about the roadmap which deliberately bypasses the Security Council on that?
Let me say it very clearly. There is no one minister in the Security Council that won't say that we are all very anxious, very preoccupied by the situation in the Middle East. Of course there is links. Of course we have to face that the feeling of insecurity, the feeling of injustice today in the Middle East gives much more fragility to this very region. The use of force can create such a situation that might be very, very difficult to deal with. And it is a preoccupation for our Council, it is a preoccupation for the Security Council, and it is a concern for each of our government. It is a concern for the Security Council, it is a concern for the United Nations. And we cannot face this situation without doing anything. That's why we say that it is part of our responsibility. We are not in a situation where we can believe that Iraq is the only preoccupation of the world. That Iraq, if we solve Iraq militarily, everything is going to be solved. No. We have terrorism preoccupation, we have proliferation preoccupation, we have regional crisis preoccupation. All this creates a dangerous world. We must face the world like it is.
Given the depth of the argument on the Security Council, Minister, what could a meeting of heads of government achieve in terms of bridging those gaps that you and your fellow foreign ministers have failed to achieve in the days and weeks that have gone before?
If we are going to work on a timetable of the international community, it must be a reasonable timetable. When you have active cooperation on the part of Iraq, as the inspector said, you don't talk about days. Mr. Blick said, not a year, not years, not weeks, but months. We should stick to what we decided. We said that we were going through the resolution 41 to choose referees. Hans Blix and El Baradei are the referee on the ground. They know the situation. We have a rule, which is 1441. We should stick to what we have decided. It is absolutely important. So if we decide to have a schedule, to accelerate the schedule, it's fine with us. We are ready to work on that. But in all cases, what would do a meeting of head of states and governments? Something very important. They will have to say that the key element of stability, the key element of legitimacy, the key element of efficiency of the world community are the United Nations. This is basic for the security of the world, for the security of each country, because it gives us the framework in order to act. And we believe that one country can win war in Iraq, but not a country alone can build peace. For that, you need the legitimacy of the United Nations.
What do you think of Secretary Straw's passionate presentation? What was your visceral reaction to it? And when you say that France will not authorize the use of force, does that mean that you will abstain? They're going to call for a vote early next week, or are you willing to use your veto?
I have a lot of respect for Jack Straw, and he's a friend. So I respect what he said, and I believe that he believed what he said. But I'm forced to say that behind this presentation, there is the idea of an ultimatum. 17th of March. This is the logic of war. We don't accept this logic. Why? Because the inspectors are saying that they have active cooperation on the part of Iraq. You don't go to war because of a timetable. You're asking me the second part of the question, our position. I think it is very clear. We've said that as a permanent members of the Security Council, and we said that in Paris with the Russian, we've said that we will take full responsibility, that we will not accept a resolution that will lead to war. I think you have the answer.
Mr. Foreign Minister, what will France do if the United States attacks Iraq without a resolution from the Security Council or without warning? What will the position
While
of France?
the foreign minister of France would not directly answer the question as to whether France would ultimately veto the second resolution that we've come to understand might carry amendment that would actually impose a March 17th deadline for Saddam Hussein to fully disarm, he basically told reporters, I think you have your answer. And he went on to passionately say, I will say it again, that France will not allow a resolution to pass that authorizes the use of force. Now, the French foreign minister went on to say he believes that we have seen active cooperation from Iraq in the past month. That completely contradicts what we heard from the British Foreign Secretary, Jack Straw, when he posed the question, has Iraq taken this final opportunity to disarm? And he said in all the presentations he had heard today at the Security Council after Hans Blix and Mohammed al-Baradei spoke, that no one said that we had actually, or in his words, actually seen Iraq comply with 1441. Now, Richard Roth has been working the side of the story that really is quite fascinating right now, and this is news of this amendment that Jack Straw just proposed. He is circulating a draft resolution that would give Iraq until March 17th to disarm. We've heard what the Foreign Secretary of France had to say about that. Basically, no way. Richard, I know you have had a chance to take a peek at this amendment, and one last thing before I let you tell us what you have learned. Make the point that Jack Straw said in his examination of the 167-page Hans Blix report, which he called a chilling read of Iraq's failure to comply. He felt that there should be serious consequences. Richard, what have you learned about this amendment that he is sponsoring?
Paula, we've obtained a copy of the latest resolution, which includes the British amendment, and if I can read the key new essential part, it does say, in effect, that March 17th would be deadline day. It says that under the resolution, it decides that Iraq will have failed to take the final opportunity afforded by Resolution 1441, the resolution passed November 8th, unanimously by everyone in the Council, unless on or before March 17, 2003, the Council concludes that Iraq has demonstrated full, unconditional, immediate, and active cooperation in accordance with its disarmament obligations under that resolution and previous ones. And then there's more jargon after that. And earlier in the resolution, the new amendment says, calls on Iraq immediately to take the decisions necessary in the interests of its people and the region. And it recalls the key disarmament resolutions of the past. So under this, if passed, Iraq would have until March 17 to comply, and they're debating inside the Council whether Iraq would be given new strict disarmament tasks. That still seems to be a little unclear, but the British amendment is now on paper. They're going to talk about it in several hours after this public debate is over, and it is almost an unprecedented, in recent times certainly, debate inside the Council chamber with first names being used, with the British Foreign Secretary Jack Straw saying Dominique, referring to Dominique de Villepin, the French Foreign Minister, and this time it was the British delegate who got the applause, some applause from the Council chamber, the audience watching. Last time it was Dominique de Villepin, the French Foreign Minister. It was Straw who spoke this time after Dominique de Villepin. Colin Powell, the Secretary of State, sounding more frustrated, exasperated, can't believe that the other Council members, by and large, do not want to give Saddam Hussein a tight deadline, to not let the inspection process keep going on ad infinitum. The French Foreign Minister, though, as you mentioned, Paula, said, France would not accept this resolution. France says any ultimatum would be, in effect, a call for war, which his country and Germany and Russia, as they alluded to in their council remarks, would be still strongly opposed to. Paula.
But Richard, we still need to point out he would not use the word veto, the V word, even though the reporter pressed him to characterize what kind of action France would take. As you read into what he said, is that as close as you can get to saying France will veto this without saying so?
I think that's still too soon to say. Veto is certainly a four-letter word for the French, the Chinese, the Germans, and the Russians. Nobody wants to do it alone. But he did say earlier there to the press, we want a reasonable amount of time given for Iraq. Hans Blix said we would need months more to complete the work. If there's going to be any agreement, they're going to have to find it on this timetable as to how long. The U.S. and British governments will never go for months.
And one last question to you. Are you able to read the tea leaves of some of the foreign ministers we've heard from today from the undecided six and how they might ultimately vote on a second resolution?
I don't think they tipped their hands either way. There was a strong defense of the U.S. and U.K. from one of the resolution co-sponsors, Spain. The Spanish foreign minister is saying that can't believe that Saddam Hussein will be given more time because the delegate's saying that he'll just be able to slip away without more pressure. And again, France, Russia, and China saying war is not an option at this time, and it shouldn't be, and that it would be disastrous to the region, even if it's the last resort.
Richard Roth, we'll come back to you in a little bit. If you wouldn't mind standing by, we're going to check in with Christiane Amanpour, who has reaction from London now to some of what we've just heard the Foreign Minister of France say. Hello again, Christiane.
Well, Paula, this is intense high drama. In the Security Council, as Richard pointed out, two foreign ministers going sort of name to name, Jack Straw showing a passion that he's never shown in public before. And it really does show that here, potentially 10 days before a war could be launched, the leaders of the world are disunited on exactly how to proceed with the disarmament of Saddam Hussein and Iraq. You can see from Jack Straw's incredibly impassioned presentation that this is desperate now for Tony Blair of England. He needs that second resolution. It's not clear at all right now whether he'll get it. And I will go out on a limb and say that Dominique de Villepin there said, and you pointed that out, Paula, you have your answer. We will not allow a resolution to pass that authorizes the automatic use of force. Now, in public, maybe they're saying one thing, maybe in private they're saying something else. But in public, that was the strongest signal that he said. He said again and again, we will not accept a deadline. And we reported this early this morning from the Elysee, sources telling us they will not, they say, accept any kind of ultimatum or deadline because they say that is a pretext for war. Again, he said, we will not allow the military timetable to determine the disarmament of Iraq. We've seen that he said the French believe that those inspections are working. We've seen what the British and the United States are saying. But of course, high-stakes poker continue. The question still, will the United States and Britain go to war without international legitimacy, without a second UN resolution? Tony Blair has said all along that he believes he'll get a second resolution and that he's always wanted to go with one. Now, in the last couple of days, he's beginning to face potential reality and saying that he'll still go, even with a veto or two. And certainly all the countries there keeping to their fixed, hard positions. It was a very tense session, and we're going to see what happens next. Paula?
Christiane, I know you've been reading the public opinion polls over there, and I think you suggested earlier today that the majority of the British public would support the Prime Minister if they believed there had been a smoking gun that was exposed today, or if they felt the UN, ultimately the Security Council, was going to go along with the potential of military action. I'm just curious whether you think this amendment that we've just heard Jack Straw propose with this ultimatum, with a deadline, gives him his boss, Tony Blair, political cover at home.
Well, only if they get that second resolution. You know, some people are saying it's not really a deadline that's going to bring over the waverers. You know, one thing that may be gaining some traction, and we mentioned it briefly and Richard mentioned it there, the idea of benchmarks and targets. Certainly some of the wavering states, if you like, Chile certainly has said that it wants benchmarks, specific targets. And a UK official told me today that one of the things potentially being discussed, it wasn't mentioned in the draft resolution that Richard talked about, he didn't mention that, but one of the things that may be being discussed behind closed doors are specific tasks that Saddam Hussein's regime will have to comply with and do by the time of this potential 10-day deadline. And even that apparently is up for negotiation, the length of that deadline. But of course, you also heard Jack Straw saying that deadlines, we're going to put a deadline, but we don't expect full, for them to bring all the disarmament on the table. We do expect them to show that they're coming into compliance. In other words, to start what the British and the US call active, proactive, strategic decision to disarm, which they say they have not seen yet. Still, huge divisions on that Security Council.
It's all about language, isn't it? Because I think it was at one point, Christian, today that Hans Blix actually said when it came to the issue of process, there not only was active cooperation, but proactive in some cases. A lot of language to parse here today. Christian Amanpour, thanks so much. Time to go back to Wolf, I guess, Wolf, and try to get a better understanding of what all this means to the president. He made it pretty clear last night in his speech in the following news conference that he wasn't terribly concerned if this second resolution went down in flames. Wolf?
He wanted everyone to be on record, up and down vote, the 15 members of the UN Security Council. Whatever the outcome, let the world know precisely where those 15 members stand. Let's get some additional analysis now of what all of this means as we watch these pictures of the Bulgarian ambassador to the UN Security Council continue his remarks. Bulgaria generally supportive of the U.S. and Britain in this showdown with Iraq. Joining me right now is David Albright. He's a former UN weapons inspector, and Pat Lang. He's a former Defense Intelligence Agency analyst over at the Pentagon. David, let me begin with you. Talk about the, we heard Mohammed al-Baradei, the nuclear inspector, basically give the Iraqis a pretty clean bill of health right now, very upbeat, no evidence the Iraqis are engaged in any nuclear activities of any seriousness right now. A more mixed account from Hans Blix on the other areas, the chemical, the biological, the ballistic missiles, although he did specifically say he doesn't need more years, he doesn't need days, but he does need some months if the Iraqis cooperate to get the job done. How much time realistically do they need if the Iraqis are going to cooperate?
Well, if they fully cooperate, I mean, they can get it done in a couple months. I mean, there's a lot of questions that have to be answered, but they have enough people, they have the skills, and if Iraq is bringing in the weapons of mass destruction to the UN headquarters or taking the inspectors to where they're located, opening up about what they've done in the past to destroy weapons or hide them away, it could be a straightforward process. And we could see evidence of that quite quickly. And that's really what I think the British and Americans are getting at, is let's see that evidence quickly. That there's going to be full compliance.
And one point that he did raise some alarm bells, the Iraqis over the past week have been destroying those El Samud 2 missiles. More than 30 of them have been destroyed, although today, for the first day, he pointed out there's been a pause. Now, it just may be the result of the Muslim holy day. It's Friday. On the other hand, if there's a pause again tomorrow, that could be serious.
No, that's right. And the Iraqis made clear last weekend that they were going to stop destroying those missiles if they made a decision that the United States and Britain were going to go to war. And so the pause may continue, and we'll have to wait. But certainly, you would not expect them to continue destruction today.
This is Pat Lang, this British proposal for a 10-day deadline, if you will, March 17th, that's something the U.S. military could easily live with as they continue to unload equipment.
Yeah, that's right. For reasons not altogether clear to me, the ground force deployments into the Gulf are not complete yet. We had 2 armored divisions, the 1st Cavalry and the 1st Armored from Texas and Germany, respectively, received deployment orders last week. I mean, they'll be just about arriving when the 17th is up. So they'll be glad to have that time.
It's an extra week or 10 days or 2 weeks to get additional troops in place. You've studied the Iraqis for years and years and years. You know them, you speak Arabic. The question is this, if Saddam Hussein is watching this extraordinary debate unfold at the UN Security Council, is listening to the British, the US side, but also the French and the Germans and the Chinese and the Russians, what does he do? What goes through his mind?
Saddam sees this essentially as a contest of wills between him and George Bush. And he knows that he doesn't have any very good military options. He can seek to delay us somewhat and cause us casualties and hope maybe we would quit. under the impact of that. But he knows that's not very likely. So his best chance is to do what he's doing, which is to play the political game with all the skill he can muster. And if he watches this thing at the UN today, he thinks he has some chance, because there's a chance there, in fact, that this may get to be so embarrassing and so difficult with regard to the Europeans that George Bush may back away. That's Saddam's only hope, and that's the game he's playing.
Is that a realistic hope, though, that he has, or is that just wishful thinking? Because certainly the president last night at his news conference gave no indication whatsoever he's about to blink.
It's the only hope he has. This is a man who I think has decided that he's not going to go live in Jeddah in a villa alongside a hotel swimming pool like Idi Amin. He's going to do whatever he's going to do in Iraq. He made that pretty clear in that interview a week or so ago, and I think that he's going to play this game out to the end and try to win politically.
In the meantime, David, the inspectors remain on the ground doing their work, although they will be given notification. The president said it last night, that if there's about to be some sort of hostility, they would be told, get out of there very quickly. Is there any guarantee, and I've gotten a lot of email from viewers, that the Iraqis would let them leave at that point?
Well, I think everyone's a little nervous about that. I mean, if Iraq decides that war is a sure bet, they may try to grab inspectors or other foreigners as hostages, and so it's unfortunately just going to have to wait.
Because among those, there are 60 nations represented in that inspection team, including U.S. citizens, British citizens, presumably, who might be inviting targets for the Iraqis.
And they may selectively pick the people to hold. Certainly, if the Iraqis did that, they would galvanize support for a war. And so, but if they think it's inevitable and they think they can benefit from it some way, then I think we have to worry about it.
There's something I'd just like to add with regard to the perception of the United States government of the progress of the inspection regime. And I would say that the most important thing from President Bush's point of view is a decision as to what the intentions for the future of the Iraqis are. This rather grudging cooperation indicates to me that they've been giving, indicates to me that they wish to come out of this ahead in such a position they could continue whatever it is they're doing. I don't think President Bush finds that satisfactory in any way.
Not at this point. Go ahead, David.
No, and also it's the inspectors are starting to accept that. Certainly France and Germany seem to have accepted that begrudging compliance in part is sufficient, but the inspectors are starting to accept that. And I think it's really quite a dangerous thing or dangerous path to go down.
All right, I'm going to ask both of you to stand by, and we're going to continue our analysis of all these critically important issues. Pakistan's ambassador to the United Nations, Munir Akram, is speaking now.
It is a pleasure to see the distinguished foreign minister of Fraternal Guinea preside over the deliberations of this historic and perhaps faithful session of the Security Council on Iraq. I would also wish to take this opportunity to congratulate Germany, Foreign Minister Oskar Fischer, and my friend Ambassador Gunther Pleuger for the outstanding presidency of Germany during the previous months. Mr. President, Iraq is a fraternal Islamic country, a country which should be amongst the most prosperous and advanced in our region. It is sad to see the suffering of the Iraqi people, suffering imposed on them as a result of two tragic wars against two fraternal neighbors, and the consequent sanctions and penalties imposed on their country. These sanctions have persisted for a dozen years now because of the resistance from the Iraqi leadership to eliminate the weapons of mass destruction they may possess, or to provide credible proof that these have been destroyed. Mr. President, if war is to be avoided and a peaceful solution realized, the Council must impress upon Iraq at this session, once again, that it must comply fully and faithfully with its resolutions prescribing the elimination of its weapons of mass destruction. And Iraq must extend, as Resolution 1441 demands, active, immediate, and unconditional cooperation in the process of eliminating its weapons of mass destruction. This is in Iraq's own supreme interest. The Iraqi leadership must also take all possible measures to prevent suffering for the Iraqi people that would flow from a conflict. Mr. President, we are grateful to Dr. Blix and Dr. Baradei for their respective reports. Their assessments have a critical bearing on any judgment that the Council would make on whether the objectives of 1441 and earlier resolutions are being met. In previous reports, we have been informed of mixed results: cooperation on process, but far from satisfactory cooperation on substance. The latest UNMOWIC report, the 12th quarterly report, notes the presentation by Iraq of new documents, beginning of private interviews, enactment of national legislation, and acceptance of aerial surveillance. Overall, the report notes that the results in terms of disarmament have been very limited so far. It asks the natural question, I quote, why a number of measures which are being taken could not have been initiated earlier. However, since this report came out, the process of destruction of the Al-Samud missiles, as sought by UNMOWIC, has been underway. Dr. Blix has stated that the dismantling of these missiles, I quote, is the most spectacular and the most important and tangible evidence of real disarmament. Dr. Blix has also outlined 29 clusters of questions pertaining to the remaining tasks to complete Iraqi WMD disarmament. We must move quickly to address and resolve all these issues. The conclusions presented by the IAEA Director General today indicate that there is no evidence of the revival of Iraq's nuclear program at present. Mr. President, it is unfortunate that within the Council, divergent approaches have emerged to securing the elimination of Iraq's weapons of mass destruction, with one side advocating urgent enforcement action and the other suggesting an intensified inspections and disarmament process. Pakistan believes that an agreed approach can and must be evolved, even at this stage, through consultations among Council members and with UN inspectors. The best assurance of success in securing Iraqi WMD disarmament peacefully is the unity of the Security Council. We look forward, therefore, Mr. President, to the informal consultations this afternoon. We should identify the measures that could be taken by Iraq, by the UN inspectors, and by the Security Council, which could establish beyond doubt that the UN inspections process is working and will result in the elimination of Iraq's weapons of mass destruction in a relatively short period of time. Agreed ways and means to accomplish key outstanding disarmament tasks can be the basis for such a consensus. Once we establish the ways to credibly achieve the disarmament of Iraq's WMD, we can also agree on a relatively short time frame. Mr. President, this approach, in our view, would be better than propositions that could result in the early use of force. We, of course, understand the legitimate concerns which have been expressed here again today about the preoccupation with the presence of hidden WMD assets or capabilities, about the consequence of relieving the pressure which has evoked the cooperation now being offered by Iraq, and the desire to secure implementation of Security Council resolutions. However, we believe that there is no imminent threat to international peace and security. The cost of delay, in our view, will be much less than the cost of war. A credible pause for peace will be worthwhile. As our Secretary General has said, and I quote, "War is always a human catastrophe, and we should only consider it when all possibilities for a peaceful settlement have been exhausted," unquote. Mr. President, the Security Council's vocation is peace, not war. War will have grave consequences for the Iraqi people, for peace and stability in our fragile region, for international peace and security, and for a world order based on the principles of the UN Charter and the rule of law. We must take into account the sentiments of our peoples and the views of other UN member states, the non-aligned countries, and the Organization of the Islamic Conference. Finally, the Security Council must uphold the principle of equity and non-discrimination in international relations. We must, without doubt, hold Iraq up to the standards of international legality established by the resolutions of the Security Council. But we must ask the international community also to adhere to the same standards in addressing other problems and disputes. The UN Security Council has adopted several resolutions to secure the solution for other festering and dangerous conflicts, such as those relating to Jammu and Kashmir and Palestine. The resolutions of the Council must also be implemented with vigor and determination. The construction of the new architecture for global stability and prosperity at the dawn of the 21st century cannot be built upon double standards. And thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Permanent Representative of Pakistan for his statement and for his kind words addressed to me. I will now make a statement in my capacity as the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Guinea.
Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ministers, distinguished ambassadors, I would like to thank Mrs. Blix and El Baradei for their briefings and to express once again the confidence and support of Guinea. This presentation comes at a special time. Humankind today finds itself at the crossroads, at a period fraught with dangers and full of uncertainty, risking to call into question basic common values which have always governed relations among states and which are the bedrock on which the United Nations has been built. The world in which we live is characterized primarily by many areas of tension, whose combined effects seriously jeopardize international peace and security. It is at this particularly critical moment in international life, characterized by contradictory trends, that we are holding this public meeting on the thorny question of Iraq. The presence in this room of almost all the ministers of foreign affairs of
hard is the only way to work. I know people who don't believe in the words overnight success. Let me introduce you.
Comcast, proud to be New England's new cable company.
Don't you just love a bargain? When's this coming, March? March 6th through March 16th.
Well, that would be good in Sean and Chris's room, the closet shop for kids. That's very organized. $3.99.
They got so many bargains, I don't know what I want.
$3.99 for a big fat play ball. She'd have a ball with that.
Oh, the flag is pretty. I like that flag for the summer. $3.99, how can you go wrong?
Can we keep that? That's a nice catalog. I like it. You did a good job.
We got a master bedroom that's awesome to behold. It's full of hand-carved beauty as it sits so big and bold. Dresser, mirror, sleigh bed, and nightstand to combine with a thing we call a megabob for $19.99. The megabob's a man's chest like you never saw before. It holds your socks and shirts in such in dust-proof velvet drawers. It even holds a TV, so clever the design. An undisputed bargain at just $19.99. An undisputed bargain at just $19.99.
It's the sale you wait for at Colonial Toyota, the Toyota Source. We'll sell it all. Our entire inventory, every car, truck, and van. Go get it all. Sacrifice prices, low interest, savings beyond reason. We'll sell it all. Go get it all. Wall-to-wall sellout 2003. Get 0% financing on every new Toyota. Get $25 in gas with a test drive. Save $4,000 on new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. We'll sell it all. Go get it all. Wall-to-wall sellout 2003 at Colonial Toyota, the Toyota Source. Nobody buys Toyotas from the factory for less.
On World News Tonight this Friday, the Bush administration says Saddam Hussein has 10 days to get it right or face a war. The chief UN weapons inspectors say they need more time. So why not let the inspectors stay at it? We asked the Secretary of State, Colin Powell. Looking for Osama bin Laden in territory friendly to him. The CIA and the Pakistanis have killed some people, but who are they? And 300,000 more jobs lost in a month. The worst month since 9/11.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
Good evening, everyone. If there ever was a day to use the phrase endgame, this is it. Today, the Bush administration and the British government said that as far as they're concerned, Saddam Hussein has 10 days left to comply with UN resolutions about disarming, or he will be attacked. No more questions asked. March the 17th. Who knows exactly what lies ahead in the next 10 days? We'll get to that in a minute. But we're going to begin with the drama in the Security Council this morning. This idea of a final ultimatum to Saddam Hussein was suggested right after the UN weapons inspectors told the Council they were making progress with the Iraqis. ABC's Martha Raddatz has been at the United Nations all day. Martha, the story.
Peter, this is a copy of this amended draft resolution presented to the Security Council today. It's about a page and a half long. The relevant sections say all prohibited weapons, weapon delivery, and support systems and structures must be turned over to the inspectors by March 17th. But Hans Blix may have made passing this much more difficult today.
Dr. Blix did cite problems with Iraq, presenting a catalog of instances where the Iraqis failed to provide immediate cooperation, as is required. But the chief weapons inspector heaped praise on the Iraqis for destroying those banned Al-Samud missiles.
The destruction undertaken constitutes a substantial measure of disarmament. Indeed, we are not watching the breaking of toothpicks. Lethal weapons are being destroyed.
The bottom line from both Dr. Blix and Chief Nuclear Inspector Mohammed al-Baradei, more time is needed to complete the inspections.
It will not take years, nor weeks, but months.
But the Americans and British had essentially written off the Blix report even before he spoke, coming into the chamber with that new ultimatum for Saddam Hussein.
We must not find ourselves here this coming November with the pressure removed and with Iraq once again marching down the merry path to weapons of mass destruction.
The British foreign minister took specific aim at the French foreign minister, Dominique de Villepin, saying he too should be pressuring Saddam Hussein to disarm.
Dominique, with respect to you, my good friend, I think it's the other way around.
This made the already tense atmosphere in the Council even worse. The dividing lines even starker, with China, Russia, and France all saying, why go to war when the inspectors are making progress?
We cannot accept any ultimatum, any automatic use of force. They are giving the deadline of the 17th of March, which is 10 days. We don't think that we go to war on timetable.
But the U.S. and Britain are not giving up on the UN. They are putting tremendous pressure on the undecided countries, Peter, even though the threat of veto from Russia, France, and even China remains very strong tonight.
Many thanks, Martha. Martha Raddatz at the UN here in New York. This timetable which the Bush administration has imposed today, some people have called it an ultimatum, has implications everywhere. We'll check in with the Pentagon and with Baghdad in just a moment, but first to the White House and ABC's Terry Moran. Terry, take us, if you would, through the next 10 days from the Bush administration's point of view.
Peter, first up, there will be some ferocious diplomacy over the next several days among members of the Security Council, essentially pitting the United States against France. And right now, the administration's plan, the plan is for the United States to call for a vote on Monday. That would be followed by a vote at the UN Security Council on Tuesday. And right now, the plan is that whatever way that vote goes, the president would address the nation that night about the days that lie ahead and the imminence of war. The deadline to disarm, March 17th. If Saddam Hussein fails to disarm and the deadline passes, war would follow, and we're told shortly thereafter.
Many thanks, Terry. Terry Moran at the White House. The Pentagon has been saying for weeks that it's ready to go, but another 10 days would certainly make them stronger. ABC's John McCarthy is at the Pentagon. John?
Peter, for some military commanders, a week or two in addition to prepare is a godsend, but for much of the force, it just means more time to wait.
The Navy now has what it needs, nearly 100 ships pointed at Iraq, including 5 aircraft carrier battle groups.
I'm not really looking forward to it, but if it happens, I'd like to get it over with as quick as possible.
Ground commanders will use the next 10 days to strengthen their forces, adding 20 to 30,000 troops to the 230,000 already in the region. Only part of the 101st Airborne Division has arrived in Kuwait. It is likely to play a key role with all its helicopters if the U.S. needs to fly a force to the northern front. In 10 more days, all 20,000 from the 101st will be on the ground.
They've spent a lot of money in order to get us here. We've got a mission. We know what to do.
The Air Force still has about 100 planes yet to arrive before reaching the goal of 900 aircraft from all services.
They are actually delaying sending some aircraft, and one of the reasons is there are so many in the region now. They are overcrowded, so why not wait until the last minute?
Many thanks, John. John McCarthy at the Pentagon. Iraq's ambassador to the United Nations, Mohammed al-Douri, today said the March 17th deadline was nonsense. He said Iraq was doing its utmost to comply with the UN inspectors. ABC's Dan Harris has been monitoring the reaction in Baghdad itself, and he briefed us a short while ago.
Peter, Iraqis we spoke with were initially heartened by what they perceived to be positive reports by the chief weapons inspectors. Hopes were quickly dashed, however, when they heard about the deadline.
At the Babylon Cafe tonight, people were enjoying a relatively new freedom, satellite TV. The news it brought them, though, was hardly reassuring.
We gave them all the help and information they need, maybe more than what they were looking for. So if there's going to be a war, God knows what it's going to be. I think it's going to be a disaster.
Deadlines make no sense, according to one Iraqi politician, when Iraq is cooperating.
I hope that the American administration could reconsider their attitude.
A sign of the growing tension here, Iraq is now quarreling with the very people who came from all over the world to stop a war. The government has now ordered 5 of the self-described human shields to leave after a dispute about where they will be stationed. The volunteers say the Iraqis are pressing them to stay at sites near military installations.
Not long ago, many people here thought international public opinion was on Iraq's side and that perhaps war could be avoided. Tonight, there's a growing sense, Peter, that war could actually be right around the corner.
Many thanks, Dan. Dan Harris in Baghdad. I thanked him, but he did brief us a while ago. The Secretary of State, Colin Powell, was certainly on the go today. There's a lot of work to do, convincing many members of the world community that the time has come for the ultimate deadline. This afternoon, we saw Mr. Powell at the UN mission here in New York City and pointed out what he already knows. So many governments want the inspectors to stay on the job. So many people don't understand why you shouldn't let the inspections continue if they are accomplishing anything.
Up against the wall, the terrorists are speaking English. One terrorist stomps on a child. Another drags a hostage to the roof to show him off for the police.
It's a training video, but we have to assume al-Qaeda plans to attack schools, and no doubt American schools. Perhaps we'll learn more about their plans from al-Qaeda master plotter Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, who is, of course, now in custody. In the meantime, let's talk to Jack, who spent 10 months with Special Forces on the ground in Afghanistan, and who is a key character in a new book called The Hunt for Bin Laden by Robin Moore. Jack, welcome. We're honored to have you on our show.
Thank you, Larry.
Let me begin with the bin Laden story. He has eluded us so far, but at least some press...
Thank you. Secretary Colin Powell will be more in this conversation with CNN on 2020. And now we turn to Osama bin Laden. Reports about the search for bin Laden are confusing again today. There is a joint American-Pakistani operation underway in the area where Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iran meet. We know there was a firefight and several people were killed, but some of our knowledge ends about there. Brian Ross, what more do we know?
We know 7 people were killed, Peter. Al-Qaeda fighters were told. 2 were taken prisoner, but they are not Osama bin Laden or his sons, as had first reported.
Is this precisely the same area where we think they're looking for bin Laden, or is it slightly elsewhere?
This is in the province of Baluchistan, a rugged, vast area where he has much support and where the tribal chiefs have great power, more so than the central government. It's believed he's been operating in this area for years, and in fact, that's where the Central Intelligence Agency is putting up its Predator airplanes, the unmanned drones that are armed with Hellfire missiles. They're expected to go back in the air in several hours when it's daylight in Pakistan, and the CIA does have approval from the White House to open fire if they get a positive ID on Osama bin Laden.
In the phrase, though, it's always been territory very friendly to him.
Exactly right.
Many thanks, Brian Ross, on bin Laden today. Now, several other items overseas, briefly, but certainly with consequences. North Korea warned ships to stay out of a portion of the Sea of Japan today. This is the same area where the North tested a short-range missile last month, and it's taken as a strong indicator that the North would conduct another missile test within the next few days. The Pentagon said it was not overly concerned. And in the Palestinian West Bank, Palestinian militants attacked a Jewish settlement near Hebron. 3 settlers died and 6 others were wounded. Israeli forces killed 2 of the Palestinians. The Israeli army reoccupied a part of Palestinian Gaza today and said it would stay indefinitely. This is the first time they have done this since the fighting began more than 2 months ago. When we come back, we'll get to the economy, the worst monthly job losses since the 9/11 attacks. And we'll revisit the Osama bin Laden question again. Is it better to capture him or kill him? If they had a choice. We'll take a closer look.
This is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings. Brought to you by Alivert.
Announcing non-drowsy allergy medicine you can take right when you need it.
It's Alivert. New Alivert starts dissolving the instant it touches your tongue without water.
So Alivert is non-drowsy relief you can take inside, outside, in your car, wherever you are.
Get prescription-strength, non-drowsy, 24-hour relief. Even Claritin can't beat. New quick-dissolving Alivert.
Allergy medicine you can take right when you need it, wherever you are.
Churches redefine shrimp. With our delicious shrimp crunchers, shrimp now means big and irresistible. Just $2.99, only for a limited time. Churches, full flavor, full pockets, full life.
Nature made it. Minwax makes it beautiful with rich wood stains and long-lasting protective finishes. Turning a house into a beautiful home is as easy as turning to Minwax.
Lesson 1. It's important to manage the growth of a large breed puppy because a large breed puppy grows up to 10 times faster than a small breed puppy. His body can even grow faster than his frame and stress developing bones and joints. That's why Purina One brand is scientifically formulated to help manage your large breed puppy's growth so his body doesn't outgrow his frame. Large breed puppy formula from Purina One. For a lean, active, and healthy dog, one can make a difference.
Are you troubled by creditors? You're pre-approved. I guarantee it.
Go from fat to flat.
You've won a dream vacation.
Want to see my webcam?
Want a better way to block junk email?
Everybody loves Back Off a crispier, flakier crust.
Switch to new MSN 8. Sign up now and get tougher junk email protection, plus 2 months free. It's better with the Butterfly. Go to try.msn.com.
There is
Here's another sign today that the economy is in trouble. A report that businesses eliminated 308,000 jobs last month. This is the biggest monthly cut since 9/11, and it pushed the unemployment rate up to 5.8%. The country has lost nearly 2 million jobs in 2 years, which raises some questions for ABC's Betsy Stark. How bad is it getting, and what's the government going to do about it?
Well, let me say, Peter, that this was a dismal report with no silver lining. It shocked economists, rattled the financial markets, and lent a new sense of urgency to the debate about what Washington can do.
Today's report paints a picture of an economy too weak to create jobs and likely to keep cutting them.
Clearly, the odds of recession have increased. The odds of a double dip type of recession have clearly increased in the United States.
The losses were widespread. 48,000 construction jobs lost. 85,000 gone in the restaurant industry, another 53,000 cut from factories. Particularly alarming, of the 8.5 million Americans now unemployed, more than 20% of them have been out of work 6 months or more. There's wide disagreement about a solution.
College graduates can't get jobs. Americans who have worked all their lives are being laid off, losing their savings.
Democrats said today's report shows the need for extended unemployment benefits. The administration called it a reason to pass the president's $700 billion tax cut.
We want to make sure that we can have new job creation. To do so, we need to have the president's package, economic package, that will spur job creation passed by the Congress.
But economists say whatever policymakers do now, with U.S. troops on the borders of Iraq, it's unlikely to persuade reluctant employers to hire.
You really need to get the war settled to really get the economy going.
There was talk today that after seeing this report, the Federal Reserve might lower interest rates at its meeting 2 weeks from now. Until today, the thinking had been the Fed would sit tight and see how the war played out. The thinking now, maybe the Fed can't afford to wait.
Interesting. Betsy Stark, thank you very much indeed. In today's national briefing, more money. The Congressional Budget Office predicts that if the tax cuts proposed by President Bush are enacted, the federal budget deficit will be nearly $2 trillion over the next 10 years. That does not include the costs of war with Iraq or a subsequent occupation. And much of Broadway will be quiet tonight. The musicians went on strike last night, and tonight the actors and the stagehand unions have decided not to cross their picket lines. The musicians are in a dispute with producers over the size of orchestras in the pit. When we come back, does the government want Osama bin Laden dead or alive? We'll take a closer look at the debate.
For 2 out of 3 adults with high cholesterol, diet and exercise may not lower it enough. But adding Lipitor can lower your total cholesterol 29 to 45%. Lipitor is not for everyone, including people with liver disease or possible liver problems, and women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant. Simple blood tests are needed to check for liver problems. Tell your doctor about other medications you are taking, or if you experience muscle pain or weakness, as they may be a sign of serious side effects. So take the next step. Ask your doctor if Lipitor is right for you.
New Fix-It Complete Denture Adhesive. The strong hold you expect, plus more. A better fit. Fresher breath. Fewer stains. Less soreness. New Fix-It Complete, and forget it.
Marie Callender made her chicken pot pie with tender white meat chicken and a golden flaky crust made from scratch. And we're still making it Marie's way. Marie Callender's chicken pot pie, made with the care of Marie.
In my 30s, I tried everything for my headaches. Then I turned to Bayer aspirin and the pain went away. In my 40s, I started getting bad back pain and Bayer came through again. Now I have arthritis in my knees and I still depend on Bayer. Bayer goes to work right at the site of pain and inflammation. Nothing works better. For relief I can always count on, there's still no better choice than Bayer. And aspirin is the only pain reliever that can help save your life.
Bayer. Take it for pain, take it for life.
Cheerios and strawberries have finally gotten together. New Berry Burst Cheerios. Real strawberries, together with those classic O's. For a taste you can really fall in love with. New Berry Burst Cheerios in both strawberry and triple berry.
Next week, Peter Jennings reports straight from the front lines. Unprecedented exclusive access to the ground troops, the 101st Airborne, the Special Forces, the lead commanders. Only Peter Jennings, only ABC News. Next week on World News Tonight.
We're going to take a closer look tonight at Osama bin Laden, dead or alive. Not to be presumptuous, President Bush has said repeatedly that he'll accept either outcome, but what would be most beneficial for the United States in the long run? Were he captured, that is. ABC's Jackie Judd tonight on the pros and the cons.
Osama bin Laden himself has said he is prepared to die rather than be captured. In a tape attributed to him, he said, "I wish my demise to be in the eagle's belly." The eagle widely taken to mean the United States. In death, he could still cause big trouble for the U.S. and the rest of the world as a martyr, possibly a dangerous one.
He would be a rallying point for those independent contractors who are out there who can do damage at will.
Others believe that in the long run, bin Laden's death could spell the end of al-Qaeda.
Al-Qaeda and bin Laden are synonymous. He has provided the inspiration, the finance, and the organization, and without bin Laden, al-Qaeda has no future.
Should bin Laden be captured alive, he most likely would be held and tried by the American military. The goal, of course, would be to force information out of bin Laden, information that may save lives.
He'll be able to say who was involved in various plots, who was involved in planning various atrocities, and he might also be able to release information under intensive interrogation about possible future plans.
Even if bin Laden refused to give up anything, U.S. authorities could lead his followers to believe something very different.
That kind of disinformation and stratagem can be used very, very effectively to disrupt and demoralize them.
But on the negative side, bin Laden's imprisonment could inflame his followers and trigger anti-American protests. It may also leave some Americans, especially survivors of 9/11 victims, feeling cheated. So dead or alive, there are risks as well as rewards when it comes to ending the reign of the world's most notorious terrorist. Jackie Judd, ABC News, Washington.
We'll be back with this broadcast in just a moment.
Got a $50 bid, can I get a 55? Ooh, give me 55, come on, I'll give you 55. I got a 125, give me 125. Come on, I'll give you 125. I need a 125.
I've always talked fast and loved antiques. Then I got sick and I had to go on chemo. Doctor told me I might become anemic, maybe feel weak, but it slowed me right down. For the first time in 30 years, I was too tired to work.
Time to go, Charlie.
I had to get my strength back. I asked my doctor about Procrit.
Procrit is for chemotherapy-related anemia in patients with most kinds of cancer. If you're on chemo and too tired to do the things you used to do, talk to your doctor about Procrit. Procrit helps rebuild red blood cells, and more red blood cells can mean more strength.
It's good to see you, Charlie. Good to be back.
Procrit is proven and safe. In studies, only diarrhea and edema occurred more often with Procrit than placebo.
Okay, folks. Let's go.
Call now and learn how Procrit can help you get back the strength you need. Your strength for living.
Yeah, I got 2 speeds. Fast and faster.
In 1935, Foxwood Farm started with 1 horse and a truck. The horse was a thoroughbred. The truck, a Chevy Suburban. Today, they have a few more horses. But there's still only 1 truck. Chevy Suburban. With an available 8.1-liter Vortec engine, it's capable of towing up to 6 tons, making it the best Suburban yet. Chevy Suburban, like a rock.
Who has time for skincare that doesn't work? Not me. I know what makes my skin firmer.
Rock promises visible results with Proteins Lift Daily Moisturizer, proven to visibly lift and firm.
In just 8 weeks.
Rock, we keep our promises.
You bet they do.
Ensure
Friendship.
Ensure
Laughter.
Ensure
Tears.
Ensure
Victory.
Millions of healthy people are discovering Ensure. One glass gives you complete, balanced nutrition when you can't have foods like these. Ensure.
Family. Wonder. Life.
Ensure. To your health. Now with lutein to help support the health of your eyes.
I'm happily married with 827 kids, so you can imagine the headaches.
Deal with a bad headache fast. Extra strength Tylenol.
On days like this, it's nice to have control over something.
Tylenol. Take comfort in our strength.
Jordan, Houston, Iverson, and Kobe. A big-time doubleheader. NBA Sundays on ABC, 12:30 Eastern.
Sunday.
Oh my God, that's him.
A high-profile Hollywood murder could cost Joe Friday his job.
The setup.
New Dragnet. ABC Sunday.
This week with answers, the latest on the new deadline for Saddam and the hunt for Osama. Plus, a This Week exclusive, America versus the World. Our closest ally looks for a solution Sunday.
Just a brief review of the main story. It was quite a day at the United Nations. The U.S. and the British said today that Iraq had until March the 17th to finally disarm or face war. This came after the chief UN weapons inspector, Hans Blick, told the Security Council that his inspectors could do their jobs in several more months. Mr. Blix both praised and criticized the Iraqis for their level of cooperation. The Bush administration will now try to get the Security Council to vote on a new resolution early next week that would pave the way for an invasion. That is our report on World News Tonight. The President says 10 days to go for Saddam Hussein or else. I'm going to spend much of next week with U.S. forces, or some of them, on the border with Iraq. I hope you'll join us. I'm Peter Jennings. Good night.
U.S. and Britain have finally proposed a deadline, a final date for Saddam Hussein to disarm, and if accepted, the final countdown could be to March 7th.
Hussein. They've done everything to divide, to deceive, to put out practice of deception.
They are giving the deadline of the 17th of March, which is 10 days. We don't think that we go to war on timetable.
To fully cooperate with the United Nations. But is this proposal enough to prevent a war against Iraq?
For 12 years, they have failed to comply. They have failed to cooperate.
The inspectors are saying that they have active cooperation on the part of Iraq. You don't go to war because of a timetable.
Tonight, countdown. Is this the last chance for peace?
From ABC News. This is Nightline. Reporting from Doha, Qatar, Chris Bury.
It is now Saturday morning in the city where General Tommy Franks will command Allied forces in the event of war. That prospect still seems likely, even if the road to war is now taking some unusual twists and turns, including that new proposal from Britain backed by the United States setting a March 17th deadline for Iraq to comply with all UN demands. Whatever the timetable, all the indicators in this region suggest there is no turning back. In the so-called no-fly zones, for example, the skies are filled with hundreds of Allied aircraft on their final training runs. In Saudi Arabia, there are reports American military transports have taken over a civilian airport just a few miles from Iraq. And along Kuwait's border, U.S. forces have already broken through the electric fences that are the first barrier to an American-led invasion of Iraq. Even as those final preparations are underway, new developments are breaking in that other war, the one on terrorism. During an operation in Afghanistan, several members of Al-Qaeda were reported killed, and we'll have an update later in the broadcast. But first, we turn to this extraordinary day of diplomatic pushing and shoving. Nightline correspondent Michelle Martin has been tracking the day's events from Washington. Michelle?
Chris, you're right. This has been a day of intense diplomatic activity, both here and at the United Nations. But there seems to be an aura of inevitability about the process, as if this were a play that's been rehearsed too many times.
I invite Dr. Blix to take a seat at the council table.
The UN's chief weapons inspector, Hans Blix, along with nuclear weapons expert Mohammed El-Baradei, gave their latest reports to the Security Council. Another glass-half-full, glass-half-empty account of Iraq's efforts to disarm.
The destruction undertaken constitutes a substantial measure of disarmament. Indeed, the first since the middle of the 1990s. We are not watching the breaking of toothpicks. Lethal weapons are being destroyed. However, I must add that the report I have today tells me that no destruction work has continued today. I hope this is a temporary break.
To which the U.S. replied, that's not good enough.
And I know these are not toothpicks, but real missiles. But the problem was we don't know how many missiles there are, how many toothpicks there are. We don't know whether or not the infrastructure to make more has been identified and broken up.
By this morning, members of the Security Council knew that Britain, along with the U.S. and Spain, would circulate a compromise proposal to set an absolute March 17th deadline for Iraqi compliance, to which other members of the Security Council insisted, what's the rush? Objections to any resolution authorizing war came from the Germans.
Are we really in a situation that absolutely necessitates the ultima ratio, the very last resort? I think not, because the peaceful means are far from exhausted.
From the Chinese.
Under the current circumstances, there is no reason to shut the door to peace.
And from Russia.
It is our deep conviction that the possibilities for disarming Iraq through political means do exist, and they really exist.
Perhaps most emphatically against a military intervention were the French.
By imposing a deadline of only a few days, would we merely be seeking a pretext for war? As a permanent member of the Security Council, I will say it again. France will not allow a resolution to pass that authorizes the automatic use of force.
In a sign of the rising intensity of the debate over Iraq, Britain's foreign minister answered his French colleague by name.
Dominic also said the choice before us was disarmament by peace or disarmament by war. Dominic, that's a false choice. I wish that it were that easy, because we wouldn't be having to have this discussion. We could all put up our hands for disarmament by peace and go home.
ABC's Martha Raddatz was at the United Nations today.
The threat of veto remains very strong tonight, judging by those comments in the Security Council today and comments made outside the Security Council. But the British and the Americans are continuing to pressure the undecided countries, hoping to get a majority vote in the Security Council, even if it is later vetoed. What they would have to vote on is this new draft resolution. Essentially, it is about a page and a half long, and it says simply, all prohibited weapons, weapon delivery and support systems and structures must be turned over to the inspectors on or before March 17th.
But critics of the administration, and there are many, are concerned that this last-minute compromise cannot compensate for months of what they see as heavy-handed diplomacy.
I'm very alarmed because the dominant narrative in Washington does not take into account the complexity and the inherent risks of unleashing a unilateral U.S. campaign against Iraq. I think by acting against Iraq, the United States will likely deepen the sense of victimization and defeat of the Arab youth and will drive hundreds, if not thousands, of alienated young men into the ranks of fringe Islamist elements. I'm terrified of the fact, of the possibility that Palestinian-Israeli hostilities will escalate beyond any particular point that we have seen.
But the president showed no sign of being swayed by such concerns. ABC's Terry Moran covers the White House.
It's clear that this president and this administration have made a strategic decision to weather whatever opposition they run into at the UN and around the world and let, as one official has put it, let victory be their best argument. The president seems to have concluded that a quick victory in Iraq can repair the diplomatic damage at NATO, at UN, and with other countries around the world. They realize they've expended a tremendous amount of American diplomatic capital, but they think it's worth it.
I think it will be extremely both ironic and difficult if the Bush administration does go into Iraq, manages to achieve regime change, and then turns to the UN and says, why don't you do the cleanup work? why don't you take over for humanitarian requirements and for the administrative part of Iraq, as the international community and the UN have done in other post-conflict situations.
But right now, the discussion of a post-war Iraq seems to be taking a back seat to final preparations for war or a final effort to avoid it. Chris?
Any more indications tonight, Michelle, about exactly when this might all come to a head in the Security Council?
Well, Chris, this evening, the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, John Negroponte, asked the delegates to the Security Council to be prepared to vote anytime from Tuesday onward. So it seems that a vote is coming up very quickly.
And it also appears that the United States and Britain are willing to risk a veto. The French made that pretty clear today, that they're going to oppose this.
Yes, that is one of the most interesting developments of the last couple of days. We had heard earlier in the week that the U.S. might avoid bringing another resolution forward if they thought it would be vetoed, but now it seems clear that they're willing to risk a veto. What they're working for, however, is to try to get a majority of the Council regardless. They're looking for at least 9 votes, even if there is a veto in the end. They think that would be an important signal to the international community.
All right, Michelle, thank you. America's only major ally in this crisis has been the British government. An interview I recorded earlier tonight with that nation's ambassador to the UN when we come back.
This is ABC News Nightline, brought to you by MasterCard.
Gotta be me. Whether I'm right, whether I'm wrong, whether I find a place in this world or never belong, I've got to be me. I've got to be me. What else can I be but what I am? I've got to be me.
There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard, except that everywhere dogs are.
What happened? I ordered 200 dachshund, but they sent us all these little wiener dogs. 200 dachshund?
Were you on a cell phone, sir?
Well, yeah.
Static. Here. Now you can get clear calls and do more, because Sprint built the largest all-digital, all-PCS enhanced nationwide network from the ground up. For clarity you can see and hear.
Thanks. Now this would have helped.
Get unlimited PCS Vision 500 anytime and unlimited night and weekend minutes from Sprint.
She answers the president's questions. Sunday, Condoleezza Rice will answer George's. Plus, a This Week exclusive. America's closest ally looks for a solution. This week, Sunday.
Some demonstrations around the globe highlight the emotional debate over Iraq. Thousands of protesters took to the streets of Tokyo today. Some say they want the world to know that their government does not speak for them. Japan has endorsed the idea of a new resolution that would impose a deadline on Iraq. In Italy, tens of thousands of anti-war demonstrators chanted no to the war outside a U.S. military base in Tuscany. Demonstrators tied messages opposing and attacking Iraq on the fence at Camp Darby. Italy's government has backed the U.S. position on Iraq, but polls show about 70% of the public is against any military action. Well, you may not be aware that today is International Women's Day, and thousands are marching and marking the observance with anti-war protests in Washington. They call it Code Pink. CNN's Maria Hinojosa joins us live from D.C. with more on that. Maria?
Hey, Marty. Yes, well, the theme for today is Code Pink in response to what they say is the terror alerts of Code Orange and Code Yellow and Code Red. They say they're calling today to be the day of Code Pink for peace. So we're seeing about maybe 1,000, 2,000, perhaps 3,000 women who have gathered here at Malcolm X Park in Washington, D.C. They're hearing from speakers. They will be marching to the White House. The idea that they have is that they want to try to encircle the White House with pink, perhaps with pink scarves, pink ribbons. Whether or not they're going to be able to do that, we shall see. But the plan is to march down there. And one of the women who is here is Janine Garofalo, who is certainly a well-known actress. And you have become now, Janine, really one of the spokesperson for the anti-war movement.
Oh, no. I wouldn't say that. I don't think I'm one of the
persons for the anti-war movement. I'd say I'm one of many voices in the anti-war movement.
Why do you want to be here today? What's the message that you have as a woman today?
Well, I guess I want to be at any kind of rally that supports finding a diplomatic solution to this situation in Iraq. I don't think that the administration is being particularly honest with the American people about what this is going to cost in life and dollars, what the dangers are of retaliatory strikes once it happens. This is not a war that needs to happen immediately, if ever. I believe this is a plan certain people in the administration, Wolfowitz, Pearl, Cheney, Rumsfeld, Abrams, Libby, have had for many years, and they're manipulating 9/11 to perpetuate their agenda.
So, Janine, there would be people who say, how do you keep your hope up when it seems that the road to war seems somewhat inexorable?
Well, I'm shifting my hope now to the 2004 election. I do believe this is an administration that does not listen to the voice of people around the world, and nor do they listen to the voice of people in their own country. I think that they, like I said, have had this idea to go into Iraq for many years. Not George Bush necessarily, but the men who advise him. So they're going in no matter what.
Do you think they'll listen? I mean, this is not a huge crowd here today.
It doesn't matter the size of the crowd today, because there's been millions and millions of people marching every day all around the world. There's been people emailing, calling, faxing the White House every day. Like I said, this administration, I'll agree with Senator Byrd on this one. They do not listen. They don't listen to the Congress. They don't listen to the American people. They really just only listen to their inner circle, and so they're probably going to do whatever they want anyway. But silence does not equal patriotism. Obedience is not the American way. It's our obligation to watchdog the government, since for the most part the media has not done so.
Okay, thank you very much, Janine Garofalo, who will be speaking here, and we will be covering this live throughout the day. So back to you, Marty.
Maria Hinojosa in Washington, D.C., thanks very much. Inside the mind of Saddam Hussein, will he back down, or how might he react to an attack? We'll look at his options. Plus, where is Osama bin Laden? Coming up, narrowing down the search for one of the world's most wanted men.
Monday on American Morning, Al-Qaeda's #3 man captured. What that means in the hunt for America's most wanted. Our special series, Eye on Bin Laden, begins Monday, 7 a.m. Eastern on CNN.
This month on Showtime, Behind the Red Door, a powerful Showtime original picture. Go behind the secrets, the lies, and the fear to discover the truth behind the Red Door. The places other networks won't go. Things they will never show. Limits they will never test. Daring to do great TV. Showtime, no limits.
Imagine that suddenly everything was 35 to 60% off retail price every day. Pet Fanatic does save you on everything.
In the lead up to the possibility of a U.S. military strike into Iraq. Does it mean it's imminent? Not necessarily. It would suggest time is growing short. Martin Savage, CNN, Kuwait.
Certainly does seem like that, doesn't it? Will there be a war? The next 10 days could be decisive. Here are some of the things to watch for in the next 10 days. In the coming week, you can expect to hear a lot about the U.S. and Britain lobbying hard for a new UN resolution, setting a firm deadline for Iraq to disarm. Now, the deadline that has emerged, March 17th, that's what we're hearing. Unclear if or when a Security Council vote on a deadline might occur. In Iraq, UN weapons inspectors confirm 6 more short-range missiles have been destroyed, meaning about 1/3 of Iraq's declared arsenal have now been demolished. The Al-Samud 2s were ordered destroyed, you'll remember, because their range exceeds Security Council limits. In his radio address today, President Bush accused the Iraqi regime of secretly making more missiles, even as it publicly destroys others. No response from the Bush administration concerning allegations it used a fake document during Secretary of State Colin Powell's presentation before the UN Security Council earlier this month. You might not have heard that accusation. It came yesterday from Mohammed al-Baradei, the UN's chief nuclear inspector. He told the council the document presented by Secretary of State Powell as proof that Iraq tried to buy uranium was, quote, not authentic. A former U.S. ambassador to Iraq says the administration's failure to verify the document's authenticity was, quote, stupid. We shift now from Iraq to the hunt for Osama bin Laden. Last weekend's arrest of a key al-Qaeda operative raised expectations that the world's most wanted man might soon be caught. There was even word his location had been narrowed down in Pakistan. Whether those reports are credible depends really on who you ask. CNN's Tom Mantier has the latest from Islamabad. Tom?
Anderson, the word expectations is indeed the right word to be used. There's little hard evidence that Osama bin Laden has been spotted or the search has been narrowed. Indeed, it has been a week since one of his top lieutenants was arrested here in Pakistan and has now been taken outside of Pakistan for questioning in a third country. He did leave behind, apparently, a couple of days. There were reports out of Pakistan that 2 of Osama bin Laden's sons had been not only wounded but captured on the border between Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iran. The person who made that accusation has since recanted, saying he didn't have his information straight. So there is a lot of information or lack of information about this story. One thing is clear, if indeed the hunt for Osama bin Laden has been for al-Qaeda suspects looking for Osama bin Laden or any of the other top leadership. We did see, as I said, an arrest a week ago of one of his top lieutenants, supposedly the planner behind the September 11th attacks. But as far as suspects being marched in front of the camera, that's not happened and not likely to. Anderson?
Tom, as you pointed out, that newspaper story, obviously it's a big story in Pakistan. Has there been any public response to the apprehension of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, any public demonstrations? And if not, what does that tell you about public opinion right now in Pakistan toward the war on terror?
Well, it's really difficult to gauge public opinion here. Later today, we're expecting a very large demonstration in nearby Rawalpindi, not about Osama bin Laden, not about al-Qaeda, but against the U.S. potential war in Iraq. So they're going to put a lot of people out on the streets against that issue. The issue of the war on terrorism seems to be taking a back seat in a lot of the public's minds right now to 2 other things. Number 1, where is Osama bin Laden, and is he close to being captured? And number 2, if and when there will be
France would abstain. I doubt very seriously France would vote for it. But it is worth remembering, as the Secretary and others have pointed out, that when the current UN inspections regime was created by the UN, France, which now proclaims its utter devotion to that whole regime, abstained.
Although France has gone out pretty far on a limb to abstain at this point. I mean, they've said they've used all their powers at their disposal, which implied even the veto. There are also reports that Russian President Putin has told President Bush that he will not veto. So I think if they get the 9 votes, even with the French veto, I think it's a big deal. I think that they've worked so hard in the United Nations. The isolation of the United States has become such a big issue in terms of, and the almost certain defeat, as it looked at different times this week, there, I think was a bad thing for the administration, and I think if they get it, it'll be a big deal, although obviously won't have any effect on the military.
What also will be interesting, Bill, is Dominique de Villepin, the French foreign minister, is going out making the rounds. He's going to African nations that are involved, I think it's Guinea, Angola, and Cameroon. And he is hoping to try to persuade them. One presumes Colin Powell will be on the phone all day today, the president as well. But I was interested in the fact that Secretary Powell also said if France vetoes and it finds itself alone on this, it's going to pay a price.
Right, so this brilliant UN strategy has in fact created a greater rift between us and our allies than would otherwise have been the case. Now, if President Bush has a strategy to begin the delegitimization of the UN, which I myself would be happy with, it's been extremely clever and Machiavellian. But the truth is that the UN strategy worked for the first 3 months. We got UN Resolution 1441, and I think if we had blown the whistle after Saddam's incomplete and false report on December 7th, we said that's enough, he's not complying, this was his last chance. We then assembled a coalition of the willing and don't go for a second resolution. That would, in retrospect, have been the best strategy, but second guessing is easy. It's obviously, as Mara says, better to win than to lose at the UN, but there is something ludicrous, frankly, about us and the French now lobbying Cameroon, Guinea, and Angola on this fundamental matter. The truth is, if this war is the right war to fight, it doesn't really matter what those 3 countries think. And if it's the wrong war, incidentally, it doesn't matter what those 3 countries think. And winning the UN Security Council, getting 9 or 10 votes, and even if France abstains, it will not affect world opinion one bit, I don't think. So I really think the UN strategy has backfired here in the last 3 months. It'll be overtaken when we actually fight the war, and then it will turn out that he either does have these weapons of mass destruction or he doesn't. And it will turn out that the Iraqi people are happy to be liberated or they're not. And we'll, the reality will then kick in instead of the UN.
I think that going through the process has given more legitimacy to the U.S. claims of, in fact, seeking world peace by intervening, by taking this preemptive action. So I think it has been a worthwhile process. Now, you say it, in fact, has increased the rift between one of our key allies, France, and the United States. I think, to the contrary, what you have here is an opportunity for people to openly debate and hear both sides and come to some conclusion. And I think if you take your position, and if you say, you know what, France, you've listened and you have not responded. Jack Straw, the the British Foreign Secretary said persuasively this week to Villepin, he said, you know, you speak about the threat of the desire for peace, but the desire for peace and disarmament has only come about as a result of the threat of military force.
You know,
I think that was a powerful thing to say on the world stage, and the UN offers that world stage. The problem is public opinion overseas, public opinion at home is still so divided, and even here in the United States, most Americans want the United Nations imprimatur on that action. They want it, and they want it desperately. That's the difference for President Bush.
In support of Bill's point here, though, Juan, I think you're onto something there, except for this. If the United States undertakes military action, as it must, because the UN certainly isn't going to do it, and all the UN will do is will hold our coat at best as we send our young men and women into combat with some help, important help from the British, and darn little from anybody else, except for moral support, which is worth something. And if we go in and succeed, it isn't going to matter what the UN thinks. And if we fail, does anybody seriously think that the fact that we were able to round up those 3 little countries Bill mentioned to get a majority of 9 votes is going to matter a particle? I don't think so.
You don't think it matters that people...
I think if we succeed, it matters that we can have some help in the aftermath. Succeeding is a very, very long process. I think that there's no one in the world who doubts that we can succeed militarily and that it might be pretty short work.
The problem with that premise, Amar, is this, that countries that say they want peace and wish the Iraqi people the best, but don't think there should be a war, would then say in the aftermath of a war, with Saddam's regime toppled and whatever disarray there then exists there, that they're not going to help for the same reason? I don't think so.
Well, it's interesting. One other thing that we've learned about this administration, they are big, big gamblers. I mean, the president has said, if the UN doesn't do this, it will be weak and irrelevant. And there are plenty of members of the administration who probably agree with Bill that that would be just fine. But he's laid down this marker, and if it does fail, the UN will be weak and irrelevant, and I think that there are many endeavors that this administration would like to take where it won't be happy
I would
about
make
that.
a distinction there. I think that the UN won't be weak and irrelevant, any more weak and irrelevant than it already is. The issue here is whether the UN will, for now and finally, be shown to be weak and irrelevant as it has proved itself to be in instance after instance after instance since its founding. This United Nations record on major international issues in conflict is a catalog of almost utter failure. And I think that this is not a bad time to face up to that.
Well, weak and irrelevant is one thing, but actually damaging to peace and security is another. And you can make the case that a belief in the UN has led to a lot of deaths in the last decade. A lot of hundreds of thousands in Rwanda, tens of thousands in the Balkans, where people waited for the UN to act. And the great fear here is, I mean, I hope it'll end up just washing out and who cares about the UN and we go to war and it succeeds. We've deprived ourselves of the element of surprise by going through the UN route. Everyone, Saddam Hussein knows that March 17th, give or take 3 days.
What element of surprise is there with 250,000 troops sitting there?
No, but we could have had tactical surprise. If we had blown the whistle on December 7th, continued the build-up, Saddam would not have known whether the war was going to begin February 1st, February 15th, February 20th, March 10th. Now, I mean, this next week is an extremely nervous-making week for me, and I think for everyone who cares about, you know, innocent lives. He now has a week, basically, to do, and he is apparently deploying intelligence agents. The CIA expects him to do stuff either here or against U.S. interests and U.S. citizens elsewhere.
Buying U.S. and British
uniforms. And I pray that it doesn't happen, but I think we need to put in the calculus here, in the weighing of the balance, the pros and the cons of the UN, that it could well have hurt our military, hurt American lives.
I don't believe that one bit. And I tell you what else, I think that if you are talking about the aftermath, as Mara was just talking about, not only in terms of rebuilding, but funding the rebuilding, taking that burden off of the United States in toto, you're talking about the United Nations. When the Pope, when all these religious leaders come here to Washington, the Pope sent his envoy this week and says to the President, we don't think this is necessary to have war at this moment. That kind of public opinion, that power, can only be rebutted in an international forum that has the status of the United Nations. So what you're talking about here is the international community having some place to meet. The President himself, his administration has said, this goes beyond Iraq. There's the possibility here of dealing with the Palestinian and Israeli issue. That is key. Well, guess where you're going to have to get some support for that? The United Nations.
The United Nations has a great record in the Middle East.
No
one
a
thinks they're going to deal with the Israeli-Palestinian. Is the United Nations going to deal with the Israeli-Palestinian issue? Is the United Nations going to deal with Iran? Is the United Nations going to deal with North Korea? There are three answers: no, no, and no.
My answer to you is, if you have any hope of resolving this, you've got to go to the United Nations. People might point out, oh, Israel's in violation of so many resolutions as well as Iraq. But the point is, there is the debate for all the world to see. There is the opportunity for the seeds of peace to be planted, as opposed to simply sitting here and saying, let's go to war quickly, forget the United Nations, we don't have to consult with anyone else in the world.
One, it isn't that we don't have to consult with anyone else in the world, and that has never been a factor in the equation from the beginning. That is a red herring and always has been. The consultation has been intensive, and there's a very large number of nations, numbering now in the dozens, who are engaged with the U.S. in supporting this to one degree or another. Now, obviously, it's going to be, as it always is, when peace needs to be kept or made in the world, United States soldiers bearing the burden. Now, what you seem to be saying is we need a debating forum somewhere. Well, there are all kinds of places where you can have a debating forum. The problem with the UN is it hasn't been a bad debating forum. It's got the right size room. It's got the good sound system. It's got all those things. The problem with the UN is that it's not an action forum, and it is supposed to be, and in that it has failed time
But
and
it's
again.
not about action, Britt. Here we are talking about the possibility of preventing war. So we're talking about action taking place, not just a debating forum, but people willing to talk, to have the discussion.
An organization
and what
like
you're saying is, no, you know what? This is debate. It has a nice room and nice. It's not about that.
Well,
Britt. I mean, don't minimize the idea that there are people who genuinely want peace.
Ask yourself this question about the people who genuinely want peace. At the end of the day, when you look at all of the history of the UN and all that it has done, the purpose of the UN, one would seem, would be to restrain outlaw regimes, the kind of regimes that create wars or the conditions that cause wars. Now, who has been restrained by the UN? The bad guys or the honorable nations? I would submit, this case being a cardinal example, the UN has been a great deterrent to the good guys.
Okay, I'm going to blow the whistle on the segment, but folks, we got plenty more good debate coming up and stories you won't find on any other Sunday show in just a couple of minutes.
I've got to get a new car.
I've got to get to my Lincoln Mercury dealer.
Think big at your Lincoln Mercury dealer's Think Big sales event, where you can get big incentives on every Lincoln and Mercury, including LS, Navigator, the new Lincoln Aviator, and Lincoln Town Car, with $4,000 cash back. That's $3,500 plus $500 sales event bonus cash for total customer cash back of $4,000. Think big now through March 31st at your Lincoln Mercury dealer.
Meanwhile, in Dallas, a CEO is about to announce Employee of the Year. Earlier, several go-getters prepared to accept their award.
When I began this journey,
When I started this journey,
I had no idea
I'd be standing here today.
Thank you very much.
Yes. The person who has contributed most to the company's bottom line, Ben Mars. Ben Mars, IT department. Has anyone seen Ben? Ben is probably still back saving this company a lot of money right now. That's where Ben is.
What do you know about the Pentagon's war study?
He was the ultimate insider who uncovered a deadly conspiracy.
This is top secret. Is it stolen? How much does he know? Neutralizing it.
Based on the true story that shocked a nation. James Spader, Claire Forlani, Alan Arkin. The Pentagon Papers. Premieres this week.
Oh, boy, Rocky. Keep it up, Rocky. You're doing okay, boy.
I want you. I want the stallion. Stay down, Rocky.
Adrian! Rocky! Adrian!
31 straight days of Oscar-nominated movies is bound to have an effect. All commercial-free, all March long on Turner Classic Movies.
Hello, Cablevision. You can't see the Yankees or the Nets. I don't care if every other cable company carries the Yes Network. We're Cablevision. We're the ones saying no to Yes. You know why? Same reason we offer lousy service and charge high rates. Because nobody says we can't. We're Cablevision. What are you going to do, pass a law?
Actually, yes. In New Jersey, there's a bill to level the playing field so Cablevision carries the Yes Network. Call and tell your state senator to make Cablevision say yes to yes.
I thought dating again would be tough.
He's cute. Is he younger than me?
Maybe getting rid of my gray hair was just what I needed.
Just for men. More than a hair color, it's a hair rejuvenator. Gray hair is shampooed away in 5 easy minutes. Vitamin Enriched Just for Men brings back a thicker, healthier, natural look.
I wonder how I did tonight.
Would you like to come in?
Just for men. The Rejuvenator.
Kathy is a terrific dancer and singer. She has an amazing voice.
She's so in her element here. She has this vivacity that elevates the energy, and you just see it splashed all across the screen.
Watch this.
Chicago has been nominated for 13 Academy Awards, including Best Supporting Actress, Catherine Zeta-Jones, and Best Picture of the Year.
That's Chicago.
Chicago.
That jazz.
Rated PG-13. Now playing everywhere.
Fox 5 Problem Solvers. Call us at 1-877-TEL-FOX-5.
Now let's check out some political stories we found this week below the fold. Brian Rennie, head designer for the Escada fashion house, fears a war with Iraq could inflict unexpected damage on Hollywood. He predicts that women attending the Oscars may have to abandon tight-fitting gowns with revealing leg lines and necklines in favor of something less sensational and more, dare we say, conservative. Says he, if a war goes ahead, there will be a scramble for toned-down dresses. Check out Susan Sarandon, perhaps something like this. When it comes to war, how essential is the support of the UN and the international community? Walter Russell Mead of the Council on Foreign Relations notes that of 26 international conflicts waged since the UN's inception, only 3 have received UN support. The Korean War, which was fought under UN auspices, the Gulf War, and the war in Afghanistan. Note, the United States requested all 3, and the Russians, French, and Chinese, all of whom have waged war in the UN era, have not sought permission once, nor has Jimmy Carter previously complained about unilateralism on the part of such aggressors. London's Daily Mirror reports that British paratroopers near the Kuwait-Iraq border received a surprise last Monday as they performed live-fire drills. A dozen Iraqi troops showed up and surrendered, white flags and all. The Brits sent the crestfallen soldiers home, informing them that they would have to wait for an actual war before surrendering. And we are back with our panel. I had to get those in before we switched. Okay, Bill, I want to, we've talked a lot about Iraq, but there is increasing concern about North Korea and Iran. Let's begin with North Korea, because Secretary of State Colin Powell and the administration have been under some heavy criticism, especially from Democrats, to say, look, North Korea is the real problem. They got nuclear weapons. They've been proliferating. They're selling this stuff to everybody. They could have nuclear material in a matter of months. Why aren't we worrying about them?
We are worrying about them, but no one has an easy solution. One problem we have is that we have cut our defense spending a lot, and we have abandoned this notion. Everyone ridiculed 2 years ago the military's planning, which was we had to be able to fight 2 major regional conflicts at one time. That was so out of date. The Cold War left over. All these military reformers just scoffed at that. Of course, Congress was happy to go ahead and reduce defense spending. Now we have a crisis in Iraq and a crisis in North Korea, and we can't really address North Korea until we finish with Iraq. Ultimately, we're going to need a combination of diplomatic and economic pressure. We really need to pressure China, which we haven't done at all, in turn to pressure North Korea. But we may need to be ready, possibly, for an embargo or a quarantine. There are incredible proliferators, the North Koreans. And if we can't stop them from developing nuclear weapons, which I hope we can, we certainly need to stop them from exporting them, which will mean a major deployment of U.S. assets.
Well, President Bush this week said, President Bush in his news conference this week said that he expects that China, that Russia, that Japan will act in some regional collaboration to stop the spread of nuclear weapons on that peninsula. But the president did not say, although he said we have an interest there, did not make explicit how he plans to do it. That's why Ted Kennedy then comes back and says, you know what, there's a more imminent threat from North Korea to the United States' interest than there is from Iraq, and that in fact the president is fixated on Saddam Hussein, really as a replacement for targeting and his inability to capture Osama bin Laden. And that rings true for a lot of people.
One thing you don't hear when the Ted Kennedys of the world speak up about international crises, which have escaped their notice for a decade or more, is any idea what to do. And the reason, part of the reason for that is that diplomacy, which would mean principally, I think, not talking to North Korea, which as Colin Powell pointed out rather delicately, and the president has noted as well, led to the classic hoodwinking of Bill Clinton with the so-called framework agreement, which was ignored by North Korea in effect. You don't hear anybody saying that there's a diplomatic option other than pressuring China, Russia, and others. Doubtless attempts are being made to do that. So far, China has been unresponsive. You got to keep trying. Is there a military option? Well, you could say, well, you know, you could bomb Yongbyon. There are things you can do. True. On the other hand, you've got this hair-trigger situation which exists on the border there by the demilitarized zone, and everybody knows that North Korea would probably lose an all-out war with South Korea, but in the meantime, it would inflict terrible damage and untold casualties on South Korea. So that's the situation. It's quite different from the one in Iraq.
That is the reason we're not using the military option, not because the military is so weakened it can't fight two wars at once. It doesn't want to pay the price of what a war on the Korean Peninsula would be, which, as Britt said, would be tremendous devastation to South Korea, and they don't want a war there either. But I think that almost every expert you talk to about North Korea says there is a potential diplomatic solution, or at least one that will have to be tried, and that is bilateral talks with North Korea, and that this administration, although it doesn't want to do it, in the end is going to have to, because there's no
what we're
other
talking
alternative.
about there.
And so far we failed utterly to get allies in the region.
This is a process thing. This is like us talking directly to them is going to be different from the four of us talking to them. This is really a ludicrous foreign policy expert trope. We're going to have to get into bilateral negotiations with North Korea. Okay, so we're going to say you have to give up your nuclear program. That is our position. The North Koreans are going to say no. Well, that was a nice bilateral negotiation. Will that improve the atmosphere on the Korean Peninsula?
Did we not have a bilateral negotiation, not at the high levels, but last year our Undersecretary of State went there and said, okay, we got a deal for you. We'll give you diplomatic recognition. We will give you economic aid. We'll give you everything you want. You just have to stop your nuclear weapons program. Their response was, no, not only won't we stop it, by the way, we've been enriching uranium and you didn't know,
Right, well, that's the problem.
True that
they had violated the deal that Jimmy Carter put in place. Somehow now people want to blame Jimmy Carter. But you know what? I mean, that was a real deal, but the North Koreans violate. That presents a problem for President Bush and this administration. How can you enter into any deal with people who cannot be trusted?
So you don't believe in bilateralism?
Well, of course I believe in bilateralism, Tony. But you know, the problem was this week, the report that they are so aggressive. It's not just now that they say, hey, you know what, we've been sneaking behind closed doors to develop nuclear weapons. They apparently, according to reports, tried to capture U.S. fighter jets and hold the crew captive.
Look, the fact is that we have been trying to get Japan and China and South Korea to get into multilateral talks with them, and we have failed utterly, and meanwhile the clock is ticking. In a couple months they'll be able to roll out one nuke a month.
I agree, and I'm very glad to see that liberal experts are now deciding to abandon multilateralism. As we tried this in the Balkans in '93 and '94, we waited. It's a European problem. Europe should deal with it.
Finally, we had to, and
we're going to have to do it here. We're going to have to do it the way we dealt with Milosevic, though, which is with a threat of military force.
That's one more point. Guess which institution, which multilateral institution, the savior of the world, the Parliament of Man, has been asked to deal with this issue and has yet refused to deal with it? You guessed it, the United Nations.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. There is also a breakdown of bilateralism in Washington. Helen Thomas and George W. Bush. We'll talk about that after the break.
At Nationwide Insurance, we understand the power of an image. Picture this. Image.
Is curiosity.
Image.
Is knowledge.
Image.
Is action.
Image.
Is vulnerability.
Image.
Is hope.
Image.
Is strength.
Image.
Is inspiration.
Image.
Is empowerment.
Image.
Is validation.
Nationwide Insurance is proud to be the title sponsor of this year's NAACP Image Awards.
We see a mom and a CEO. Big business made agile. We see Teacher of the Year. We see 400 employees in 3 years. We see the toughest reservation in town. A 23-city tour. At Microsoft, we stand in awe of you and your potential. It's what inspires us to create software that helps you reach it.
Today, live from Atlanta, Tony Stewart looks to conquer the fastest track on the circuit for the 2nd year in a row. Winston Cup Racing, today 12:30 Eastern, 9:30 Pacific on Fox.
Ever go for a loan and get treated like a math equation? And if you don't fit the mold, adios. Spend 10 minutes with someone who will listen. Call 1-800-CHAMPION. Champion Mortgage works with homeowners one-on-one. You can save $300, $400, $500 a month. You're not debt, you're not income, you're a person.
Dave, I'm glad we could help.
Hey.
For a no-obligation free consultation, call 1-800-CHAMPION and see just how competitive our rates are. Champion says yes.
The sweet taste of success can be yours with a savory career in pastry arts. It all begins at the Art Institute of New York City, where professional chef instructors guide you step by step as you develop the practical, technical, and creative skills necessary to enter this highly specialized field. Flexible class schedules are available 5 days a week.
The Art Institute of New York City, formerly the New York Restaurant School, 1-800-411-2658. That's 1-800-411-2658.
Let me set the scene. Last Thursday night in the historic East Room of the White House, 70 to 75 White House reporters gathered for a press conference with the President of the United States, George W. Bush. One of the people who did not get a ticket to the front row, Helen Thomas, who for many years, of course, has been right front and center of these things. There she is in row 3, we believe, right in front of Lester Kinsolving. Ended up not being called upon by the President of the United States, nor was the Washington Post's reporter, Mike Allen. He also was not called on. The President made it pretty clear that he had been given a list, or they'd put together a list of precisely who would get to ask questions. Britt Hume, a lot of interesting dynamics here. Also, cable networks were recognized before the broadcast networks. What do we make of all this as we read tea leaves inside the Beltway?
Well, this is the first time when we've seen this, and it's pretty much out in the open that the White House decided on whom it was going to call and in what order. We always assume that that happens, but in this case, now we know that it was either.
The President said he was reading from a script.
Right. A word is worth inserting here about Helen Thomas. I sat next to Helen Thomas when I was covering the White House for 8 years. She'd been there a lot longer than that, and she still shows up. And she deserves a certain amount of our admiration for sheer indefatigability and dedication. But she is, to some extent, the nutty aunt in the attic of the Washington Press Corps, and has been for years. And all of us have been kind of overlooking her because we're personally fond of her, as I rather am. But let's face it, the questions that she has been asking in White House briefings and press conferences for decades have not been questions of the kind that any professional journalist would normally ask. Mostly they are argumentative. She makes statements. She gives speeches. She does things that journalists trying to behave with some neutrality simply do not do. And she's gotten away with it these many years, principally because she had been there all this time, and she became sort of an institution. She's not now a working daily reporter. She's a columnist, an opinion dispenser, and she has been moved out of the front row of the press conferences. She retains, however, her front row seat in the White House briefing room. And why is that? Privately, they will tell you that her questions are so outrageous and so over the top that when the person giving the briefing wants to generate a little sympathy in the TV audience, all you got to do is call on Helen.
All right, let's switch gears a little bit. Democrats now have decided, Mara, that the president's vulnerable on Iraq and a number of other things. The new line is being he needs to give diplomacy a chance, a number of people running up to the microphones in recent days. What's going on here? It's an interesting change from last October when you couldn't find a discouraging word from all but a handful of Democrats.
Well, the majority of Democrats in the Senate, at least, especially the presidential contenders, voted to give the president carte blanche in Iraq. They voted for that resolution. Since then, all of them, to different extents, and I agree that they're getting a little more vociferous now, have been criticizing him, not for the policy, which is of getting rid of Saddam Hussein on our own if necessary with military force, but for the way he's going about it, the fact he's squandered international goodwill, the fact that his diplomacy doesn't seem to be getting any results. And they do feel freer to do that. They look at opinion polls in the United States and around the world, and they're taking an opening. I don't think this is surprising in any way. I think as the minute the bombs start falling, they'll, coalesce around the president and support the effort.
I actually am surprised. I mean, Teddy Kennedy is now the foreign policy leader of the Democratic Party. And Teddy Kennedy said on the floor of the Senate Friday, as we unleash a firestorm of military might over Iraq, we could easily unleash a firestorm of hatred for America. Does he think that's what we're doing, really? Unleashing a firestorm of military might in an unprovoked way over this country, Iraq? I mean, let's see if it's a war of liberation or a war or a firestorm, which can't be justified. I'm really shocked by what the Democrats have been saying. I would say they sound slightly more hostile to the president than the French do at this point.
No, I think after Turkey's vote, I think what we've seen is a willingness on the part of the world, but certainly the Democrats here at home, to say there's a problem with this policy. We're going to represent the fact that about more than half of Americans have concerns about us moving ahead without the support of the Allies, without support of the UN. I'm worried about the fact that so many people are willing to demonize anybody who questions this war effort as if they're stupid or if they're not in love with America. This is the problem. People who are for the war need to remember we're fighting for constitutional principles.
All right, Juan, you get the last word. Thank you, panel. Time now for some quick mail. First, actually all of them on my parting thoughts last week. Bob Freeman of Arizona writes, how gauche of you, Tony, to end this week's program with a hop squarely onto the fence. That is voicing your doubts as to whether there really is justification for beating up on a lesser power. Gerald Good from California agreed. He said, what was the conclusion of your comments? Is the president going about it in the incorrect way in your opinion? No, here's my opinion. Do it the right way at the right time for the right reasons. Don't mess it up. Be sure to let us know your thoughts by emailing us at fns@foxnews.com, and my parting thoughts when we return.
Dave. Larry, how is that Dell consolidation going? TCO's down. Uptime? Highly available. Great. And you? Well, you know, we're still running a proprietary Unix-based system. Right.
A Dell flexible solution with Dell PowerEdge servers and Intel Xeon processors can help manage your enterprise for less. Easy as Dell. Call or go online today.
I've got to get a new car.
I've got to get to my Lincoln Mercury dealer.
Think big at your Lincoln Mercury dealer's Think Big sales event, where you can get big incentives on every Lincoln and Mercury, including Sable, Mountaineer, the new Lincoln Aviator, and Mercury Grand Marquis, with $3,500 cash back. That's $3,000 plus $500 sales event bonus cash for total customer cash back of $3,500. Think big now through March 31st at your Lincoln Mercury dealer.
Oh, but we've worked too long and hard to let a bad market postpone our retirement. Will you have enough income to maintain your lifestyle?
We've done the proper planning.
Yes. Oh, and Merrill Lynch financial advisors looking beyond 401ks and IRAs to mortgages, insurance.
Protected growth investments.
These days you have to.
Are you confident with Merrill Lynch?
You bet.
Most definitely.
Introducing Total Merrill. We see your financial life in total.
A growing cadre of Democrats is accusing President Bush of botching American foreign policy by threatening force first and failing to give diplomacy sufficient time. They want him to give chit-chat a chance. This is an interesting notion at odds with the whole of human history. Wars end and talk begins only when one side wins. The idea is interesting for a second reason, which is that many of the very politicians complaining about the president's reticence have themselves gone silent before the press. Check today's Sunday show listings and you will find precisely 0 Democratic leaders. We've called them all week after week, only to discover that the loyal opposition, with a few exceptions, such as Joe Biden, Carl Levin, and Harry Reid, have gone AWOL. They're the milk carton brigade, missing and sorely missed. 2 key examples. Senate Democratic leader Tom Daschle, tough in speeches but nowhere to be seen. House Democratic leader Nancy Pelosi, watching this show, I hope. Here we are on the cusp of war, and leaders of a key political party are A, ratcheting up attacks on the commander-in-chief, and B, hiding from one-on-one national interviews. Yesterday, Democrats handed responsibility for responding to the president's radio address to a man with the lowest approval ratings in America. California Governor Gray Davis, 27% approval in the most recent LA Times poll. The guy didn't talk about war and peace, only his desire for further federal handouts. Yeesh. So I close today with an open and heartfelt invitation. Come back, folks, let's talk. It's not the same without you, and it's not a debate unless both sides show up. That's it for today. Thanks for joining us.
Fox News Sunday is a presentation of Fox News.
You can be late for a lot of things. But a lower interest rate? You don't want to miss that. Just call 1-800-CHAMPION.
Now's a great time to refinance. If anyone can show you how to reduce your monthly payments, it's Champion Mortgage. They've been doing it for over 20 years. I know you've got 10 minutes. Don't miss out.
For a no-obligation free consultation, call 1-800-CHAMPION and see just how competitive our rates are. Champion says yes.
How you live says a lot about who you are, your decor, your architectural style. Your home reflects your personality. When you choose Marvin Windows and Doors, you get exactly what you want. Handcrafted wood interiors, high-quality durable exteriors to complement your lifestyle. Whatever your vision, Marvin brings it to life. Marvin Windows and Doors, made for you. To find out more about Marvin Windows and Doors, call 1-800-404-7888.
Fox 5 Problem Solvers. Call us at 1-877-TEL-FOX-5 or log on to fox5ny.com.
The following is a paid advertisement for the Miracle Blade 3 Perfection Series. Fed up with knives that just won't cut? Tired of dull knives that destroy your dinners? Disturbed by what it takes just to prepare the evening meal? Then welcome the all-new Miracle Blade 3 Perfection Series. A blade so sharp and powerful you can cut a pineapple in mid-air. A design so extraordinary it uses a control ball to make chopping, cutting, mincing, and dicing easier than ever before. Handles so ingenious you can cut from top to bottom and your hands never get in the way. A set of knives so good, they're called the Perfection Series. And so durable, they're worthy of the name Miracle Blade.
I've never had a knife that cut this beautiful.
They perform just the way they're advertised to perform. They're great knives.
I like them so much, I'd actually start cooking more, and I don't cook that much.
I want these for my husband. Now give me the number.
Since 1989, millions have enjoyed the quality, durability, and value of Miracle Blade knives. It took over 5 years of research and development to create the all-new Miracle Blade 3 Perfection Series with its revolutionary new comfort handles, unique design, and spectacular 3-in-1 edges. But the price and our guarantee remain the same. The Miracle Blade 3 will stay sharp the first time, the fourth time, every time for a lifetime. Or we replace them free forever. So now, please join Chef Tony as he takes the knives all the way to France, to the world-famous Culinaire des Arts Cooking School, where he showed the Miracle Blade 3 perfection.
There was an ongoing genocide taking place there. Fortunately, the genocide is not taking place now. Saddam Hussein has been brutal against his people. When he was committing those crimes, the international community did not come to the rescue of the Iraqis. At the moment, he is complying with what the weapons inspector are asking him to do, and I think that the least we can do is to give them time. We must avoid the loss of innocent life, and many innocent lives will be lost. And we don't know that if there is a war, that will bring democracy to the people of Iraq. And that is the reason why I oppose this war, and so many millions of people do as well.
We're gonna have to leave it there, unfortunately. We could go on. Unfortunately, we're out of time. Bianca Jagger, Ron Silver, thanks to both of you for joining us for a solid debate. And when we return, war with Iraq brings the possibility, of course, of a new wave of terror attacks. Are U.S. troops prepared? We'll ask Republican Congressman Chris Shays and former Deputy Assistant U.S. Army Secretary Amaretta Hober. Late edition. We'll be right back.
CNN Monday, a powerhouse lineup. Former Senators Dole, Mitchell, Rudman, Hart, Simpson, and McGovern all face off of the hour only on Larry King Live. CNN Monday, 9 Eastern.
I have it, you have it, we all have it. It's called blood. And every 3 seconds, someone needs blood. Each year, 4 million people need blood transfusions. You can help by becoming a blood donor. It's fast, simple, and safe. One donation from you can save up to 3 lives. Be a lifesaver. Call 1-866-FROM-YOU. That's 1-866-376-6968. Toll free to find out where you can donate and save a life today.
Lewis and Clark, great explorers.
Hi, I'm Thomas Jefferson. Would you check out the West for me? Oh, sure.
And they take their keelboat up the Missouri.
Oh, Buffalo. Then they built Fort Mandan. They're at 1804.
Made some friends along the way. I'm Secretary West. Through the Columbia Gorge.
There are tons of ways to help with your kids' learning.
Find the really good ones on connectforkids.org.
The sweet Pacific Ocean!
Go with Comcast high-speed internet. It's fast, and it's the perfect way to enjoy everything the internet has to offer. From shopping to sharing videos, downloading music to online gaming. You name it. Comcast high-speed internet. Call now for this special offer. There's never been a better time to lose the weight.
You can take a shot, take a turn, take a spin, take a look at him. But don't take drugs. You can take a walk, take a leap, take a slide, take a ride. So don't take drugs. Your brain gets dizzy, your body goes numb. So if you take drugs, well, that's just dumb. You wanna be strong, you wanna live long. Don't take drugs. Don't take drugs. Don't take drugs. Don't take them.
This is CNN,
the most trusted name in news. Frustrated by itching and flaking? Get the power of 3. Unlike most other medicated shampoos, Neutrogena T-Gel works on all 3 itchy, flaky scalp conditions. Be confident with the one that works on all 3. #1 dermatologist recommended, Neutrogena T-Gel.
CNN Tonight. Imagine leaving your family to defend your country. Meet 4 military families with lives on hold as loved ones are called to duty. Leaving home. A special People in the News, 7 Eastern, CNN Tonight.
Hello, I'm Frederica Whitfield at the CNN Center in Atlanta. Here are the top stories. Iraq says Chief UN Weapons Inspector Hans Blix has been invited back to Baghdad on March 17th, the deadline proposed for Iraq to disarm. But a spokesman for Blix denies the report, saying, quote, "I'm not at this point aware of any official invitation." He goes on to say, quote, "Were such an invitation received, we would have to study the letter and rationale of such a visit and what might be expected to be gained from it." As the threat of war with Iraq appears to draw closer, the United Nations is moving more of its civilian staff members and some military observers away from the border between Iraq and Kuwait. The UN says the workers are being moved to Kuwait City for their own safety. In the Middle East, into the early hours today, Israeli forces demolished the houses of Palestinian militants. The militants were allegedly responsible for a rash of deadly attacks against Israelis last week. Also today, Palestinian militants fired rockets from Gaza into southern Israel. Israel says no one was hurt. Those are the top stories. Another check of the headlines at the bottom of the hour. Late Edition returns right after this.
She'll talk to you with no one else around, but only if you're able to entertain her. The moment conversation.
When you're together, even when you're apart, that's M-Life from AT&T Wireless. Your mobile life made better.
You know what it takes to reach your goals in life. You're ready to meet any challenge, no matter how great. It takes persistence, performance, and strength. That's why you choose Pacific Life. Rely on the strength of Pacific Life. Watch the Pacific Life Open March 5th through 16th on ESPN and ESPN2.
Gateway helps power your business every step of the way, from personalized service to our full business line of products. Our Enterprise Series PCs are performance-rich and custom configured for your business. For a limited time, when you buy Gateway's E4000L desktops, we'll double your memory and upgrade your warranty and operating system. Call 1-888-GATEWAY or visit us online. Gateway, business, government, education. Gateway E4000 Series PCs feature Intel Pentium 4 processors.
Our crowded planet has something to say.
Can you hear me?
ADM believes that for every problem, nature has an answer. Soy. We found that countries that plant grazing land in soybeans can increase protein yields 30 times per acre. ADM, the nature picture of what's to come.
CNN Tonight, 8 Eastern. American soldiers captured, imprisoned, and interrogated.
It's mental chess.
A CNN special documentary takes you inside the Army's secret school, where U.S. Special Forces learn to fight, even in captivity.
I've never felt emotions like that.
Go where no news camera has gone before.
You don't know what freedom is until you lose it.
CNN presents Captured, hosted by Aaron Brown. CNN Tonight, 8 Eastern.
Welcome back. There's concern a war with Iraq could spark biological warfare against civilians and U.S. troops. There's also questions about preparedness for such attacks. For some insight, we turn to two special guests. In New York, Republican Congressman Chris Shays of Connecticut. He's the chairman of the National Security Subcommittee in the U.S. House of Representatives. And here in Washington, Amaretta Hober. She's a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of the U.S. Army. Welcome to both of you. Congressman Shays, no one in the House knows more about this issue than you do. Are you confident that U.S. troops now deployed to the Persian Gulf region are fully prepared for chemical and biological warfare?
I'm confident they can be. I'm just not certain they will be. I mean, it's a question of equipment, logistics, and training. And having the right equipment at the right place at the right time with the proper training. And this has been not a highest priority for our command. And as a result, we haven't gotten the right equipment to the right place at the right time, and we're not training at the level we need to. They've improved it a great deal, but we have a bit of a ways to go.
But it sounds to me like you're saying that they're not completely ready right now. And if they're not ready, what business does the Defense Department have sending young men and women into harm's way without being prepared as best as possible?
Well, let me just say this to you. I've been told by the DOD that none of our men and women will be sent into battle without the new J-list suit, without the proper training. And that's happening. They've sped it up a great deal. And so this is a big issue. We should not send our troops until they're ready, and I believe we won't. I think we will wait until they're ready.
Well, let me bring Amaretta Hober in. It sounds to me that there's potential criminal action here if you're sending U.S. men and women in the military into a potential area where chemical or biological warfare is going to be used, and they're not given the best kind of equipment, the masks, the protective gear the U.S. has. That sounds criminal.
Well, Wolf, I think they are being given the best. I think they're being given the best that there is today. I think in general the congressman would agree with me. The new JS list suit is going to battle with the troops. Each of them has two. The new masks are in pretty good shape. Now, the answer is we can always do better. These are all one generation beyond what we had in Desert Storm, and obviously the next generation 10 years from now will be better.
All right. This discussion is only getting started. Stand by, Amaretta Hober. Congressman Shays, stand by as well. It's time to say goodbye to our international viewers. Thanks very much for watching. Coming up for our North American audience, more of this discussion with Amaretta Hober and Congressman Chris Shays. We'll also speak with generals. We'll have the latest news on the showdown with Iraq. Stay with us.
Why do so many people trust GMAC Real Estate? It's because our agents offer premier service. A commitment to service that caters to your specific needs. Which means whether you're buying or selling a home, we'll listen to your needs and get you where you want to be. It's no wonder we have an overwhelming 94% customer satisfaction rating. GMAC Real Estate. Service you deserve. People you trust.
At Gateway, we think people want more, not less, for a great price. And that's what you get from Gateway. And now you can have even more with our spot-on values, a straightforward deal. If you buy any of our home desktops now, you'll get the Gateway security package, including 1 year of additional warranty for just $1 more. Call, click, or come in. Spot on. Gateway. Gateway 500 series PCs feature Intel Pentium 4 processors.
Excuse me, what is that?
Oh, ING. They're a financial services company. They manage over $450 billion. You can probably guess why. It's fresh thinking.
I know what ING is, but what is that?
Sasquatch.
ING, the beginning of something better.
Presenting Blue from American Express. The card with no annual fee and an introductory rate that's frozen at 0%. Call 1-800-600-BLUE to get yours. You can pay over time, which makes this card remarkably flexible. It has a rewards program with so many choices, it'll make your head spin. You can even bid on VIP passes to big events. Plus, it has a built-in smart chip that remembers your passwords and gives you extra security online. But while there are many reasons to carry Blue, there's only one number to call to get it. 1-800-600-BLUE. Call now to apply for yours. Blue from American Express.
The world's most wanted man. All next week, a CNN special report tracking bin Laden. Where's he hiding? What's he up to now? And what's the next threat? Eye on bin Laden. All next week on American Morning, 7 a.m. Eastern.
Closed captioning.
Washington, retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General Dan Crispin. He was the senior military operations planner during the 1991 Persian Gulf War. Gentlemen, or should I say generals, welcome to Late Edition. Thanks very much. And let me begin with you, General Clark. Is the U.S. military completely ready right now?
Well, we're certainly over there and capable of initiating operations. Are we as ready as we will be in a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Probably not. One major uncertainty is Turkey. Would still be preferable to have a northern arm of the operation with some heavy forces. As far as we know, they're still sitting there waiting for Turkish approval. And in the south, we're still unloading. We're waiting for the 1st Cavalry Division to arrive, and the troops can always do more training. So, yes, we're ready, but we're not as ready as we could be.
General Crispin, it sounds like the diplomacy that's still going on is actually an added benefit for the U.S. military. Give them some more time to get ready.
I think for the short term, that's the case, Wolf. In addition to what Wes mentioned, I think the 101st is critical here as well.
The 101st Airborne.
Absolutely, the Air Assault Division. Their attack helicopters, their troop transports need to be there if we are to have a viable Plan B.
So where are they right now?
They're offloading in Kuwait, and I think they're within days of being complete there with the critical helicopter.
And when they offload, it still takes several days to test out the equipment to get everything ready.
Put the blades on, do the in-theater training, but I think Wes is right. It's just a matter of days before the President will have all of the assets that he thinks he needs to maintain that option.
So what I hear you saying, General Clark, is you don't believe there will be a need once a war starts, if in fact there is a war, for the U.S. to continue moving in fresh forces, new equipment as the war unfolds?
Well, I think the United States will continue to do that. I think everything that's in the deployment list and currently moving will go ahead and close in theater, and I think that's very appropriate, Wolf, because...
But is that smart to do that in the middle of a war when there could be serious risks?
I think it's essential to do it because the planning has been done based not only on what it takes to defeat the Iraqs and get up to Baghdad, but also what may happen in Baghdad and then afterwards to maintain security in the region. The only risk is that we are going to end up with bits and pieces of, I think, 70% of the United States Army's maneuver forces committed somewhere. That leaves 3 divisions left to deal with North Korea. Now, I know we don't consider North Korea a crisis. It is a concern, and if we were going to have to use military force, we'd have to extract some of those forces relatively soon to deal with the North Korean issue.
Well, are you concerned about that, General Crispin, that the U.S. can't necessarily get the adequate forces in play if there's a two-front kind of contingency, the Middle East, the Persian Gulf on the one hand, North Korea on the other?
Yes, Wolf, I think the key here is flexibility, is strategic flexibility. If we are to launch this, the last thing we should be doing is to get a firm time and signal that to Saddam. The key at this point is tactical surprise if this option is exercised.
Can that still be achieved, tactical surprise? This is the worst kept secret going out there, that the U.S. potentially is going to go to war any day now.
Right, we have clearly lost strategic surprise, but tactically I think there's still the option in terms of doing that any time in this coming period.
So even a day or two could make a difference as far as tactics. Is that, do you agree with General Crispin on that, General Clark?
Sure, because it's not just the time of the attack. The essence of surprise is that you accomplish your objectives before the enemy can react to you. And so even though he may know an attack is coming after President Bush's last speech, let's say there's an ultimatum, he figures it's got to come in the next 3 days. They still don't know what the precise objectives are, the avenues of approach, the tactics we're going to use, the weapons we'll apply against each target. There are tremendous unknowns that will face the Iraqis, and they won't be prepared for the shock of the being hit by the might of the U.S. Armed Forces.
Force protection, General Christman. There's 100,000, maybe more U.S. troops in a small area in northern Kuwait right now. Is that dangerous to keep that many troops in one small area on the eve of a war?
It certainly does pose a problem, but I would tell you, Wolf, the key in this instance, it seems to me, is to have boots on the ground early to take out those WMD sites and launching systems.
Ground forces, you mean?
Absolutely, right. I think that is going to be one of the most important early on efforts in this whole plan.
But that's such a dangerous mission. It could endanger a lot of U.S. Army and Marine Corps personnel.
That's why it's important to have the right intelligence and to protect that early on, as we're doing right now, and when the President makes this call, to go in there as quickly as we can at those sites. I think that's the most important way that one provides force protection for the troops in theater.
General Clark, we've seen a stepped-up activity in the so-called no-fly zones, the northern and the southern no-fly zones, some suggesting this is simply trying to soften up the Iraqis on the eve of warfare. How do you see it?
Well, I see it as we're creeping into the war bit by bit. This is part of the preparation of the battlefield. We've already been flying there. We've increased the intensity of it. We've broadened the range of targets we'll strike. And anything that's a military target now, it looks like we've got permission to strike it. And so we're going to make it progressively easier for our troops to move from Kuwait north or from the northern no-fly zone south.
We've also getting reports, General Christman, that the Iraqis are building trenches around sophisticated areas, sensitive areas, Baghdad. Does the U.S. Army, for example, have the capability to deal with this kind of trench warfare if they're going to be burning oil or whatever in these trenches?
The best way to avoid obstacles, and I'm a combat engineer by training, but the best way to avoid them is to go around them or to go over them. We do have the capability with more modern equipment to breach if necessary and to bridge if necessary, but the best way to avoid them is to avoid them.
And the other source of concern for the Central Command, General Clark, that we've heard is that the Iraqis may be purchasing uniforms that look like U.S. Army uniforms or British uniforms, handing them out to Iraqi troops, elite troops, who may, at least according to the Central Command, go out and commit atrocities and blame the U.S. and Britain for this. You've heard these reports.
I have, and it is a matter of concern. And we'll have to maintain our own security. It means we'll be using challenge and passwords and so forth. But that's not a decisive answer to what the United States is going to do. That causes difficulty. Certainly we don't want it to happen. We don't want to see innocent people hurt. But the people who do this are guilty of crimes. They will be tracked down. They will be taken care of.
How worried are you, General Crispin, that if the U.S. goes in, wins a decisive, relatively quick victory, but has to stay there to police the operation, to maintain security, that these troops will be victims that could be targets of terrorism along the lines of the U.S. Marines in Beirut in 1983, which you well remember?
Right. I think the best way to avoid that is to strategically plan for a very, very quick transition consistent with the status on the ground to local Iraqi control. That's the whole plan. And we'll do this in phases so that our troops are not there, as the President says, any more than they have to be. That's the best way to avoid that.
But General Clark, this could be a hugely dangerous mission after the war.
You're right, it could be, Wolf. I mean, this is what so many people are worried about, and there are really three sets of problems. Number one, we've got to get the weapons of mass destruction. We don't know where all of them are. We're going to have to confiscate documents, talk to people, develop intelligence, and then go out and grab them. Secondly, we've got the struggle inside Iraq for which group is going to dominate, Kurds, Shia, Islamic fundamentalists, and when they start jostling, they're going to also turn against us. And third, Al-Qaeda is going to be in there recruiting, flexing its muscles, and obviously we're going to be one of the targets of Al-Qaeda.
General Clark, thanks for joining us. General Crispin, thanks to you as well.
Thank you, Wolf.
Up next, our final round. Our panel will weigh in on the big stories of the week. Late Edition's final round, right after a CNN News Alert. Stay with us.
Hello. Can you hear me? Am I getting through to you? Hello.
Our crowded planet has something to say. ADM believes that for every problem, nature has an answer. So, we found that countries that plant grazing land in soybeans can increase protein yields 30 times per acre. It's a natural way to fight malnutrition, fight famine, and make peace with a growing planet. Nature has answers. Is anyone listening? Yes. ADM, the nature of what's to come.
I'm fastball. Buy me, buy me. Me, I'm a fastball. You know, fastball. Fastball, baby. Buy me, buy me.
According to the UN spokesman in Baghdad, the UN's letter to Iraqi officials requesting the U-2 overflight may have been ambiguous. He says that there may have been sentences in the letter that referred to the U-2 in the singular form, and there may have been sentences that referred to it in the plural form. Certainly what happened, according to Iraqi officials, they say 2 U-2s flew into their airspace, one at 9:40 in the morning, flying from Kuwait, one at 10 a.m., 20 minutes later, flying into their airspace from Saudi Arabia. They say immediately they called the UN on the hotline and waited for a response from the UN. Iraqi officials say the UN then contacted them back, apologizing for the mistake.
And he told me that this airplane is a United Nations airplane. It belongs to the UNMOVIC also. But a mistake took place from their side, from UNMOVIC. The notification was talking about one U-2 airplane, the entry point from Kuwaiti-Iraqi border, and this airplane came from the Saudi-Iraqi border. And he apologized, and he promised that this mistake will not take place again.
So far, Iraqi officials seem to accept the UN's apology of the misunderstanding. Iraqi officials also say that they did not fly any hostile actions with their aircraft following the U-2's flight into Iraq. Also, Iraqi spokesman speaking out for the first time about a drone. They say this RPV with a wingspan of 7.45 meters, an RPV that the UN says they need to do more research into. Iraqi officials say that this particular RPV is not designed to carry chemical or biological weapons. They say it can only fly 120 kilometers in circles with a radius of about 8 kilometers. That is well within the UN limitations of 150 kilometers. They also say that this particular RPV has a small engine, is only designed to carry a payload of 20 kilograms. That payload, they say, is designed for aerial surveillance, for video camera surveillance. So this is the first time Iraqi officials have talked in detail about this particular RPV that the UN says it is still investigating. Nick Robertson, CNN, Baghdad.
And the RPV that Nick Robertson is referring to stands for Remotely Piloted Vehicle, or as they say, one of those drones. Here's your chance to weigh in on this story. Our web question of the day is this: does the United States need another UN Security Council resolution to justify an attack on Iraq? We'll have the results later in this broadcast. Please vote at CNN.com/Wolf. While you're there, I'd like to hear from you. Send me your comments. I'll try to read some of them on the air each day at the end of this program. That's also, of course, where you can read my daily online column. CNN.
The latest on that Black Hawk that is down. Hello, everybody. I'm Jane Skinner. At least one soldier was spotted walking near the crash site of this Black Hawk chopper in upstate New York. We don't know any more about any other casualties, though. The chopper, with as many as 15 on board, was on a routine training mission out of Fort Drum, which is near Watertown, New York. The Army says it doesn't know what caused the accident. At this point, the Black Hawk is attached to the Army's 10th Mountain Division. We'll keep you updated. Well, the debate at the UN continues today. The Security Council started the day behind closed doors. You're looking at a live picture there. Iraq kicked off the session saying it would cooperate with UN arms inspectors. This as the U.S. and its allies prepare for war. Now, in the meantime, Kuwaiti workers began removing earthen barriers along the border with Iraq that would make way for U.S. forces should they decide to forcefully disarm Iraq. Well, the largest of America's conventional weapons was tested in the Florida Panhandle today. The Pentagon says the MOAB, which is short for Massive Ordnance Air Blast, is the most powerful non-nuclear bomb in our arsenal. It was dropped from a C-130 transport plane and exploded with such force that the military issued warnings to Floridians saying they should expect to hear a loud boom. That's a look at some of your other headlines. Time now to send you to John for more of the big story.
Jane, thanks very much. Time now to check in on the market. Senior business correspondent Terry Keenan is here with the numbers. Hi, Terry.
Hi there, John. Well, stocks made a good show of it in the early going, snapping back after yesterday's rebook within 30 to 90 days after the war ends. And what's good for the airborne, also good for seafaring folks as well. Royal Caribbean is making changes to its cruise cancellation policy. The looming war weighing on advanced reservations, so Royal Caribbean says it will give any guest who cancels a Mediterranean cruise scheduled between May and October a credit toward a future trip. Travelers must back out by May 1st. So, John, if you're boycotting France this summer, you can cruise the Mediterranean.
It's going to be a lot
instead.
longer than October. I'll tell you that, Terry. Thanks very much. Coming up on the big story, imagine the feds watching your every move, looking at the books you take out of the library and the books you buy at Barnes & Noble. Does the Patriot Act need a good editor?
They said it couldn't be done, that you couldn't grow fresh-tasting fruit and cereal.
Our military could take down Saddam Hussein's regime without the United Nations' help or approval, but what about after? Could and should we get, now you're likely to see signs warning that federal agents may secretly be looking at a list of books you borrow. The government was given that power under the Patriot Act, but new legislation would repeal the section that applies to libraries and bookstores. The Freedom to Read Protection Act was introduced by independent Congressman Bernie Sanders of Vermont. He joins us live from Capitol Hill. Congressman, you know, this strikes me as a fairly nonpartisan issue, that there are Republicans who are worried about this as well as Democrats. But let me just pose it to you this way. We already know that crooks rifle the internet and get all kinds of personal information on all of us now to commit crimes against us, to sell us things, to intrude on our lives. Why should all of those go on virtually unchecked, and the feds looking for terrorists are the ones who are stopped?
Well, the obvious answer is that if crooks are trying to get information about us, they shouldn't be allowed to, and some of us are working hard to try to stop that. That's illegal activity. The United States government should not be involved in what I consider to be unconstitutional activity. I think the issue here is when people go to the library, they have a right to believe, if they are law-abiding citizens not involved in terrorism, that the books that they take out, that the websites that they visit are not going to be checked on by the FBI or other government agencies. If you go to a bookstore, you want to know that the books you buy, that transaction is between you and the bookstore and not the FBI. So I think that in this area, the Patriots Act has gone much too far.
But let's forget Mohammed Atta for a moment. I'll come back to him. Let's take Tim McVeigh. If Tim McVeigh is out there buying the bomb maker's cookbook, wouldn't you rather that the feds found that out and got on his trail before he actually got the diesel fuel and made the bomb?
And if the feds had reason to believe that Tim McVeigh or anybody else is a terrorist or is engaging in illegal activity, they do have the right, and they've always had the right, to go into libraries and bookstores and get that information. The problem is we do not want to become an Iraq or a China where the government has enormous power overseeing what we do.
I understand.
And I'll tell you,
yeah. I understand, and I think Americans relate to what you're saying, but I also think there's a lot of people who suspect that no matter what powers John Ashcroft has under the Patriot Act, he actually doesn't care about me. He's looking at Mohammed Atta and trying to find him, and that's a good thing.
No, I mean, the answer is yes and no. What you have is a constitution which says, everything being equal, people have the right to read what they want. You don't want to give Mr. Ashcroft or anybody else the authority, or people lower on down the line, the authority to be checking out what you're reading and what you're writing and what you're thinking. That's what freedom is about. Yes, we want to protect ourselves from terrorism. We have the mechanism to do that. If the government has reason to believe that somebody may be engaged in terrorist activity or is plotting illegal activities, they have the right to look.
What if the reason to believe is the evidence you're talking about them being prohibited from obtaining. That is, the books they're buying from Barnes & Noble on their American Express card,
John,
which Amex knows about, and virtually anybody who hacks into the system knows about, but you'd prevent a cop from finding out about.
The logical extenuation of what you're saying is that really the government should be knowing everything that we're doing.
I kind of think they do. I just hope that they're using it for the right reason.
But that's wrong. I mean, we want to, yes, we want strong law enforcement. Of course we all do. Yes, we must protect ourselves against terrorism. But don't concede the fact that, gee, the government already knows everything that I'm doing. We're fighting that. We are supposed to be a free country. And a free country means that the government doesn't have to know everything you're doing.
I'm counting on you to guard the freedom frontiers. What I'm trying to get around to is, while you're doing that, how do you get these guys who have operated under the radar doing just what we're talking about? Librarians couldn't report them when they were on the internet in a library, or couldn't report them when they were checking out the books, and Barnes & Noble couldn't report them. No. Why can't we go get them?
That's not quite accurate. I mean, the truth is we have always had laws that if the law enforcement people had suspicion and grounds to believe that somebody was engaged in illegal or terrorist activity, they surely could get those records. That's the point. They always could, and they should be able to.
Yeah, but
the standards now are so low that somebody may say, hey, I don't like that guy on Fox TV. He's a danger to the country. Why? Well, he wrote a letter to the editor. He said something nasty on the TV.
You really think that the standards are that low at this point? Honestly?
Well, what the standards within the law are very, very low. What we do know, by the way, is when members of Congress have asked the Justice Department, well, tell us, how are you utilizing this law? They're not providing us with that information. The University of Illinois did tell us that well over 100 libraries have already been visited by the FBI.
If you currently own a GM vehicle, March is your month at Valenti Chevrolet on Route 5 in Wallingford. Take an extra big $3,000 off most new Chevys, in addition to already huge Valenti Chevy discounts. Save up to $7,000 on new Chevy Silverado pickups and Avalanche. Silverado pickups start at $16,200 and Avalanches for only $28,900. The best truck in America. Discount, selection, service. Valenti Chevrolet on Route 5 in Wallingford will beat any deal. Valenti. See us today for your new Chevrolet.
On World News Tonight, war and diplomacy, the U.S. and its friends. It is getting really messy. The Bush administration isn't doing very well. The United States tests a new generation of weapon. The damage it does is one thing. The terror is another. From here in Kuwait tonight, how not to lose in battle. It's all about fuel and being on time as well as weapons. We'll take a closer look. And Osama bin Laden's trail goes cold. The mastermind was not where they thought he was.
From ABC News, this is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings. Reporting tonight from the Persian Gulf.
Good evening from Kuwait. For a while here tonight, people were eagerly looking for rain to wash away the results of so many sandstorms. But even if it had poured here today, it would not have flushed the tension out of the air that the run-up to war has inspired. We drove into an army base this afternoon. Everyone was in gas masks. It was yet another drill. But everyone here now takes war as a matter of course, whatever opposition the Bush administration is getting in the rest of the world. Here are today's highlights. The 6 countries on the UN Security Council that are undecided about a new resolution authorizing the U.S. to use force against Iraq now want to give Saddam Hussein 45 more days to show that he really will disarm. Iraq has told the UN weapons inspectors it will no longer allow the U.S. spy plane, the U-2, working for the UN to fly over Iraqi territory. The Iraqis say it is simply helping the U.S. prepare for war. We'll have more in a minute about this huge new bomb which the U.S. tested in Florida today, but we're going to begin at the White House with Terry Moran. Terry, I gather the president is disinclined, to say the least, to give anybody 45 more days.
Exactly, Peter. There's not much time, the president says, certainly not 45 days. But the administration continues to run into a storm of opposition about its hard line.
At the UN this afternoon, representatives of one country after another came forward to hammer the administration's policy.
The war against Iraq
will be a destabilizing factor for the region as well as the whole world.
This war is not necessary.
And Pakistani officials announced their country, a crucial undecided vote on the Security Council, will abstain. In what may be the deepest sign of potential U.S. isolation, a startling public admission for the first time by Defense Secretary Rumsfeld that the U.S. might have to go to war in Iraq without Great Britain, far and away Mr. Bush's staunchest ally.
To the extent they are able to participate in the event that the president decides to use force, that would obviously be welcomed. To the extent they're not, there are workarounds, and they would not be involved, at least in that phase of it.
Later, after an uproar over his comments, Rumsfeld backtracked, issuing a statement declaring that in the event of war, quote, "we have every reason to believe there will be a significant military contribution from Britain." At the White House, officials rejected the proposal to extend the March 17th deadline by anything like 45 days.
Well, the president thinks that there is a little room for a little more diplomacy, but not much time. Any suggestion of 30 days, 45 days is a non-starter.
Officials say the president is now willing to push back the March 17th deadline by only a few more days.
The president was on the phone again today with leaders of Security Council nations and others. But there was another sign of another possible setback after announcing last week that the president of Cameroon, a key Security Council nation, would be coming to the White House tomorrow. Officials now say he's not coming. And Peter, they call the change a mix-up.
Many thanks, Terry. Terry Moran at the White House. Now to the bomb. It is a small world, of course, about which in this case the Bush administration may be pleased. Today, when the U.S. tested a giant new bomb in Florida, which may be used in the war against Iraq, the news of how terrifying it allegedly is reached this region in no time. ABC's Martha Radich tonight on the bomb, the psychological, and the political impact of the test.
The bomb was dropped from a military cargo plane guided by satellite. From even 10 miles away, you could see it was a monstrous blast, sending a mushroom cloud high above Florida's panhandle and tremors through the earth for miles.
It rattled the heck out of the house.
That was pretty loud. It made my heart jump.
This was the first live test of the Moab, the massive ordnance airburst bomb, the most powerful non-nuclear bomb ever built. 21,000 pounds of destruction, nicknamed the mother of all bombs.
If you had a major military depot or a chemical production plant, this could really be a blockbuster.
Today's well-publicized test is also part of the military's efforts at psychological warfare. The Pentagon is hoping that even the thought of this gigantic bomb will terrorize Iraqi troops and their leader.
The goal is to have the capabilities of the coalition so clear and so obvious that there is an enormous disincentive for the Iraqi military to fight against the coalition.
The Moab isn't the only weapon of fear in the U.S. arsenal. There are the so-called E-bombs, which knock out electronics, phone systems, computers. The JDAM, the Joint Direct Attack Munition, a precision-guided weapon not affected by clouds or smoke, and the thermobaric bomb that penetrates caves and bunkers with explosive gas. All weapons that the administration is hoping will convince the Iraqis that if they thought the first Gulf War was bad, wait until they see this one. Martha Radich, ABC News, Washington.
The Pentagon today was talking not only about war, but about rebuilding Iraq. The Bush administration has been criticized for not talking enough about it and a potentially lengthy U.S. occupation. Today from the Pentagon, a set of blueprints which is different than anything the U.S. military has ever attempted before. Here's ABC's John McWethy.
One day the U.S. would be fighting Iraqi troops, and the next, officials say, many of the same Iraqi soldiers could find themselves on the U.S. payroll. That's part of the plan, Pentagon officials said today, for rebuilding Iraq, creating a new Iraqi army. But for troops who used weapons of mass destruction,
they will not be part of any new Iraqi military if it comes to that.
That's the understatement of the afternoon.
But for regular Iraqi soldiers, the U.S. wants to use them to help rebuild roads, bridges, and dig up mines. It would provide supervised employment for tens of thousands of young men who might otherwise cause trouble. U.S. officials say they are considering sending cargo planes loaded with bundles of American $1 bills to pay Iraqi soldiers and thousands of other Iraqi citizens to stay on the job. That would include bureaucrats from all of Iraq's ministries, tens of thousands of school teachers, doctors, and people who supply electricity and water. Critics ask, who will pay?
At least the initial costs are going to have to come out of taxpayer pockets because there is no other source of revenue to pay for this. Nobody's put a price tag on any of this.
Defense Secretary Rumsfeld today claims some of the expenses could be paid from future Iraqi oil revenues, but would provide no estimate of what overall costs might be. John McWethy, ABC News, the Pentagon.
And now we're going to take a closer look at logistics. Reporters in a war zone, or a potential war zone as this still is, tend to think that logistics stories are, well, a little dry. The military doesn't think so. It lives by logistics. Tonight, just a sample of how you serve an American military on the move. There are now a little more than 200,000 members of the armed forces here who are involved in this run-up to the war. And as of now, when war begins, only about 40,000 of them will fight. The rest are in logistics. Forget that stuff about an army running on its stomach, though Logistics Command feeds all these people 2 hot meals a day. That's the easy part. The military really runs on fuel and ammunition. Today we asked some young infantrymen who will go into Iraq on Bradley fighting vehicles what they'd like more of as they go. Ammunition, they said. On another assignment, we flew over a huge field of ammunition bunkers in southern Kuwait. It is Logistics Command which must move it on time to combat troops on the move. At Camp Arifjan in southern Kuwait, you walk into what was a warehouse until January, and you enter the world of supply and demand. This is the most complex command in the entire military. It acquires and moves everything the military needs. It is configured just like a combat center. General Chris Christensen is in charge of everything here that moves on the ground.
Technology has allowed us to see things today that we couldn't see 8 or 10 years ago.
What surprised me here is that you can see the battlefield just as combat units can see the battlefield.
As you know, we've got to get supplies to the combat forces. As they change their scheme of maneuver, as the enemy decides to do A instead of B, and we have to go left instead of right, so it's very critical we see the same thing they do.
Think FedEx, says the general, except our customers are moving all the time. Which takes us back to those Bradley fighting vehicles we were with today. While we were there, they decided to go for a run. Would we like to go along? Naturally, we said. The Bradley is the principal vehicle for carrying infantry. It weighs 30 tons and travels very fast across the desert. And it burns huge amounts of fuel. This is the vehicle which would go all the way to Baghdad in a hurry, and that is a logistics nightmare. An army that meets little resistance inside Iraq and outruns its supplies. What is the consequence of a unit in combat running out of fuel?
Our intent in our operations is to maintain relentless pressure, continuous operations. The worst thing for us to do is to run out of fuel.
That is why the Logistics Command has built a pipeline to the Iraqi border, why they will continue to build it deep into Iraq, right behind advancing troops, and why, on a smaller scale, combat officers will get cash from logistics to buy fuel from Iraqi refineries when they get inside. This is a fighting force that runs on millions of gallons a day. One other note about military preparedness. Hundreds of journalists in the region today are now joining military units to which they have been assigned. It is called embedding by the military. They will live and travel with